মাঝে রয়েছেন, ওনার সঙ্গে পরিচিতি আমরা সেখানেই দিব। নাও প্রথমে আমার সম্মানিত সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল ম্যাডাম প্রিয়াঙ্কা চক্রবর্তী তার কিছু বলার জন্য অনুরোধ করছি।
Good morning everyone, Shuprabhat. It is my honor and privilege to stand here as the Secretary General of Africa Asia Mediation Association and আমার বাংলায় ওকে তো আমি বাংলায় চেষ্টা করছি। ইটস নট ভেরি ফ্লুয়েন্ট, আমি কারণ বাড়িতে কথা বলি, তো পাবলিক স্পিচের কিছু ভাষা যেটা আমি ইউজ করি না, বাট এনিওয়েজ সো অ্যান্ড ইটস এ হিউজ অনার অ্যান্ড স্টেজ। এই আমা বলে যে অর্গানাইজেশনটা, এটা শুরু করা হয়েছিল এশিয়া এবং আফ্রিকাকে একত্রিত করার জন্য, এবং যারা মিডিয়েটর অ্যাক্রস এশিয়া এবং অ্যাক্রস আফ্রিকার কন্টিনেন্টে যারা মিডিয়েটর, ওনাদেরকে একটা স্টেজ দেওয়ার জন্যে যাতে ওনারা একত্রিত হতে পারেন এবং এই মিডিয়েশনের যে প্রসেসটা এবং মিডিয়েশনের ব্যাপারে যাতে এক্সচেঞ্জ করা যেতে পারে। আপনারা দেখতেই পাচ্ছেন এখানে উই হ্যাভ এ টপিক which is multiculturalism and domestic and international challenges. আমরা এটা নিয়ে একটু কথা বলেছিলাম কালকে। তো এই যে ক্রস কালচারাল মিডিয়েশন, আর এছাড়া যে এত মিডিয়েটর আমাদের আছেন যারা অলরেডি, আপনারাও যেরকম ট্রেন হয়ে, আই এম ভেরি হোপফুল যে আপনারাও ইউ উইল অলসো বি অ্যাক্রেডিটেড মিডিয়েটার্স। তো এনাদেরকে সুযোগ দেওয়ার জন্য, একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম দেওয়ার জন্য যেখানে আমরা আইডিয়াস এক্সচেঞ্জ করতে পারি, আমরা একে অপর থেকে শিখতে পারি যে কী কী ধরনের নতুন মিডিয়েশন টেকনিক আসছে বা কী কী লেজিসলেটিভ পেপার ওয়ার্ক হচ্ছে, কোথায় কোন দেশে কী হচ্ছে, এটার জন্য দিস ইজ এ প্ল্যাটফর্ম। এটা শুরু করা হয়েছিল উইথ আ কনসেপ্ট ইন 2019 ইন তানজানিয়া। আমাদের একটা কনফারেন্স হয়েছিল তানজানিয়াতে, অ্যান্ড দ্যাট ইজ ওয়্যার দ্য আমা স্টার্টেড, and we have that chapter there, and that is where the mission and vision statement of this organization was written down and it was formulated. এবং তারপর বিভিন্ন চ্যাপ্টার হচ্ছে, এখানে বাংলাদেশ চ্যাপ্টার আছে, দেন উই অলসো হ্যাভ ইন্ডিয়ান চ্যাপ্টার, যেখানে আমরা এই আমার মানে যেটা ভিশন বা যেটা মিশন সেটাকে আমরা এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি। আমরা চাই যে আমাদের দুই দেশে, আপনারা যদি কালকে আমার স্লাইডও মনে করে থাকবেন, আপনাদেরকে আমি কালকেও বলছিলাম যে মিডিয়েশনের যে কনসেপ্টটা আমাদের এই দুই কন্টিনেন্টে অনেক বহু বছরের পুরনো। সাউথ এশিয়াতেও মিডিয়েশন হ্যাজ বিন হ্যাপেনিং ফর এজেস অ্যান্ড লাইকওয়াইজ ফর আফ্রিকা। তো এই যে কালচারাল যে আমাদের সিমিলারিটিস আছে আর এই যে প্রসেসটা আমাদের আসছে, এইটাকে একটা প্ল্যাটফর্ম দেওয়ার জন্য এই প্রচেষ্টা। আমাদের যে সেক্রেটারি যে মিস ম্যাডলিন, শি ইজ গোয়িং টু বি হিয়ার অ্যাজ ওয়েল, উনিও আসছেন, ওনার ফ্লাইট জাস্ট ল্যান্ড করেছে। অ্যান্ড ইন্ডিয়া চ্যাপ্টার হেড করছেন আশাদি, মিসেস আশা মাহান্ত। আর আমরা ওনার প্রশিক্ষণে ইন্ডিয়াতেও কিছু কিছু কাজ করার চেষ্টা করছি, যাতে এই এই অর্গানাইজেশনের আরেকটু আমরা নামটা আরও তুলে ধরতে পারি, আরও নতুন যারা মিডিয়েটর হচ্ছেন, যারা নতুন মিডিয়েশন শিখছেন বা অ্যাক্রেডিটেড মিডিয়েটর হচ্ছেন, তারা যাতে আসতে পারে। অ্যান্ড উই হ্যাভ আ লট অফ very experienced and enthusiastic professionals with us on our team. It would be wrong to not mention Goswami sir at this point, because এই পুরো জিনিসটাই শুরু করেছেন গোস্বামী স্যার, এবং হি হ্যাজ বিন দ্য বিগেস্ট ব্যাকবোন অ্যান্ড সাপোর্ট। তো I congratulate all of you for trying to learn mediation and wanting to be accredited mediators, and I hope and welcome all of you, and I hope that I see you someday soon as a part of AMA Bangladesh chapter, and hope we can all do good work together. We can bring up and about mediation, আর এই এশিয়া আফ্রিকার মধ্যে অন্ততপক্ষে যাতে আমরা মিডিয়েশনটাকে তুলে ধরতে পারি, এই আশা নিয়ে আজকে I give rest to my short speech. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day everyone, and I hope you have a great training session and you all end up becoming best of mediators. Thank you.
সম্মানিত কনভেনার তানজিল লাবণ্য আবার কিছু বলার জন্য অনুরোধ করছি এবং তার বক্তব্যের সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমাদের যে আগের কমিটি বাতিল ঘোষণা হলো এবং ওনার বক্তব্যের পরে আগামী এক সপ্তাহের মধ্যে নতুন কমিটি ঘোষণা দেওয়া হবে। এখন বক্তব্য রাখছেন আজকে অনুষ্ঠানের সভাপতি এবং কনভেনিং কমিটি কনভেনার ম্যাডাম তানজিল লাবণ্য।
Dear friends, Assalamu alaikum, Namaskar. It's a delightful morning. Warm welcome all of you through Beam's training program. We have decided to arrange a conference under Madam Madeline. Yet she is on her way, but we can thank her as always. Thanks to Madam Madeline Kemi, Chairperson, Central Committee, AMA, Secretary General, Priyanka Chakraborty, Executive Member, Asha Paresh Mahan, Speaker, Ms. Josna Hosna. Welcome our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Ahmed Sohail. In the meanwhile, we convener committee arranged this Bangladesh chapter conference, and every 10 people allowed one delegate, and in this way we are attending 100 delegates for this purpose. Last of all, thanks all of you. Thank you.
এখন আমরা যারা ট্রেনিংয়ে রয়েছি আমরা সবাই আমাদের মেডিসিন সেন্টারে যাব। আমাদের এই মুহূর্তে মেডিসিন সেন্টার উপলক্ষে অভিমুখে আমরা যাত্রা করব। সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
So, welcome back. I'm glad to have all of you here. I'm sure you have had a full day tomorrow, so we'll start this session with a more a lighter session, not a really deep one, so you can take a coffee and prepare for a long session after that. So, first, okay, so with me, start again. I'm Suna. I'm a lawyer and a PhD candidate in Durban University of Technology. My main specialist is restorative justice and child soldier in the Middle East, especially in the MENA region, the Arab world. And today I'm going to talk about, or I'm going to take you to another part of the world, I guess, to talk about alternative conflict resolution mechanism, mediation from another perspective. So now we are talking about alternative conflict resolution mechanism in the Middle East, and basically in the Arab world. For this session, we will be measured in 3 parts. The first thing, we are going to introduce the Arab customary law. As you saw yesterday, conflict resolution, alternative conflict resolution is not new, and it didn't come with a new legal system, laws, and all of that. It has been there for ages, and in the Arab world, it's all the same. The conflict resolution, alternative conflict resolution, has been in the customary Arab law for ages. And we are going to take a look at what is customary law and how did it work and how does it work when it comes to conflict resolution. Then we going to introduce 3 types of alternative conflict resolution within the Arab customary law, which include mediation, arbitration, and conciliation. And finally, we're going to take a look at how the legal legislator have actually used these 3 methods within the legal system. So to begin with, so customary law and alternative conflict resolution mechanism. First of all, when we talk about customary law, we talk about the rules, the traditions, the customs that have been in there for ages now. For the Arab law, for the Arab countries basically, customary law can be defined as a system of rule, both oral and sometimes written rules, that is based on custom, tradition, historical practice of Arab society, along with principle of Islamic law. So when we talk about this, we talk about the idea of customs and traditions that have governed and regulated life of Arab people and since the beginning. We're talking about the tribes, basically, that have been lived in the Arab world for ages. How did they, through their oral traditions and customs, how did they manage to use this custom to regulate and govern every aspect of their life? In addition to traditions, customs, and historical practice, for example, Islam also played an important role within the Arab customary law. Islam have been, especially when it comes to conflict resolution, it has been a critical part and played a critical role in shaping the customary law in the Arab region, and especially when we talk about area like the Gulf countries, Palestine, Iraq, Lebanon, and also the Morocco, Mauritania, and Libya. So, how did it exactly work? In the Arab world, we have a tribe structure. So the tribe is the biggest unit of the community. After tribe, we have smaller branches, and then we have finally the family. So tribes usually use customary law as a way to regulate how relationships work within its members. And family themselves use tribe customary law to resolve conflict within their own members. So instead of going to basically if there was a conflict between, let's say, two children within the family, the main way to resolve this conflict is not going to the tribe leader or the tribe chief or the community leaders. They start by taking the first step. The first step is going to the father, because the father is the head of the family, and the Arab world is built on this structure. So the father is the person who needs to resolve this conflict as the first step. It was between his two children. However, if this was a bigger problem, so we can go to the next level. If there was a problem, for example, a theft problem between two families, in this case, they both will go to the community leader or to the sheikh leader. So the customary law starts from the idea that you need to resolve conflict among yourself using your own resources, using your own practice and customs, and how do you resolve the crime depends on the crime level, let's say. So if it was felony, in new legal one, if it was a small or unserious crime, it can be resolved within the family themselves. If it was a bigger crime, like for example killing or stealing or another abuse, for example, then we go to the higher level of the tribes, which are the tribe leaders, or in some cases, if there was a problem between two tribes, then we go to the higher level, which is the clan. Then this structural, let's say, it's how we can use tribal law or customary law to resolve problems between the community member on the individual level and on the, let's say, community level. So how does it work? As we said, there's a problem. The people who will start or will work on this is either leader of the community, tribe sheikhs, tribe leaders, or any, let's say, person with a high position within the community. They will go through a long process that contains hearing the parties, the crime parties. They will listen to the testimony, to the evidence. They will go through different types of alternative conflict resolution. They will use mediation, they will use arbitration, they will use negotiation and reconciliation. Which one they will exactly use, it depends on the crime type, the crime parties, and the need of the parties. But however, in some cases, which especially when it was a murder case, for example, they usually use four. They use mediation between the parties. They use negotiation to reach the mediation party. They also use arbitration in some cases, especially if it was a family case or a family problem. And finally, they will use reconciliation. We will talk about the difference between the three of them when we quote the next one. So, customary law, when we can use it? Usually it used in every single problem in life. You can use it if you have two children fighting together over a bicycle. Or you can use it if there was a murder between two tribes. You can use it for resolving criminal cases, civil cases, and personal cases. And it applied in all levels, whether it was just a small or unserious crime, or it was a huge or serious crime. So in the Arab world, the idea that customary law is so important because it's applicable in every single crime. And I don't think there was any crime that didn't win or are not used to go to customary law. Because it's, as I said, it's come from customs, traditions, people who are actually built these customs, who are create these traditions. So it's usual for them to use them to resolve any conflict they have in their life. And family dispute also is one of the, I guess, the wider type of conflict that people restore to use customary law or alternative conflict resolution method, because in Arab world, family is a very important and sensitive unit. And many people also the restoring to courts is a huge deal in the Arab world, and a lot of people go to court when it comes to family conflict. However, in many cases, even the family refer all the parties to go to arbitration and reconciliation to resolve this conflict outside of the court. So arbitration and reconciliation have a very critical role within the legal system when we talk about the family dispute. So what is the goal of customary law in the Arab world? First of all, regulate relationship between individuals within society. As we said, family and then tribes and clan are the main unit within the Arab community. So maintaining the relationship between those members of those tribes, those clans is very important. Especially that when we talk about the tribes in the Arab world, it has been started from a long time, let's say, when there was no state. There was no special laws or courts that we can go to maintain the relationship. So the tribe leaders have to play the role of the, let's say, the president of the state. And the customary law have to play the role of the justice system. So one of the main objectives is to maintain, regulate, and organize the relationship between individuals themselves, between community themselves, and the tribe themselves. Another thing is addressing and resolving conflicts and crimes, because it is the main source of law within tribes and the community. The main objective for customary law is to actually resolve this crime, address this crime, and compensate and give, say, a fair compensation for all the parties. And finally, restoring damaged relationship. One of the main things that I guess the best characteristic for the customary law is that it's not only work on punishing people. As we see in courts tend to just give the punishment to the offender and that's it. However, does it actually restore the relationship between the offender and the victim? In my experience on the legal courts in Palestine, it does not. So in customary law, what makes it special is that it's not only about resolving a crime or addressing that criminal accountability of the crime, it's about maintaining and restoring the relationship between the two parties. So when there is, let's say, a problem between two men over a land, the customary law will work on resolving the conflict. However, it also will work on rebuilding the relationship between the two. The main aim is not just to keep them hating each other for generations and inheriting this happiness to their children. No, the main aim is to make them sit together, talk together, understand their point, and finally resolve the conflict with a smile on their faces and shake of hands. Usually it's a cup of coffee in the Arab world, but the main point is they need to get out of this conflict with us to restore the relationship. They need to, when they walk on the street again, to actually walk, stand up, smile to each other, and greet each other. This is the main, I guess, point within customary law, which is a part of a general, let's say, restorative justice approach that is not only in the Arab world, it's in every single culture in the world. It's the main point of all these systems is to actually strengthen the community build, let's say, a coherence, a peaceful relationship between all the parties, even if there was some kind of conflict. Because, as we said yesterday, when there is a human, there is a conflict. So you can't just keep fighting each other and hating each other for eternity. This is would be insane. So this is when we talk about what is the customary law in the Arab world and what is objective. So what makes customary law special comparing to, let's say, the justice system, the normal justice system? First of all, the collective interest. In the Arab world, what is important is not only the individual, it's the community itself. Tribe is a very important unit. And within a tribe, we have different families, and with branch, we have different families. So in the Arab country, as we see, there is a particular system. This system revolves around the relationship between the whole community. So what is really important is the collective interest of the whole community. So when we talk about, for example, a problem with one person, with two persons, or one person and another from two different tribes. So when we are trying to resolve this conflict between the two persons from two different tribes, we take into consideration not only the interest of those individuals, but also the interest of the tribe. If this individual, for example, if he wants to have, let's say, a high compensation, that the other tribe are not interested in paying, for instance. So do we take the chance to actually give him the compensation he wants and go into a war with another tribe, or trying to maintain and negotiate the sum of the compensation to keep the peace between the two communities? Here comes the question. What is and how can we see a balance between the personal interest and the community interest? And in many cases, community interest, it comes one step ahead of the individual interest. At the same time, when we talk about collective interest, it's not only that we but prioritize the collective interest. It also means that the community itself is responsible for protecting this person. In this case, when we talk about the same person who wants the compensation, it's his community or his tribe responsibility to actually fight for a fair compensation for him. And maintain it at the same time, it's peaceful. So they will take the responsibility to actually fight, ask for his compensation. And if he was the criminal, the offender, the community itself will take responsibility to pay this compensation. In many cases, when there is compensation to be paid from one of the community and he cannot actually pay it, the whole community will come together to collect the amount of money of the compensation to pay it to the other one. Or the whole family will come to collect the whole money and give it to the other party. So collective interest comes in two aspects. The collective interest of the community is important, but also the community is responsible for protecting the interest of its individual. The second one, the victim role. In the justice sector, we all know that, at least I know, I'm not sure the same, victims have no role. So in courts, the victim, especially in criminal courts, the victim will not even be sometimes in the court. He won't come. So there is no active role for him in the process itself. However, when we talk about the customary law, it's the opposite. Victims are very important and have very critical role. They are part of the whole process. They are part of the mediation, of the negotiation, and the reconciliation process. So their voice are actually heard. They voice what they want, they need, they interest, and in many cases they take what's best for them. Because in some cases, as a victim, I don't just want the offenders to get 3 years in prison. Because it's not good for me. I didn't actually benefit anything. All I want for them, for example, is to say I'm sorry and I was wrong with you. But in the customary law, that's what happened. The victim actually voiced their needs, what they want from the victim, the offender, and their voice will be heard. And in many cases, what they want to restore the harm that have been done to them, they will get it by this process. Finally, the compensation. The compensation usually in the Arab world is a sum of money. It's paid by the offender to the victim. how to measure the compensation in the Arab world? It depends on the crime type and the person, let's say the victim position in the community. So in some cases for a murder, let's say, the murder is the highest crime with the highest amount of money that can be paid. So in many cases, some offender may go, or some family actually of the offender may go broke before the compensation because they pay a lot. But in in different cases, compensation can be just, I'm sorry, or I want to do that again. Because it depends on what the victim wants. It's either he wants a financial compensation or he wants a moral compensation. And in many cases of the Arab region, a moral compensation is more important. So it's important for the victim to restore his honor, to restore his respect within the community, because that's what he actually lost. It's not the crime itself. So it depends, the compensation depends on what the victim wants and what the victim needs and what the type of the crime. The main aim of the compensation, as we said, is to restore the relationship between the community, because after the victim receives the compensation that he deserves, he wants, that he needs, he will be able to actually start a new pages with the offender and start maintaining the relationship between the community in peaceful manner, instead of going on hating them and revenge in the future, which may cause a new set of crimes or another set of crimes in the future. So this is when we talk about the main characteristic of the customary law in the So, the mechanism. We have three main mechanisms within the customary law: reconciliation, mediation, and arbitration. We'll start with reconciliation. It's the local name we can say is sulh. Reconciliation is, you can say it's the general umbrella for alternative conflict resolution. It's a process that a wide practice within the Arab world. It's used every single where with every single people basically in the Arab world. And it's built on the customary law, and it's used with all types of crimes, no matter what, criminal, civil, or family crimes. So what is reconciliation? It's a process to resolve dispute between victims and perpetrator. It aims to achieve the final resolution that actually maintains the rights of both parties. The main aim is to ensure a social stability. So, when we talk about sulh, about reconciliation, the main aim is to resolve the crime between the two parties. However, the bigger aim is to have social stability, social cohesion between the community members themselves. So it has two personal and a wider level. You can use it to resolve a fight between two children over an apple, and you can use it to resolve a conflict between two countries, let's say. How does it work? Usually once the conflict occurs, the victims and the victim's family take this conflict to the community leader or tribes leaders. It depends on the level of the crime. They ask them to reconcile and resolve this crime. After that, the leaders will start to talk with the offender family. It's the offender family who take the conflict to the tribe leaders. After that, the tribe leader will start talk with the victim's family. They will send messengers to them, ask them, what do you want? What is the problem? How did it occur? What is the evidence you hear? They will start to hear every single evidence they have. It's like an investigation, not a formal investigation, but an investigation, hearing witnesses, seeing what is the paper you have, what is the evidence you have, negotiate this or investigate this evidence. Then after that, they will go to another stage. What do you want? They will start negotiating between the two parties what the victim wants, what the offender has to provide. And after that, they will reach the level that they will actually set the two parties together to mediate a final resolution between them. After that, they will sign the final agreement, the reconciliation agreement, which contains the crime, the evidence, the process, the needs, the demand of all parties, and then the final resolution with type of compensation to be paid. And then they will have also the name of the people who will ensure that this agreement is to be implemented in the future. This is how the process in general goes. However, in the Arab world, you will find the same motion everywhere. However, you will find in every single, let's say in every city at least, or in some cases in every village, there is a special way to go and hold reconciliation. It differs between sometimes villages, sometimes states, sometimes countries, but they all have the same motion. You have to go to the community leader, they have to go through the whole process until we sign the agreement. How, in many cases, why people will actually follow the agreement, why they implement it. The implementation of the agreement, it's not come because the people maybe like it, because in many cases offender won't like the compensation he has to pay. However, what's binding them to implement this agreement is their position within the community. As we said, customary law is built upon community and community relationship. Tribes and communities in the Arab world is connected to the idea of position, and position related to the honor, respect of person, of people within their community. So, when you actually sign this paper, you have committed to respect it and respect in return your honor and your position. So, if you actually violate it and did not implement it, you will be eliminated from the community. You will be basically thrown out of the community, not literally, but let's say morally. And being eliminated from the community, being your honor and respect taken away from you, is a more aggressive punishment for anyone in the Arab community. So many people will implement this agreement because they want to keep themselves within the community. Because they know if they went out of this community, it will be hard for them to actually find another community that will accept it. And then later on, have the same respect and place and position and protection, let's say, in another place. So this is why reconciliation agreement is a very important and a very binding, let's say, document within the Arab community. If you broke it, you basically take yourself out and broke yourself for ages. Not only you, but you and your family, children and grandchildren for generations to come. So the objective of the reconciliation is three main things. Safeguarding social cohesion and dignity, because when you go through the reconciliation process, the main aim is to keep the social stable, to keep peace between all the members, even if there was conflict. And at the same time, save and keep the dignity and the honor of all people and the community in general. Second thing is healing the victim pain. The main point of the reconciliation is not just punishing the offender, but actually healing the pain of the victim. If it was his land that was stolen from him, you need to return it to him so he can feel that his pain has been healed. If it was his arm that has been injured, you will need to maybe compensate him morally and the money. So it depends. But the most important thing is it's the victim that actually matters, not really the offender. And finally, restore the relationship between the parties, because as we said before, it's important to stop hatred between those people and not inherit it for generations to come, and restore the relationship to keep the first objective, which is social cohesion and social stability. So this is when we talk about reconciliation. The second part is arbitration. Arbitration is a more used tools or mechanism within specific type of crime. It's not for every single crime. So arbitration is a way to resolve conflict between two persons from a third party, which is the arbitrator, as you know that from yesterday. In the Arab world, arbitration is so related to the Islamic rule of law, to Islamic rules, instead of the customs and traditions law. Because it was mentioned in many, in the Quran, in Hadith, and in all the Islamic philosophy. So In this case, because it has a very huge widespread use within the community itself, it also has found its place within the legal system. So arbitration is one of the most used, let's say, alternative using mechanism within the legal system, as we will see later on. There is several characteristics for arbitration. The consent and willingness. As we said, you can't go to arbitration if someone actually imposes it on you. You have to go with your own willingness. I want to go to arbitration, I will go myself to arbitration. Other than that, it won't work. It's a binding decision. Once the arbitrator has a decision made, you can actually go, unless there was a specific structure to appeal for this decision. It's a binding decision for both of you. And qualified arbitrator. The arbitrator is the most tricky one, I guess. In some cases, it can be one arbitrator and or three arbitrators, depending on the conflict and the legal structure. However, to choose the qualified arbitrator, that is different qualification for arbitrator. In some cases, in family dispute, for example, it can be anyone from the husband or the wife family. It can be a respectful person, maybe community leader, teachers, university professors, anyone from the family, with respect and honor within his community. Or in the cases of economic conflict, it needs to be a more experienced person with the qualifications and the experience. So it depends on what the conflict is, what the party also wants. So arbitration is compared to reconciliation, arbitration is used in specific type of conflict, mainly civil, commercial, and personal statute dispute conflict. So you can actually use arbitration to resolve criminal cases. Unlike reconciliation, which is the biggest general umbrella, you can use arbitration within the reconciliation process. However, you can't use arbitration to actually resolve a criminal case like murder or theft. You will have to stick to personal dispute, commercial, and civil dispute. What is the objective of arbitration? It's to protect the right of the dispute parties, because in arbitration it's more about what the people want, not what the law says. The speed of resolving dispute. Comparing to courts, going to arbitration is faster. Because in court, you can stay in court like years, for example. I know the cases that have been there since I graduated from school, which was 40 years ago, and they are still not resolved. So going to arbitration is faster and much better for the party, especially if it was an urgent case. And finally, also restoring the relationship between the conflict of parties. Restoring relationship is, I would say that it's the most important and critical objective of all the alternative conflict resolution methods, and it always should be in your mind. It's not about punishing one party, it's about restoring the relationship and healing the pain for two parties. And the final one is mediation, which you have been going through since 2 days. So mediation in the Arab tribe is a widespread, let's say, practice. It's used to resolve conflict, different conflicts, let's say criminal conflict and civil conflict and personal dispute conflicts. It takes its roots from both the customary law, and the Islamic rules in the Arab world. Who is the mediator in the Arab world? It's basically a community leader, tribes leader, any person, let's say, with not a high position, but with respectful reputation, with an honor reputation within its community. It can be seen as a qualified mediator to go through this position. What is the importance of mediation? Let's say is ensure confidentiality, first of all, because in mediation you can do that behind closed door. There's no need to actually let the whole world know what is your problem. It's ensure privacy. It's also protect the parties, because mediation is done in not secrecy but in private way, which help keep the problems, the details away from the eyes, away from the ears, and later on protect the people from any further harm from the community around them. Also, it's a time-saving cost. time saving, cost saving, because it's much cheaper than going to the court in some cases. It's faster than the court, and it gives you a flexible, a more, let's say, a final resolution that meets your needs. Unlike the courts, which will sometimes give you what you don't need. So this is why mediation can be a much preferable choice in many cases within the court, whether it was inside or outside the courts. Objective, as we say, it's enabling the role of the party in the conflict resolution, because in mediation, both parties are important, their voices are heard, they say what they want to, what they need, not the other way around. Also, it's create a sense of ownership. In mediation, what actually binds the parties to implement the decision? One way or another, they both are the one who came with the decision. So they feel like they own this decision. They own the resolution they reached to. So they both themselves will feel that they need to actually implement the decision that they have made. So creating this sense of ownership between the parties and the decision will give them the courage to actually implement it. Away from what we spoke about, the binding rules of the testimony. Also restoring individual relationship, because in many cases after mediation, it should be I would say the supposed way is that the party will go out of the room with restoring relationship and happy end for all of them. Does this happen always? That will be dependent on the situation, on the people, on the mediator. But the main goal is to actually restore their relationship together. And finally, protecting the rights and needs of parties, because they get what they need, they discuss what they need, not what other people need. So this is when we talk about the three main mechanism that is used within the Arab court. Okay, so between reconciliation, mediation, and arbitration. So what is the differences, let's say, what is the similarities between both of them? Reconciliation is the general view. Within reconciliation, you can basically use every single tools we see. Mediation, negotiation, arbitration, and whatever you want. However, in arbitration and mediation, it's basically an independent practice. So either you use arbitration or you use mediation. You can't actually use them within the same time. In addition, all of the three, let's say, practice, they can be used within individual level or within legal person. So a company can go to arbitration and mediation. However, in some cases, company may not go to reconciliation. Reconciliation is more about individual and communities. However, arbitration and mediation more about they can go to the legal person like companies, the states, and other ones. The third role, the third party role. The third party role is important in the three practices. However, there is some differences between them. For example, in arbitration, the arbitrator has the authority to issue a final decision. So he's the one who sits in the final decision based on the fact that he has. However, in mediation, the mediator cannot actually set his mind to give the decision. He needs to make the people reach their own decision. In reconciliation, the people, the third party actually play the two roles. He may not sit, but he helps people to actually reach the decision based on the customs and the traditions and the customary law. So it's mixed of the both. Finally, the type of cases. As we said, conciliation can apply to every single case. Criminal, civil, commercial, personal. Mediation can also appeal to most of them. However, arbitration is only going to commercial, civil, and personal dispute. So this is between the three of them. So how did they have been used within the legal system? The three of them are very important within the normal life, the everyday life. So the Arab legislators have taken those three types and adapted them within their legal system. For example, when we talk about reconciliation, it was adopted in two types of law, which are mostly criminal law and, let's say, criminal and civil law. The criminal laws, for example, the Jordanian criminal law number 16 of 96, the Iraqi criminal law procedure law number 23 of 1971, the Moroccan Criminal Procedure Law of 2015. Within the criminal system, reconciliation is very used within the whole, let's say the whole Arab world. You can go, especially with felony, it's not serious crime. When you go to the court, one of the main questions the judge will ask you, have you reconciled? If you say no, we want to go to reconciliation, they will say yeah. They will postpone the hearing until you go to reconciliation, and you need to come back to them either with the agreement you signed, so he can close the case, or you won't come to them with the agreement and you will go back to the normal procedure laws. The second type of law that reconciliation has been used to is custom law. Custom law, I'm thinking, is important everywhere because custom is money. So in many cases, when people are not paying their taxes, especially with a huge amount of money, the legislature thought that it's important to have this money. And legal courts and court procedure are, let's say, a waste of money and a waste of time. So the better option is actually to go through a different way to make people and help people paying their own the money they own. So customs laws, for example, like the Palestinian custom law, and the Algerian custom law, and the Iraqi, the Qatari, the Saudi Arabian, all of them use reconciliation as a way to resolve the conflict that happened because of the late customs paying. When we talk about arbitration, arbitration is used in two different laws. The arbitration law, every Arab country has its arbitration laws, which use basically to resolve commercial and civil disputes. For example, we have the Omani arbitration law in civil and commercial disputes, and we have the Tunisian arbitration law. The second type of law is the personal law. Personal law use arbitration in a huge way. We have the Syrian personal status law, the Jordanian personal status law, because in many cases, in the first session hearing in the court, the first question the judge will ask, have you went to arbitration yet? So if they say no, they will refer them to a special department of arbitration within the court. This department role is to help the both parties to resolve the dispute between them based on people from their choice. So the husband will choose one, the wife will choose one, and they will go to an arbitration process, maybe 1, 2, or 3 sessions, and come back to the department to register what they have reached. It's either we have a resolution or we don't. Finally, the mediation. Mediation is used in also criminal and civil. For example, in criminal, mediation is used widely with juvenile. When we talk about the reconciliation in criminal law, it's used with adults mostly, and some cases with juvenile. But mediation is explicitly with juvenile. For example, we have the Jordanian juvenile law, the Tunisian child protection law. The main aim of it is to keep children away from courts. But in many cases, courts are not a healthy environment for children. So it's better to keep them away from courts and go through the mediation process. In this case, they won't have registration within the court. They won't be mingling with other criminals in the courts also, so to be safer for them. And the second one is the labor law. Labor conflict and dispute is widely resolved during using mediation. So we have the Egyptian labor law, we have the Mauritanian labor law, who all use mediation as a way to resolve either individual labor conflict or collective labor conflict. And basically, you will see those three in all the different laws within the legal system. The main issue is, the implementation process, are they implemented not rightly, but let's say effectively? In many cases, actually no, but it all depends on the legal sector, the justice sector, the state resources, because in places like the Gulf country, let's say, sometimes Jordan, Morocco, Tunisia, they do have an effective way. But in other places, for example, like Iraq and Lebanon, we say also Palestine, where you have a very weak system, justice sector system, it's not really that effective. So it depends on the justice system, the state, willingness and resources. And with this, thank you very much. Nice to hear anything with you. Thank you.
Honorable Justice, ladies and gentlemen, I am K. Sharma from Hyderabad. I am a collaboration coach and IAM accredited mediator and a conflict resolution professional. It gives me immense joy to be in your midst, in your great country, for which I have had a great admiration. I developed this admiration in 1971 during your struggle for freedom during the liberation war of Bangladesh. I used to follow closely what was happening here. My interactions with a Bengali colleague of mine at that time enabled me, or rather developed in me, a great love for your language, literature, arts and culture. I by hearted the first two lines of a song of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, which was on the lips of every freedom fighter of Bangladesh at the time. And that song was later adopted by you as the national anthem. Those two lines had so much influenced me that they had gone deep into my consciousness, and as a result, I can recite them even now without difficulty, though 50 years have passed since I learnt them. Never did I imagine those days when I used to read here and speak about the birth of your great nation, that one day I would land in Dhaka and address an august assembly of learned advocates, and that too in the presence of the justice and also in the premises of the Honorable Supreme Court of Bangladesh, as it has happened today, thanks to the initiative taken by Mr. Samrendranath Goswami, whom I thank profusely at the very outset. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, I have been very eagerly looking forward to this exciting moment of standing before you and speaking to you. Litigation as a means of resolving civil, commercial and family disputes came into vogue in the Indian subcontinent about 250 years ago by the East India Company Regulation Act 1773, which established a Supreme Court in Calcutta, and for the first time lawyers and judges got employed in the court. It was followed by the establishment of a second Supreme Court in Bombay, and later the third one, the Supreme Court in Madras, was established. Since then, through the last 2.5 centuries, the number of courts, lawyers and judges have exponentially increased, and today we have an established legal system everywhere in the subcontinent. But the question is litigation achieving its purpose? The purpose of establishing so many courts, those courts of law, was to resolve civil, commercial and family disputes within a reasonable time frame and in a just and fair manner. The question is whether this objective is achieved. Are the litigants happy with the judgments given out to them by the courts of law? I will take the example of India for the purpose of discussion, because I understand that the situation in Bangladesh regarding this is not very much different from what is prevailing in India. A survey conducted in India reveals that 95% of the winners of court cases are unhappy. Mind you, I am not talking about the losers, I am talking about the winners of court cases, 95% of whom are unhappy. What could be the reason for this? According to the National Court Management System of the Supreme Court of India, it now takes 15 years of litigation on an average for a civil or commercial dispute to get resolved. 15 years is indeed too long a period particularly in today's fast-changing world. This waiting period of 15 years to get justice is likely to increase further in the years to come because of the high pendency of cases in the courts, which is not coming down but rather increasing every day. Mr. Anil Xavier, the president of the Indian Institute of Arbitration and Mediation, draws a humorous analogy between this and that of a 5-year-old boy asking his father to buy him a tricycle. The father is a perfectionist. He wants to gift his son the best and the most beautiful tricycle of the world and starts searching for such a tricycle. In the process, days, weeks, months and years pass by, and ultimately the boy forgets the thought of riding a tricycle. One day after 15 years, when the boy has grown into a 20-year-old young man, the father brings home a grand tricycle and tells the young man, "My son, 15 years ago, when you were 5 years old, you wanted me to buy a tricycle for you. I started searching for the best tricycle of the world on that day itself, but I got it only today. It is a very special tricycle. None else in India has it. It will be your proud possession." Whereas the son is able to appreciate the commitment of his father to gift him a special and unique gift, the fact remains that he cannot ride the tricycle today. What the handsome young man wants today is the latest high-end version of Harley-Davidson motorcycle with his girlfriend sitting on the pillion. Something which had value 15 years ago has no value for him. Anil Xavier further asks, if after gifting the tricycle, if the father insists that the son should commute to his college by the tricycle, would it not be the height of stupidity? And he asserts, what difference is there between a court of law enforcing a judgment on a 15-year-old civil or commercial dispute and the father insisting his son to commute to college by tricycle? This is one of the reasons why 95% of the winners of court cases are unhappy. The second reason is that there is a communication loss, which is generally in all human interactions. A client tells the advocate what he has in mind, and the advocates understand 70% of what the client tells him. And when the judge presents the case in the court, the judge understands 70% of what the lawyer tells him. And 70% of 70%, simple arithmetic, is 49%. So ultimately what the judge gets is 49% of what the client has in his mind. And the remaining 51% is partly not understood, and very dangerously, a part of it is misunderstood. The client told something, the advocate understood something else, and the judge also understood something else. As a result, ultimately what happens is what the judge understands that the client needs, the disputant needs, is very different from what actually he has understood. Now the judgment is given based on what is understood and not based on what is said. That is why Peter Drucker, the father of modern management, said, it is the listener who communicates and not the speaker. It is the listener who communicates and not the speaker. So this is the second reason why 95% of the winners of court cases are unhappy. Now the parties fight out in the courts of law for several years, wasting their time, efforts and money. And the worst damage done is to their relationship, because in an adversarial process of litigation, there is a lot of accusations of each other. So the relationship gets totally destroyed. And their mental peace is affected, affecting their family life, personal life, and also their business, profession, career or occupation. So is it wise to go to a court of law for the settlement of a civil or commercial dispute? Now you know that an alternative to a system comes up when something better is found than what is existing, or a serious defect is noticed in existing system. For example, alternative sources of energy. Because solar power and wind power are considered to be more sustainable than the conventional thermal power. In the same manner, when the present distribute resolution system was found to be having defects, an alternative ADR was born, and mediation is one such ADR. And both the defects that I pointed out in the litigation are avoided in mediation. Number one, it is speedy. Generally, it takes maximum 2 months for a case to be settled in mediation. Rarely, it is more than 6 months. So the duration is lesser, and as a result, it is cost effective. The cost also is lesser. And secondly, a third party neutral, like a judge or arbitrator, does not decide in the case of mediation. Mediation is defined as facilitated negotiation. So what happens in mediation is actually negotiation between the two parties. The mediator, the third party neutral, is only a facilitator of the negotiation. She does not take a decision, she does not give a verdict, she does not give an award. And therefore, the communication loss that I explained does not take place there because the parties are communicating directly. And I said that mediation is facilitated negotiation. Now, one of you may ask, okay, the parties have already negotiated and failed, and that is why they went to a third party neutral, the mediator. And if the mediator again asked them to negotiate, what difference would there be? Am I right? There is a difference because when they negotiated and failed, they followed some crude method of negotiation, maybe positional bargaining, as we all know. But in mediation, what happens is, when we say mediation, we generally mean facilitative mediation, though there are also a few other kinds of mediation. In facilitative mediation, what happens is principled negotiation, which was developed by the Harvard Negotiation Project during the 1980s. And the 4 prescriptions of principled negotiations are, number 1, separate people from the problem. Be soft on the person and hard on the problem. Number 2, shift the focus from position to interest. I repeat, shift the focus from position to interest. Oh, no, sorry, this is not true. Excuse me, switch on this. No, you press the button B. Press the B. No, this is not. I will tell you when they do. Now, once again, please. Yes. Switch on. No, not necessary now. I will tell you when it gets on. Switch off the projector. Yeah, because I will need it only after some 15 minutes. I'm sorry, I did not look at the screen at all. Something else was appearing on the screen and distracting you. I'm sorry. It was a communication. So I forgot, what did they say in the end? Yes. The 4 prescriptions. The second one is shift the focus from position to interest. The third is generate options for mutual gain. Think out of the box to find solutions to problems. Because in mediation, the mediator converts the dispute into a mutual problem to be solved by the parties jointly. And the fourth is use objective criteria, bring standards of fairness, efficiency, and scientific merit to bear on the problem. Now I will explain the 4 prescriptions rather briefly. Number 1, be soft on the person and hard on the problem. Separate the person from the problem. The dispute is a problem faced jointly by both the parties. So separate the problem from the person from the problem. Because generally in litigation what happens is the adversarial type, each party accuses the other. So that should not happen. The second is very important. Shift the focus from position to interest. See, position is what people say they want. Interest is why they want what they want. Now, when there is a dispute because I take a position, and let us say you take another position, and there is a dispute between us. Position is, I repeat, what people say they want. Interest is why they want what they want. William Ury, one of the co-founders of the Harvard Negotiation Project, explains it with an episode to drive home the difference between position and interest. Two students were fighting in a library. The librarian came over there and asked student A, what's the problem? He said, the window was closed. He went and opened the window. So I immediately went there and closed the window. Again he went and opened. So we started fighting. So she asked student A, why do you want the window closed? He said, I'm making some notes. It is creating draft, papers are flying. So I want the window closed. And she asked student B, why do you want the window open? He said, I want it open because I want fresh air. Then she asked both the students, is there a way by which we can get fresh air without it creating drafts? Now the position of student A is, I want the window closed. The position of student B is, I want the window open. The interest is, student A does not want a draft to be created and student B wants fresh air. So she asked, is there a way by which we can get fresh air without it having to create a draft? So the third prescription, generate options for mutual gain. One of the students said, I have got an idea. He went to the neighboring room where there was a huge window. He kept it open, so fresh air was coming in large quantity, but at the same time, it was not directly hitting the table. The window in the room remained closed, but the neighboring room window was open. So like that, there can be other options also. Maybe you can keep a paperweight, like that. So generate options for mutual gain. So once the librarian, so in this case, librarian played the role of a mediator. A mediator does not advise, does not suggest solutions. She only facilitates negotiation by asking intelligent questions. She asked student A and student B, is there a way by which this problem can be solved? She enabled them to think and made them to come out with a solution. So for any problem, if we think, if we generate options, if we think out of the box, we will be able to generate solutions to problem. Again, William Ury narrates with another episode to drive home the third point, generate options for mutual gain. A herdsman, this is again another episode, a herdsman died, leaving 17 camels for his 3 sons. And the will read like this: the eldest son should get half the number of camels, the second son should get 1/3 number of the camels, and the third son should get 1/9 number of camels. Now 17 is not divisible by 2, it is not divisible by 3, it is not divisible by 9 either. So they went to a wise old woman of that village and gave her the will. And the will also said that the camels should not be should not be sold, and they should not be killed. So the wise old woman went through the will and said, wait. She went inside and brought one of her camels and gave it to them and said, now you take this camel with you and see whether you can solve the problem yourself. So 17 plus 1 became 18, divided by 2 is 9, the eldest son got 9 camels. Divided by 3 is 6, the second son got 6 camels. Divided by 9 is 2, the third son got 2 camels. Now 9 plus 6 is equal to 15, plus 2 is equal to 17. The camel which the wise old woman gave was returned to her. William Ury says that the mediator is actually the 18th camel, goes inside, solves the problem and comes out, and without advising, without saying anything, by making people to think. Now, I will create a dispute between all of you, and you will resolve the dispute yourself through the process of mediation. It is coming under the category of experiential learning, where we learn through experience. Now, every one of you will receive this document, 1 page, and you see here there is a picture. This picture is that of a transparent cube, a glass cube. What is it? Yeah, you can, when I say you can start distributing. One second. No. Yeah. Now what you do is, when you distribute, you have to distribute blank side on the top. So they should turn and see only when I say start, because everyone should get equal time. And you can give a bunch in each row, ask them to take one and keep passing, so that it will be done fast. Yeah, just a second, I will tell you again. So it is the picture of a transparent cube. You may assume that it is a glass cube, okay, in which a circle is engraved. There is a question with regard to the position of the circle in the cube. The question is, where do you see the circle? Where do you see the circle? And 4 options are given, 4 answers are given. You have to choose the answer which applies to you. It is not about the right answer or the wrong answer. The question is, where do you see the circle? And not what your neighbor sees. Okay. So therefore it is very important that you should not look into what your neighbor is choosing. Then your opinion will be influenced. The idea is to get your individual opinion. So the moment after you tick mark, keep the paper the blank side on the top so that your neighbor doesn't look at it. And you also should not look at her answer and get influenced by that. Is it clear? Yeah. The question is, so suppose the first one is what applies to you, you can tick mark the first one. If the second is what applies to you, you can tick mark the second. Suppose the first and the fourth apply to you, you can tick mark both. Suppose all the 4 apply to you, you can tick mark all the 4. Suppose none applies to you, you need not tick mark anything. So the answer would be, there are totally 7 options. Any one of them could be the answer. Okay. And everyone should get equal time to do it. So when she distribute, it will be blank on the top. You should turn and look at it only when I say start. I request your cooperation. You can give a bunch at one end and ask them to take one and keep one. Take one and keep us. Take one and keep us. Take one and keep the entire bunch. So let's see, give bunch, distribute bunches. Ask them to take one and keep passing so that we can save the time. So now you start, you will get 2 minutes to choose your answers. I will give another 30 seconds. Thank you. How many of you chose the first answer, the first option? How many? Very good. Thank you. How many chose the second? More people. Good. How many chose the third? Third. Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. How many chose the fourth one? Fourth one. Fourth one, only one part. Thank you. You also. How many chose 2 options? choices of one? 2 options. Very good. How many chose 3 options? Totally 3 options. Oh, you chose 3 options. Very good. How many chose 4 options? All the 4. 1, 2. Anyone else? 3. Okay. Please give them a big hand to those 3 decisions. All the 4 are possible. Now, I request you to strain your eyes and look at the answers that you had rejected earlier and see whether you can accept them now. If you are not able to accept, please call me. I will come and explain. Or you can ask your neighbor who has chosen that option, ask her how she chose that. Whichever option you had rejected earlier, please have a relook. Have a relook and say whether you can accept it or not. Yeah, if this is the first panel, this is the center. If this is the front panel, because it is a transparent glass view. See, basically there are 2 options. You see 2 squares. Excuse me, I will help you to see all the 4 options. Basically there are, if there is a board I will write, basically there are 2 squares connected. Now one square you call it as ABCD and the other you call it as A1, B1, C1, D1. If ABCD is the front panel, A1, B1, C1, D1 is the back panel. Suppose A1, B1, C1, D1 becomes the front panel, ABCD becomes the back panel. Then the circle in the corner and in the center. So if you, is there anyone who is not able to accept any option? If so, please raise your hand, I will come and explain. Which one you are not able to?
Number 4. At the center of the back.
At the center of the back panel. See, if this is the back panel, this is the front panel. If this is the back panel, because it is a transparent view, that's it. All of you are now able to accept? Yeah. Now listen to me. Let us now forget the geometry part of it. It simulated an experience from you, in you. From that you will get some learning with regard to dispute resolution. Now, see, this group is a homogeneous group. All of you belong to the same place, almost same age group, the same profession, living in the same area. But on a very simple question, there were 7 differences of opinion. A few of you said 1, a few of you said 2, a few said 3, a few said 4, a few said 2 options, a few said 3 options, and a very few chose all the 4 options. So minimum 7 opinions were there. Now all of you are now in agreement that all the 4 are possible. Excuse me. Let us be together. Let us be together. See, now we are discussing, I want your opinion. So what does it convey? See, on a question, there were 7 differences of opinion. On this 7 differences of opinion, you could even fight with each other, isn't it? One who saw the first one can say, first one only is right. And the other one who is not able to see the first one and the second one, he can say, so there could be a fight with 7 groups here. Now all of you have agreed on each other. So what does it convey? What does it convey? It conveys something which is as a root of conflict. What does it convey? Please feel free to answer.
Arriving at a mutual agreement.
Okay, arriving at a mutual agreement is what you did now. But why, I am asking, why there was a conflict initially? Why there was a conflict initially? Why you see, when you could see something, your neighbor could not see it.
Different perspective.
Different. Please give her a big hand. Different perspectives. All of us have different perspectives. I I look at the world through my window, Madeline will look at the world through her window, Imba Vijayan will look at the world through his window. Suppose something is happening on the road. Imba Vijayan goes there, gives a report. Madeline goes there, gives a report. I go there and give a report. The intention of Imba Vijayan, Madeline and me were to report to the truth. But the truth that Imba Vijayan saw was different from the truth that Madeline saw, is different from the truth that I saw. So, truth is many-sided. You can present that slide around it. So, truth is many-sided. Radhakrishnan, a former president of India, said, truth is many-sided. Different aspects convey different views contain different aspects of it. So it is not that one is wrong and the other is right. That is why in mediation, the mediator is not supposed to sit on judgment as to who is right and who is wrong. Who is right and who is wrong is not a question of concern for the mediator. The mediator should not sit on judgment. The mediator is not even concerned about what is right and what is wrong, in a sense. The mediator is concerned about both the parties reaching an agreement on their own by making them to understand their true interests. Okay. Any other thing that you learned from this activity? All of us have different perspectives. Yes. Yes. Good person. Doesn't matter. Let it come. Yes. Then, why? There is one more reason why, when you saw something as right, you chose that to be right and did not look at the other options. Am I right? See, there is an old saying: the first impression is the best impression. Suppose I want to impress somebody, at the first meeting, if I impress well, I have an advantage over that person. You will carry it. But the first impression need not be the right impression. You saw something at the first instance, so you concluded that it is right. I will give an example. In your school, college, or in your job, you would have met someone for the first time. And at the first meeting, you formed some opinion about her. After dealing with her for 2 weeks, you change your opinion. Has it not happened? Yes. So the first way we look at something need not be always the only or the best way. And the more ways we can view a situation, the more creative we can be. The more creative we can be, and we will find richer solutions to problems. In a sense, see, the differences of opinion in a group is good or bad. Suppose you are working in a law firm, you have got totally 5 people, and on an issue, 5 people have got 4 opinions. Is it good or bad? Good. Good, very good. Anyone doesn't agree it is good? It is good because if all the people have the same point of view, they will see only in one direction and miss something else. So it is good that there is diversity. All of us have different viewpoints. Only thing to make the most of these different viewpoints benefit is to cultivate in us the habit of looking at it from the other person's point of view. For example, some option you had rejected, your neighbor had chosen it, you discussed with her, and then she made you to understand and you were able to see it, isn't it? So now you have got one more perspective. Some people say that if husband and wife have all same opinion on everything, their life will be smooth. Their life will be smooth, but they may one day land up in a ditch. But if they have different opinions, and if they have the generosity to see things from the other's perspective, they will find richer solutions to problems. That is why Henry Ford said, if there is any one secret of success, it lies in the ability to get the other person's point of view and see things from his angle as well as from your own. Now, sometimes in an argument, 2 gentlemen are fighting. One is asking the other, can't you see? Doesn't it happen? Yes. Some people are, no, can't you see? The fact of the matter is, the man who is asking, can't you see, also is not able to see what the other person is seeing. I am seeing what you cannot see, and you are seeing what I cannot see. The moment I try to see it from your perspective, I will find the richest solution to the problem. So I go back to the first prescription of principled negotiation. Separate people from the problem. Be soft on the person and hard on the problem. Even if somebody says something which looks absurd, don't say it is absurd. Try to understand why he says so. Then you will be able to appreciate. Then you will be able to talk in a language that is acceptable to him, and he will accept it. Okay. Any other learning from this you get? Now, the LCD projector is angry with me. So now it is taking it. Doesn't matter, we thought that also we can manage. Any other learning from this? See, there is another important reason why all of us chose different options. The reason is this: though you may be seeing this picture for the first time, something like this frame you had seen earlier and it had got registered in your mind. As a result, a particular option struck your mind quickly. You get my point? Huh? Mindset, yeah, mindset. It is a past experience. Something like this you had seen before, and as a result, you had seen this. Now, this is what happens. We make judgments based on our past experience. Something that happened 1 year ago is sitting in the mind. And when I will give a simple example. A person cheated me 1 year ago. And today I am seeing a new person who is also talking in the same manner in which the other person talked to me. So I jump to the conclusion that this person also may be a cheat. The fact of the matter is this person may not be a cheat. Only the same mannerism is there. So therefore it is very important that every time there is a difference of opinion, we need to have a fresh look at it. The great physicist and Nobel laureate Dr. Albert Einstein was once asked, I think that it appeared on the screen some time ago, why is it that when the mind of man has stretched so far as to discover the structure of the atom, the same man has been unable to bring about world peace? It is a pertinent question in the minds of most of us, isn't it? Man is so intelligent that he was able to make the atom bomb and break the atom apart into 2 pieces. Man is so intelligent that he has landed on the moon and is on the verge of conquering the outer space. But the same man has been unable to bring about world peace. Why? Pat gave the reply from Dr. Einstein. He said, that is simple, my friend. It is because politics is far more complicated than physics. Yes, politics, human relations is far more complicated than physics. That is why Swami Vivekananda said, it is good and grand to conquer external nature, but grander still to conquer internal nature. It is good and grand to know the laws that govern the stars and planets, but grander still to know the laws that govern the passions, the feelings, the will of mankind. So, though it is complicated, difficult, it is possible to prevent and to resolve disputes. If only we understand 3 things. One is the root cause of conflict. Number 2, the mindset which creates conflict, that you saw through this activity. All of us have different perceptions, and if we stick to our perception and refuse to see others' perception, then we will. And number 3, the mindset that prevents and resolves conflict. Life comprises of several differences between and among people, groups and nations. There are cultural differences, situational differences, personality differences. Differences are reality, we cannot avoid them. So if we train our minds to appreciate and to understand the differences that we notice in people, like interests, habits, language, expectations, values, etc., we will be able to understand each other, and to a great extent we can prevent and resolve conflicts. Anything you would like to add to what you learned from this cube about these different perceptions? See, another learning, you will agree with me if I say that opinions are not right or wrong, they are only points of view. See, all the four options are correct. But one's opinion is one of them, another opinion is. So opinions are not right or wrong, they are only points of view. That is why a mediator does not even try to say what is right and what is wrong. Because what is wrong to me may be right to you. It is only a different perception. Opinions are not right or wrong, they are only points of view. That is your point of view and this is my point of view. For example, this is a table. Everyone agrees. I say this table is good. And you ask me why it is good, I give 5 reasons. You may say it is a bad table. And if I ask you, you may also give 5 reasons to say why it is bad. So opinions are not right or wrong, they are only points of view. And if we try to understand the other person's perspective, we'll be able to appreciate that. I will give an example. Many times when we come across a person, say as a colleague or as a party or whatever it is, we find something wrong in that person and try to change that person. And that person doesn't like. Nobody wants to be told by others that he is wrong and he has to change. But instead, if you try to understand that person, instead of trying to change, we will understand also that there is no need to change that person. I need to change my outlook, the way I deal with him. I will give an example. I had a long career in the field of industrial marketing and I had a good time with all my bosses. Except during 1985 to 89, a new boss came. At the first meeting itself, I had a fight with him. Then a few people told me, Sharma, the problem is this. You are a modern professional manager. He is an old timer, the old banyan type of person. And that is why you are not able to deal with him. So I also told myself, I am a modern professional. He is an old timer, and that is why there is a problem. But after 3 months, I found that a few other so-called professional modern managers like me were dealing with him happily. Then I asked myself, if they can deal with him, why am I not able to deal with him? Then I analyzed and found the mistake was mine. I was dealing with him in the same manner in which I was dealing with his predecessors. His predecessors were really modern and professionals. This gentleman is a different type of person. The moment I tried to understand him and fine-tune my language with him, I had a good relationship with him. So instead of trying to change the other person, try to understand the person, then you will understand also there is no need to change him, you have to change your approach to him to prevent that conflict. Now because the LCD is not coming, something I was to present on that, I will say orally and conclude. How many more times? Whereas when he was presiding over the CWC meetings, that is Congress Working Committee meetings, the members of the CWC were very high profile people, highly educated, highly qualified intellectuals, like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Morarji Desai, Lal Bahadur Shastri, and such people. And these gentlemen had very strong differences of opinion on many national issues. For example, an issue is coming up connected to, with the financial matter. Pandit Nehru has an opinion. He was left-leaning, and T.T. Krishnamacharya would support that opinion. V.K. Krishnamenon would support that opinion. Morarji Desai would oppose it. Lal Bahadur Shastri would have a different opinion. Gulzarlal Nanda would also support that opinion. And Kamaraj, and all these people are high intellectuals, highly qualified people. Kamaraj would be very intently listening to everyone. This is exactly what a mediator does. The mediator listens more and speaks less. And he'll be noting down the points of everyone. 1 hour discussion over, and all the people would be wondering, when will this man open his mouth and say something? He is a president. He can intervene any time and speak, but he would not speak. Now, everything is settled down. After some 50 minutes or 1 hour, he would open his mouth. And he would speak for just 4 minutes or 5 minutes, and the issue would be resolved. I will tell you what he used to do in a typical CWC meeting. He would say, this is what Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru said. And this was also the viewpoint of Krishnamacharya and Krishnamenon. Morarji Desai said this. S.K. Patil said this. Gulzarlal Nanda said this. So these 3 viewpoints. In all these 3 viewpoints, one particular factor is common. He will say the common, which so all of you are agreeing on this. And the main difference is on this point between Morarji Desai and Jawaharlal Nehru. Now what Gulzarlal Nanda said, if that is added to this point, I think this should be acceptable to all of them. So he would just present to them what they said. And everyone would be accepting that solution and the meeting would be adjourned. So in mediation also the same thing happens. The mediator doesn't advise. She makes the parties to think, provoke them to think, and discuss in a manner of collaboration. And so mediation is conflict to collaboration. They came with a conflict, then they collaborate to resolve the joint conflict. Okay, now without the projector, I will say one of the episodes I was able to present in that. One person by name Mohan was driving on an upcountry road, and he saw a Maruti Alto car coming against him and he found that the car was in trouble because it swerved to the left and then swerved to the right and again swerved to the left, and it was about to collide with Mohan's car. And to prevent the collision, what Mohan did was he swerved to the left beyond the tar surface, on the mud surface, and stopped the car. And as a result, he prevented the collision. But the driver on the other car, that Maruti also, instead of thanking him, it was a lady driver. When the car came close to Mohan, she looked at him and said, "Pig." And she was a lipstick-coated, bob-cut-haired lady. This information is important, which we will come to know later. Now Mohan got upset. He thought I should give her back in the same way, because she, instead of thanking him, she called him pig. Actually, the mistake was on her part. So he called her back bitch. So tit for tat. He called her, and he had a satisfaction. Generally, this happens when two people are fighting. One man is throwing an abuse at the other, and if the other gets the apt abuse to give back immediately, he feels happy. Oh, I gave him. Suppose he gets the idea after 15 minutes, then he will curse himself. See, this is what I should have said at the time. I did not get the idea. So Mohan was very happy and satisfied. And then he brought the car to the road, and as he was turning to the left, he hit a huge pig. And as he hit it, the pig squealed, and the front wheel jumped, and the hind left wheel also followed to do the same. Then he realized what the lady said. See, the poor lady, she did not have enough time to tell him there is a huge pig, so you be careful. She just told him pig, meaning there is a pig. But he thought that she was calling him pig. Why he thought she was calling him pig? This is how our minds are prejudiced. See, 1 year before this incident, Mohan had a bitter argument with a bob-cut-haired, lipstick-coated lady driver. So that day he came to the conclusion that all bob-cut-haired, lipstick-coated lady drivers are arrogant people. And the second was that morning when Mohan was leaving home to board the car, he had a bitter argument with his wife, and wife angrily called him pig. So he thought today one lady after the other is calling me pig. So it is said that we hear what we want to hear, and we see what we want to see. One more traffic episode I will present and conclude the presentation. Somebody was traveling in a cab, and the passenger tapped the back of the driver to ask a question. Don't we do that? Suppose in a new place you are going in a taxi to ask something nowhere. That is all, he gently tapped the back. Immediately the driver got disturbed, and he went left, and he was about to barge into a shop, and he lost control of the vehicle, and then suddenly applied a brake and said, "You scared me to death." So the passenger apologized. "Sorry, I did not know that gently tapping your back would create such an alarm for you." Then he said, "No sir, that is not your mistake, it is my mistake. Today is my first drive as a cab driver. The last 10 years I have been ferrying dead bodies in a van." So he was ferrying dead bodies in a van for 10 years. So today he also is thinking that there is a dead body behind. So when he tap his back, he got stabbed. So this is the extent to which our minds are getting prejudiced in the past. So we need to live in the present and view the situation fresh. And we have to learn from experience. But situations today are different from what it was. If there is time, I think I have time. I will take another 5 minutes to narrate one more episode. I started my career in 1971 with the Indian Space Research Organization. On the first day I joined the organization, my immediate boss told me that I should be careful with his boss, who was my top boss, because he had a prejudice about me. Then I told him, this is my first job, first day, and I have not seen our top boss. How could he have a prejudice about me? Then he got annoyed. See, Sharma, to help you, I give you an advice. It is up to you to accept the advice or reject it. No, sir, I am accepting your advice. But if you tell me the reason for his prejudice towards me, I will be intelligently careful with him. Then he said it has nothing to do with his knowing you or your knowing him. There is a different story. There was a person by name Sharma in this department. He was a very, very difficult person to deal with. And he made the life of my boss really miserable. He did not get sleep on many nights because of the problems he created in the office. Fortunately for my boss, that Sharma submitted his resignation 2 months ago, and a month ago he was relieved from service. So last 1 month my boss is having peace of mind. And that peace of mind was disturbed when last week he received an inter-office memo from the personal department, what we call HR today was those days called personal department, saying that another Sharma is joining your department. So the moment he saw that note, he called me and screamed, this personal department is taking vengeance upon me. Whenever they get a Sharma fellow, they are sending him to me to take a life out of me. Why don't they distribute the Sharmas to all the departments equally? So I thank you all for the patient listening and active participation. I wish all of you all the best, the very best of luck to become mediators and peacemakers and bring harmony and peace to this world. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm sorry for my late arrival, but ladies always have to make an entrance. Thank you. My name is Magdalene Kinney. I am the chairperson of the Africa-Asia Mediation Association. The association that was founded under the wings of the Bangladesh International Mediation Society. It was founded in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And as its chairperson, I recognize the presence of our core chairman, Mr. Advocate, Senior Advocate Goswami. He's my co-chair. We have several of our council, or you may call it the board, of the AAMA. Priyanka Chakrabarti is here. We have members of the advisory board, such as Mr. Sharma, who you've heard present to you. I see Asha Suresh here, and Mr. Inbal, who is based in India. And so we've really been graced by the Bangladesh chapter to be able to have this conference in Dhaka. The first conference, as I say, was in Dar es Salaam. And as a culture in my country, I do not come without gifts to recognize the contribution that the BIMS, or Bangladesh International Mediation Society, has been extending to develop mediation, not only in Bangladesh, but as you can see, we've got this Asia-Africa network that is really bringing in everyone into this field of practice, a very young field, one that needs to be recognized. And so this kind of work of sensitization and awareness raising is really key to getting on board as many ambassadors of this kind of distribution in the legal fraternity, and also in our societies. Sorry, I ran out of breath because of my situation. So I have a gift for my co-chairman. Our co-chairman, Advocate Goswami, will receive it on behalf of us all as the Africa-Asia Mediation Conference and Association. The gift is right here, and it still has the Emirates sticker to certify that I have just come from the airport. This is our lovely gift from the African chapters. So it's a togetherness here that we've collected ourselves and provided this gift to the Bangladesh chapter for their hard work. So I'd love you to invite Advocate Goswami. So what we have here is something that can be hanged in the Bangladesh chapter offices, just as a reminder that they have a relationship, and a good working relationship with the African chapter. The portrait or the painting itself is a painting of Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest mountain in Africa. It is, of course, situated in Tanzania, and this is the mountain. And that's the peak of Africa, really. And so therefore, this collaboration and synergy that was formulated in 2019 is really looking at its peak, and it proceeds on further upwards by the joint efforts of Africa and Asia. Thank you, Advocate Goswami, and thank you, Bangladesh International Relations. Thank you. So just to maybe now kick on to our session, I was asked to speak on the ADR spectrum. And the ADR spectrum is quite unique, and it keeps developing and transforming over the years. But what I will do is maybe catch on, because I don't have my slides in front of me, catch on first with understanding the fact that we have to recognize that conflict is inevitable, as we've come to learn in our environments and business communities. But what are the most effective, the question we're asking is, what are the most effective means and efficient means of resolving those disputes in a commercial context or in a communal or community-based context? And I'm not sure if I'm audible. Am I speaking too fast? Yeah, no? Fantastic. And so, in looking at the ADR spectrum, and I wish I had the slide, because what I have is really just how it moves from the non-binding ADR options towards the more binding ADR options. So moving from left to right, what you would see is that on the left of that spectrum are the non-binding options. These non-binding options can be made reference to as preventative ADR for some. So at the very outset, and what we encourage lawyers to do is to give a lot of effort in ensuring that the prevention of a dispute is done at the very outset. When you're preparing your contracts, for example, you would anticipate certain risks as a legal practitioner. What we look at is analyze the context of that commercial transaction. We then have a deep dive in terms of understanding whether it's a shipping law or a banking transaction or if a mortgage issue. We understand where the risks are. And that's where your work in preventing a dispute comes in. Remember, a contractual relationship is the bedrock of the foundation of that relationship between two or more parties. And so by using preventative tools, which would be on the non-binding end of the spectrum, you have assisted to cut down or at least reduce the risk of a dispute or conflict arising that would escalate to a dispute if not well managed, right? And so when we're speaking about preventative tools, what kind of options would you have? Does anyone have an option for the parties to consider in terms of a preventative tool? If I had the slide, all the answers would be there. I hope the phone is okay. Yeah? So, preventative tools could be as simple as a corporation or an institution introducing an alternative dispute resolution system within their institution. That is a preventative tool. Having an ADR policy, for example, for a bank, is very crucial because then they know that if there's any dispute that would arise within the bank that they operate, then these are the options that we have in terms of resolving the dispute at each level of that conflict escalation model. Another example of a preventative tool, if not a design system within an institution, could be the option to have or the mandatory requirement for the legal department to include an ADR clause. Whether it be a multi-tiered clause or a single-tiered clause, there's that thought behind that organ or organization that, okay, when we're preparing a contract or engaging in any commercial activity, we will include an ADR clause, an option to mediate, an option to use expert determinations, or use an early neutral evaluation process. And so that's one preventative tool as well. And so having that clause in a contract is a preventative tool. There are other forms of prevention. The other forms of prevention, for example, another example would be in the construction industry, where you find that they are usually deploying means of partnering. And by partnering, what they mean by partnering is that they would join forces in joint discussions to ensure that whatever hiccup has come to life within that construction lifespan of whatever project they're working on has been or will be resolved through that partnering process. So it's a continuous engagement between all the parties involved, because with the construction contracts, there's usually a lot of subcontractors and contractors, main contractors, and so on and so forth. And so that's another form of prevention. And it's used in the construction industry a lot to ensure that the construction actually takes place. As we understand, infrastructure is one that should not be delayed or costs could become very, very unmanageable. Now, when you're shifting now down towards the right, we have these more familiar processes, such as negotiation. Remember, with negotiation, the parties may take part in that negotiation without the involvement of a third-party neutral. A more structured negotiation would be a mediation, where you have facilitated negotiation take form through that mediation procedure. From mediation, which sometimes in some countries we find that they refer to conciliation as well, because they're very similar, but they're not the same. And we'll hear later why they're not the same. So mediation and conciliation probably stand at the same point in the spectrum that I'm speaking about. When we're shifting now towards the right, we'll bump into means of now developing into more sort of less informal processes, such as early neutral evaluations, and then we move on to fact-finding, ombudsman services, where you have ombudsman work out conflict, and then we move to the end of the spectrum, where it is more binding, such as litigation. And prior to litigation, just a step before, would be your arbitration or adjudication process. Now, these are all within that spectrum. But within that same spectrum, there are also combined processes. We call them hybrid processes. And so if you had looked at my little slide here, because it's just one slide, you would see the complexities of those hybrid processes and how they could eat into that spectrum, or the conventional spectrum as we know it. Because they say you could have mediation and then an arbitration, and then, or an arbitration, and within that arbitration have a mediation. And it happens. It happens with the consent of the parties through that mediation, through arbitration. For example, if I was an arbitrator, sitting as an arbitrator, if the parties opt to have my hat removed and have me as a mediator, and with their consent written to be safe, then that's more than doable. Remember, it's a consensual process. And so if they have the consent on the table, it would not prevent you from taking on the hat of a mediator and trying to mediate that situation. But it would be very difficult to move from mediation to being an arbitrator. because of the neutrality aspect. Remember, in mediation, there are aspects where certain times you have caucuses with the parties, and that would be a worrying factor to the parties if we do proceed with Madeline with the arbitration and she's had private sessions with the other part. How neutral and impartial will she be? And so it's questionable. It's a very questionable hybrid process, but it is doable. For example, in our labor laws, in my country, we have a mediation and arbitration commission, for example. We start off with the mediation, and if the mediation does not end up successful, then the party, the employee or the employer initiates an arbitration. But if you look at our rules under those labor arbitration mediation rules, there is still an option for the arbitrator to agree for the parties to attempt mediations once again within the arbitration process. And so it has been done, and it's also been included in some statutory provisions in some countries. So you heard me speak of early neutral evaluation and certain types of other fact-finding or advisory ADR aspects of the spectrum. Those are very much present. Early neutral evaluation, expert determination, sometimes also fact-finding, and mini trials, which somehow give a wider perspective as to the strengths and weaknesses of one's case, and provides for certain, if it's an expert determination, then that determination could be ending to be binding if the parties had agreed that it would be binding, that if the expert determiner gives his decision, we will be bound by his decision. And so it can be binding or non-binding, and so that's why you find it a little bit to the right, but not so much towards the litigation arrow, which is much more binding and imposed and less consensual, or the parties have less control of the process. Remember, in litigation, we are bound by statute. We have the Civil Procedure Code, for example, and we have certain evidentiary rules that we must adhere to. But if you move back to the left, these become less and less of procedures that you have to worry about, as opposed to the far end of the spectrum. So that would be the spectrum. Okay. So what I then had moved on to present was really a much deeper dive into each aspect of the spectrum. I start off with negotiation. And you can stop me when you need me to clarify on anything, okay? So negotiation, as I said earlier, is a voluntary dispute resolution process where two or more would be bargaining between themselves in terms of their interests without involving a third party, as I said earlier. Then it will be conducted either directly by the parties or their representatives. Certain officials would send representatives and give them mandate to negotiate a certain contract, for example. I'm not sure if in Bangladesh you're required to be an accredited negotiator or an accredited mediator. I know you're required to be an accredited mediator, but certain other jurisdictions, such as my country, have also introduced the requirement for negotiators to be accredited as well, which is a big challenge because anyone can be a negotiator. You don't have to be a lawyer, you don't have to have certain skill sets to negotiate well. Why I say that is because I negotiate when I go to the market. It's something that is in my blood. And so you may accredit me or not, but I'm pretty good at it. So it involves discussions, concessions, giving in and giving out, compromising, communicating. If we read the book by William R.I. and Fisher, if I recall their names, that book on negotiation gives us these skill sets and techniques that we want to all achieve, because these skills will also assist in the mediation process. Remember, because as we move on to the next slide, mediation is a more facilitated negotiation now, so it's much more structured. So it's much more structured. With the negotiation, less structured. There's that flexibility on how you would negotiate, compromise, and receive concessions between the parties. And negotiations can happen even via the exchange of emails. We've seen that happen a lot in business, in the business community. And we've seen courts of law uphold contractual agreements that were just by exchange of emails. One saying, okay, I agree. That's a valid contract, as I would say. And it's been proven by certain precedents in several common law jurisdictions. Now, it's also quicker than the other processes. But I've also heard that negotiations could take days. Negotiations could take days. And so it would depend maybe on the complexity of that conflict or dispute on the table. I'm not speaking of the political wing of negotiation, because that's a whole new, completely new chapter. This is more on community-based conflicts or commercial-based conflicts where you use negotiation to resolve the dispute. Because if we're speaking on the political end of diplomacy conflict resolution, it will be slightly much more different, where they have a different structure completely in the negotiation, in negotiating those kind of disputes. Now, with negotiation, again, the parties have to consent to it. So that consensuality of ADR is now also embedded in each process. Negotiation also requires the other party to agree to come to the table and to agree to have the discussions. You cannot have compromises or any agreement without the other party actually playing its part and being live in the debates. Again, they have, with negotiation, if we just quickly look into the process or the stages of negotiation, we would find that you could have maybe 5 stages through the process. You have identifying your arguments, identifying your interests, at the stage where you then inform the other party, these are my interests. I would like 2% interest on this loan. How do we go about it? So you would identify the interest that you have in terms of that particular negotiation. You focus on solution and not positions. That's what they will say. Solutions as opposed to positions. But in most of the negotiation rooms that I've been in, we always find ourselves as lawyers arguing positions as opposed to solutions. And I think that's where the downfall usually is, when the lawyers play their part and have their positions. And so with the negotiation, And as lawyers representing our parties in negotiation, we should be able to come up with a matrix of solutions. Analyze first what you're going to be negotiating for, and have written down in advance your proposal for solutions for certain interests or arguments that you have already crafted. And so that's an analysis, I call, that really works when you walk into that negotiation room and they say, okay, this lawyer did their job. So having options for the parties that you represent is key to a successful negotiation. And then, of course, the famous Butner and Whitener, your best alternative to a negotiated agreement and your worst. You come back to your analysis as a lawyer. Remember, in a case, when you get a docket, you always have to look into your weakness and your strengths. Your weaknesses are where you would now really be able to get your opponent, because once you identify where he's coming to bite you, then you'll be able to counter, and well-prepared counter. And so identifying your best alternative and your worst alternative is very much advised. So now more to a more structured negotiation. This is the mediation. And the Center for Effective Dispute Resolution, this is CEDAR, if you've heard of it, it's based in London, says that, and I'm sure you've heard this from previous presentations, mediation is a flexible process conducted confidentially. So these flexibility, confidentiality by a third or a neutral party. So that's your third element for mediation. You're a third neutral party. You're not involved at all in that particular dispute. And your job is to assist the parties. Assist the parties in working towards a negotiated agreement. So what comes at the end of mediation would be a negotiated settlement agreement. A negotiated settlement agreement. With that negotiated settlement agreement, it will be much more, it will have ability to be implemented in a much more efficient manner, because the parties had the ultimate control in their agreement. It was not imposed. It was not advised that maybe do this so that you can settle. They themselves crafted their own negotiated agreement through your assistance, through your facilitation. And so that neutral, what they really do is facilitate a dialogue between the parties. But there are certain types of mediation, I'm sure you would learn more, that allow for some sort of evaluative approach, a transformative approach, yeah? Or a more strictly based, facilitated approach, which is what I've been taught as a practitioner. The facilitated approach as opposed to the voluntary or transformative and so on and so on approach. So that's mediation. I keep on looking up, I don't know why. It's right here. That's mediation. And I think we also noted that we would have to speak about conciliation because of its confusion that it brings in that spectrum. Because remember, in certain jurisdictions they use conciliation and mediation. Or some have opted, and some scholars have written a lot about this, and so it's pretty confusing because there's a lot of lenience to what conciliation is. Some jurisdictions have opted that we will go on with mediation and leave out conciliation completely. This is the UK, the United Kingdom, for example. In India, I think they use them interchangeably, mediation and conciliation. In my country, I have no idea. We've got a mess. But we're doing mediation. We're not doing conciliation. That I know. Why do I know that? Because even though it's considered a type of mediation, still using a neutral party, who we refer to as a conciliator, who still meets the parties, but meets the parties separately to try and resolve the dispute. Remember, with the mediator, you've got that joint meeting. And I'm sure the process will come later. I'm not sure if you've done the process already. You've done the process, the mediation process? Okay. I thought I was spoiling the surprise. Okay. Okay. So they meet the conciliator separately to try and resolve their differences. Then, with conciliation, it differs from mediation in that the main goal is to conciliate most of the time by seeking concessions. So the conciliator is much more attempting to seek concessions from the parties as opposed to facilitating their dialogue towards a solution. So we may not use it interchangeably because of those differences in process and approach. What the conciliator does and what the mediator does are very much different in form. Now, what about an early neutral evaluator? What does that do? Can anyone tell me just from its name? Early neutral evaluator.
A primary investigation into what the party's position is, and then give probably a summary on how to approach the matter.
Pretty much that's it. And where would you find this process in common law systems? Okay. Would you find it in your civil procedure code? No. Okay. You wouldn't find it there, right? So this is also an alternative dispute resolution process. A process that is something that is out of the court system altogether. And that neutral provides a non-binding evaluation of the case at hand and tells you, I've looked at this case, I've evaluated the scenario, and these are my findings in terms of how the case would play out. It's a very good document to have, even if you're going to proceed with the mediation, because it will give you the wider picture of where your fall is and where your upper hand is. And so you'd find, I think I've just concluded one last year. We had agreed to do an early neutral evaluation. We appointed a retired judge to look into the matter. They provided us with a report. The other part was still very hesitant to let it go, and so he went on to say, let's go on with what we'd agreed on our contract, which is mediation. And so, because during that mediation process, we already knew the strengths that we had on our part because of that evaluation report that we had, I think it made it a much more smoother process to getting a settlement from the other parts after having to really have a dialogue, but using the report as our key reference throughout that dialogue. So it may assist in the mediation process because you have a neutral analysis of your matter prior to your mediation. And so I would encourage it, especially in a more complex setting where you need when you need assistance in decision making, and that's really where mediation comes in. You have to make a decision, and that decision is really up to the parties themselves. And so having it is a great starting point. Okay. But we should all understand that it is still voluntary. It is still informal because it would still be on the more on the left hand as opposed to the right hand of the spectrum. It would be confidential, so the features of ADR will still be embedded in this process, even though the neutral evaluator would do their work, but their process would still be confidential in all aspects, unless, of course, the parties agree otherwise. And that's where the default is, or the opt-in is, in terms of confidentiality in our system. What about expert determination? What's the difference there between expert determination and early neutral evaluation?
A professional, let's say a doctor gives a report on a medical case, that would be considered an expert.
Okay, thank you. That's pretty much it. And what is your name, sir? Imran. Okay, thank you, Imran. Imran has made it very clear to understand what an expert determination is. He's correct. It's using an expert to determine a dispute. It can be binding or non-binding. So when you're appointing that expert determiner, you will agree whether his decision will be binding or not binding. And this is something for which we're just seeing now being deployed in certain contracts, especially in my practice where I just started seeing it over the past 2-3 years because of the pandemic and then predictability of pandemics. We start seeing more innovative approaches to determining disputes in a more cost-efficient manner, such as expert determination. And this procedure is short. It's shorter, such as an early mutual evaluation. And it is really could be done by either one expert or a tribunal of experts, depending on the dispute that needs to be determined. It can be designed to give it a 360 approach. So if you need more than one expert determiner, you may appoint more than one, depending on the dispute and the kind of expertise that is required. Again, its main features are that it will still have to be consensual. Because remember, when you're appointing an expert determiner, you still have to agree whether that decision or determination from him would be binding or non-binding. Who would pay the fees of the expert determiner? Who would, if they're going to be shared, then that would be written in that contract with the expert determiner. Similar in a way when you appoint a mediator or an arbitrator, where you agree that there will be an agreement to mediate. A mediator is X, Y, Z. We've agreed that the hourly fee for the mediator will be $150 per hour, and so on and so forth. So that consensual approach to it has to be present. along, of course, with choosing the kind of expert or the expert if it's not already predetermined in the contract. So what I've seen most of the times is that that particular part of the contract suggesting for an expert determiner will say the expert has to have 15 years experience. They will have to be certified by a certain board or a certain association of some sort. And so if you have that, it will be easy to agree to who to appoint. But if the clause is silent on those features, then it will take quite a process for you to both agree to Imran to be your expert determiner, for example. So, again, ombudsman would also be there on the spectrum. Ombudsmen, these are much more advisory processes, and it's also recognized as an ADR tool. So I'll skip to the arbitration, reminding of time. I'll speak to the fact that after the ombudsman or consensus building, fact finding, which we've spoken about, mini trials, they're not very common in common law countries. I think it's much more of the Americans that have mini trials and settlement conferences. We do have settlement conferences in common law jurisdictions, but they're much more embedded in the judicial system as opposed to the alternative or out-of-court processes. And so you still recognize them as being part and parcel of the ADR spectrum if they're done out of court and agreed by the parties. With an arbitration now we turn to more formal process, but yet must also be consensual. Remember, with an arbitration, it is a creature of the contract. One has to have an arbitration agreement for there to be a trigger to move a matter or a dispute between you to an arbitration. Of course, there are certain instances where you find parties post a dispute can also enter an agreement to arbitrate, but that's very rare. It's very difficult once the parties have gone into hiatus in their dispute that they will sit on the table and say, okay, let's go to an arbitrator. Let's agree to arbitrate now. So that's why we always have to advise parties to include the dispute resolution mechanism at the very outset as a preventative tool to having disputes, not having any channel of resolution process. So it's a quasi-judicial process. Why I say it's a quasi-judicial process? Because the arbitrator really does adjudicate the case, and in a private setup as opposed to within the judicial wings or under the judicial wings. And so it's a quasi-judicial process, and the decision of that arbitral tribunal is final and binding on parties. And so that's already a more binding process as opposed to those which are mediation, where you have a negotiated settlement agreement that is binding in terms of contractual aspects, but not recognized as a judgment or as a court order, I would say. And so those are the differences in terms of non-binding to the binding aspects of the process that is arbitration. If we move towards the end, we'll find that we would see litigation. Why is litigation still on the spectrum? Because it's still a means of resolving a dispute. But it should not, some argue, or some scholars would say that it should not be included in the spectrum, because that is the opposite of what we're trying to say, alternative to the courts, but it's still considered to be an appropriate dispute resolution in certain kinds of disputes. I'm sure in Bangladesh there's certain disputes that you cannot mediate. There's certain disputes that you cannot turn the table to an arbitrator, non-arbitrable matters or non-negotiable matters, such as criminal cases that are heinous crimes of some sort that cannot be negotiated. And so that's where we argue that litigation should still remain, because it's still an appropriate means of resolving a dispute where you find that there is a lack or a mandatory provision by statute that requires you to do so. Okay. We spoke of hybrid processes, and I think we've captured the fact that all the processes that we've spoken about, from fact-finding to mediation to reconciliation, negotiation, all can be used in a tiered approach. You can start from the non-binding end to the more binding end. Remember, at any point, you may be able to resolve the dispute entirely or partly. Why I say partly is because if you go into a mediation and your tiered approach or your multi-tiered ADR clause says you start off with mediation, and in a mediation you are able to drop 3 items of a dispute through those negotiations, then really that cuts down the work towards maybe the next step which you've agreed to, which is an arbitration where there you have your issues remaining could be 2, as opposed to the starting point where you had 5 issues on the table. So, 2 issues moved into arbitration, that would cut the cost, cut the time, and have both parties in good standing in certain aspects of that dispute. So, having to use the appropriate dispute resolution clause or method, as I said earlier, you have to consider, as we noted, the character of the dispute. Is the dispute arbitrable? Is the dispute amenable to mediation, or is it not? So using that mindset, looking into that character of the dispute. And then, of course, the features of the parties, dealing with difficult people, identifying that you're dealing with difficult people, and knowing whether that process could work or not. There's certain things that wouldn't. For example, I had one prior minister in my country who was negotiating a pretty much big issue, who said, we're dealing with difficult people, and so I am not going to give it a go. I'm not even going to turn up to those negotiations because we certainly know they're not going to budge. And so you may have that kind of setting where you're dealing with certain features of personalities. And so you need to consider which option is best. Maybe the negotiation will be so soft that they won't be able to walk away. And so when you're drafting a clause, you could consider a more binding process, such as an arbitration, where they will be mandatorily required to do so and adhere to the contract. The financial status of the parties. It's a very important factor to consider. And also the financial weight of that dispute. Because a $500 dispute going to an arbitration, that cost efficiency won't, or cost benefit won't weigh very well. Because with an arbitrator, you have to pay their fees. You have to pay your lawyer's fees. And it's a $500 dispute. And so you have to look into those factors very clearly, understanding that what kind of method would work well for this kind of financial level of dispute. In terms of the financial status of the people involved, I have a good example. I had an employment dispute referred to me to private arbitration. So we have a system in the country, but this came to me as a private arbitrator. It was an employment dispute. An employee versus an employer. The upper hand, of course, in financial arm or strength is the employer. The employee has no means to pay for arbitration fees or the facilities that are required. And so what we found, what came to play in terms of this arbitration is that the employer refused to pay the arbitrator's fee, and the employee was able to pay their half of their employment arbitrator's fee. So it came as a surprise that to the employer that the employee was able to pay and deposit the $500 towards the arbitrator's fees. So what the employer did was run off to the courts and say, okay, we've got an arbitration before Ms. Madeline. It's an employment dispute. Employment disputes are not supposed to be charged at a fee. And that the employee was able to pay her fees, and so now she's no longer impartial and independent because the employee has already paid her off. So that's where you find the power play comes in, because he's now the employer intimidating the employee for not to avoid them trying to get justice in terms of that matter. So they've run off to court, and the matter before me is suspended until the courts have come back to me to say whether I should have charged or whether the employee should have paid or the employer should have paid for the fees. And so those are the challenges you face, especially where there is a financial imbalance between the parties. The employer not having expected the employee to be able to pay, and so caught by surprise, they've run off to court saying that the employee should have not paid my fees. Time limits. Time limits are also to be considered. Whether that ADR mechanism is appropriate or not depends on the time also for certain disputes. For example, construction, as we said earlier, time is of essence with constructions. And so they find that they would use a process called adjudication, construction adjudication. It's a much shorter process, similar to arbitration, only this adjudication construction process has a time limitation to when the adjudicator should render their decision, usually 28 days. Very short time span. And so you find yourself with the nature of the dispute, or character of the dispute being a construction dispute. You look at the fact that time is of essence for this construction dispute, and so therefore adjudication should be our first stop in terms of getting an adjudicator who would determine the matter within 28 days using a document-only process. Of course, if the adjudicator feels that they require a hearing, if they require a hearing, then they will call the parties for a hearing of that matter. But usually you would find that construction adjudicators would use the documents to determine a dispute as opposed to having a hearing at all. The duration of the relations between the parties. What happens in a mediation? A mediation brings the parties back together. This is what we love about mediation. It gives the parties an opportunity to mend their relations. So if the parties had a long-standing relation and this one issue has come between them, you would explore means of ensuring that that relationship endures and parties are provided with an option to build on or create other avenues to ensure that the relationship doesn't break down entirely. So mediation could be a best option, especially if you consider that the parties had an enduring, a long relationship, a long-lasting relationship, and it needs to be preserved. Yeah. Lastly, of course, the level of conflict escalation. If I had my slide here, you would find that the level of conflict escalation take several stages. At the very beginning of a conflict, it's much more easier to be able to mend the relationship between the parties. But if it escalates to a situation where each part is facing the opposite side completely, then intervening with a third party neutral would be a difficult task to do. And so you have to ensure to determine at what point are we in this particular conflict by looking at the stages of conflict in a conflict spectrum as well, or continuum, we call it, the stages of conflict. And so that would be would enable you to determine what is appropriate and what is not. If the dispute is too ripe, then very ripe, then you would have to use a more binding process, maybe, depending on the nature and the other aspects that we've spoken about. Now, to end my presentation, because I have 2 minutes left, would be whether, and we've touched on it slightly, where ADR may not be appropriate. We spoke about certain matters that cannot be channeled through these other streams. But there's also issues of precedent. Certain matters requiring precedent to be set. And certain jurisdictions have also considered this, where there is issues of precedent being set, then they would probably welcome you to the courts as opposed to being at a neutral party table. Where you require maybe intervention in terms of evidence procurement, where you see that there's an issue of evidence that might arise, that could also give you an avenue towards the courts as opposed to the ADR mechanism. Of course, at the very outset, the first question my clients would ask me, is this enforceable? Because at the end of the day, they need to know that they can enforce if the party, if they win and they have a negotiated, for example, settlement agreement. The minute you tell them that it is not enforceable, mediation usually drops in the discussion, especially for countries who have not yet entered into this new convention, the Singapore Convention, which you speak, Mr. Inbal will speak about. Or have you already? Okay. Then there are issues of policy. Public policy is something that is also to be considered. And that also eats into whether ADR is appropriate or not. There are also rules of natural justice, where there's a party that cannot or will be affected if they do not take part. That is a consideration that one needs to have in terms of the appropriateness of an ADR process as opposed to not. And so whether that absence of that third party would give an adverse effect to them, not having their presence in those proceedings. And of course, there are certain issues of confidentiality we spoke about. The ADR processes are confidential unless there's an opt-out by the parties. Now, what if that kind of dispute requires public record, public interest, and so therefore, well, the public at large should be at least in the loop, and so that also could be a factor that ADR may not be appropriate. And then, of course, we spoke of the criminal allegations or criminal aspects of things that could be or not ADR friendly, I would say, criminal matters. But of course, we've seen most of our systems, and I think the Commonwealth are pitching towards restorative justice, which we wouldn't call ADR because it's more of a restorative approach to the criminal justice system, but it would not fall in alternative dispute resolution as we have presented it today. I think with that, because of the time, I will end my presentation and I'm open to questions as to the ADR spectrum presented. Yes, Imran?
On the question of enforceability, I mean, for me it seems to be the biggest, the most weak point in terms of the left side of the spectrum, where I can, if I reach settlement agreement and I wake up the next day and say, oh, I don't want to deal with it anymore, then what would you suggest to bring that difficult party to follow through with what was agreed on yesterday?
That's a tough question. So what we would usually do when they default, because they will default, there will be breach of contract. Remember, it's a settlement agreement. The word agreement is contract. So once they breach, the default position at this point in time is either you were clever enough to have a consent award made. So once you've negotiated, you have your consent award, you hold on to your consent award. It's a very good question because I'm facing a big trouble right now, because in 2017, I had a matter involving a mining company and an petroleum business supplier. So the petroleum supplier supplied to the mining company petroleum for them to be able to operate the machines for quite a while, from 2014 to 2016. They were not being paid. So for about a year and a half, they were delivering petrol or petroleum, and invoices were not being paid. We got the case from our client with the petroleum company. We saw there was an arbitration clause. We ran off to the arbitration. We issued the notice. We agreed to an arbitrator. Both parties agreed to an arbitrator. We sat before the arbitrator for our first meeting. The mining company, Canadian-based, said, we're willing to negotiate. So can we halt the arbitration process for us to negotiate out of the process and then come back to the mediator so that we can end, to the arbitrator so we can end the procedure and not go through a full-blown arbitration. I was very happy, cut my job in half. So we negotiated and we settled. They agreed to pay in installments, about $550,000. We cut it up into 5 pieces, 100, 100, 100, and so on. But, cleverly, we posed that they would pay the arbitrator's fee, that's okay, well and good, and that the arbitrator would record the settlement as a consent award. That was the best move ever. Because until today, I've just left a winding up proceeding of that same company, and I have a consent award that has already turned into a court decree, because I went straight to enforcement in terms of recognition and enforcement. And so I have upper hand just below the creditors, the secured creditors. because I have a court decree issued in 2017, via that consent award. So if you're in that situation and you find that the other part, and that's why I say look at the people you're dealing with, look at the parties you're dealing with. If you anticipate that you will negotiate a settlement agreement and they might default, have your backup in that agreement. So your backup is recording it as a consent award. Your backup is also, if they default, there's interest, right? Certain things like that. And then another option, if they breach the contract, is going back to the same old process, the civil procedure, where you sue for breach of contract. That will take way longer. But that's the other option, unless, of course, the country is a Singapore Convention country. So those are the two that I can think of right now. I know there's a third one, but it's dropped off my mind. Yeah. Any questions? Any more questions?
If you default being a party of the Singapore Convention, then what happens then? If we are a signatory or party to it, and we default,
You default being a party to the Singapore Convention.
if we are a signatory to it, and we come under an agreement based on the SIAC rules or whatever, and then we decide to default on that, then is the mechanism only the local jurisdiction, or we can somehow involve the...
Yeah, you're very much. You know, the Singapore Convention acts in its very odd way, very similarly to the New York Convention that works on arbitral awards, the foreign arbitral awards. And so with the Singapore Convention, what it tells you really is that you've got the passport to the world, but it will only be limited to the states that have already been signed up to that convention. And so you can really go to any state where you will find that, okay, this particular defaulter has assets located in South Africa. South Africa is a Singapore Convention state, and so therefore you may lodge your settlement agreement there for it to be recognized and enforced. Yeah. So it wouldn't have to be in Bangladesh itself. And that's why it's an open passport, basically, to allow you to enable your client to enforce and be able to retrieve and get their monies back in that kind of way. Yeah? Oh, is that okay? Any other contribution?
You have been saying about some issues that are not based on media, like the issues goes against public policy, which are of criminal offense or public interest. What if we find an issue that goes against public interest, that is a criminal offense, not negotiable, specifically mentioned in law or code, but the parties are interested to negotiate, they are interested to settle. Even after the case is already placed in court and the documentation has been documented and it is already public document. So what if the parties are interested to solve the issue in area?
Well, if the parties consensually agree to that process and there is no statutory provision that hinders them, remember there are certain hindrances in certain statutes that will hinder you from doing so. If there is no such statutory provision and the parties have consented and consensually agreed to negotiate their way out of that conflict, then it's doable. And we see it happen in our communities in terms of cases that I, for one, will never go into negotiations, but you'd find persons in the community that are willing to offer their hand and and forgive, for example, or offer an apology to the other, and give their acceptance to whatever that would resolve the issue. And we've seen this in many lights. I think neighborhood disputes, where you find that a good example would be when for example, your plot of land ends here, and I come and build my wall just right inside your wall. I find I've been in a situation where they agree. You've already built the wall. You've spent maybe 10 million shillings to build the wall, and so we can agree to compensate each other for the lost maybe 1 inch or 2 of your plot of land. And that's doable. But in real situations, you have to call the municipal, you have to call the land registry, you have to involve the villagers and so on and so forth. But if they can agree as neighbors and sign off on it and lodge the documentation to the land registry that there are these certain amendments to our dimensions, to our block dimensions, then it's happened before and it can be done. I think another issue you bring up is plea bargaining. We've seen this in the criminal justice system, especially for money laundering cases and corruption cases, where those who have been caught doing these acts of money laundering or bribery and so on and so forth are charged with huge sums of money of debt towards either the government or whomever. They can enter into plea bargains with the other party. So if the other party is the government is willing to say, okay, we're happy to discuss a plea bargain with you. How much would you pay out of this $1 billion that you've embezzled? They'll agree to it, and it will be part of the way of releasing the chap from jail, for him to be able to pay the sums agreed to pay in time as agreed in plea bargain. And plea bargain, I think, is something that happens in most jurisdictions, and it's something that the parties have to agree to it for it to be done, and it's allowable under law. If it's allowed under law. We never saw it until an act came into play that said, okay, one can propose for a plea bargain and the other can enter into those plea bargain negotiations. Yeah. So there are certain examples, yes, you can. Okay, I think this is it. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed coming into Dhaka, and I hope that we'll be enjoying the rest of the days for our training. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhushan. Honorable guest of honor, Chairperson of Africa Asia Mediation Association. Ms. Madeline King, International Arbitrator and Mediator. Mr. S. N. Goshami, eminent senior lawyer of Bangladesh Supreme Court and Chairman of Bangladesh International Mediation Society. Ms. Yoshra Ayo Sona, Director of BEAMS, Middle East. Mr. K. Sharma, International Arbitrator and Mediator. And I'd like to thank Mr. Sharma for his remembering the struggle of independence in 1971. I extend my thankful gratitude to Mr. Sharma on behalf of Bangladesh. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. At the very outset, I consider it a great honor and privilege for me to address before you as the chief guest of the inaugural session of Conference on Mediation, jointly organized by EMA Bangladesh Chapter and Bangladesh International Mediation Society. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference in the midst of a galaxy of international arbitrators and mediators from different countries of the world I'm really pleased to be here with you today for giving me the opportunity to share my experiences with you. Dear participants, I know you have already started your training for accredited mediators organized by BIMS. The distinguished trainers have already discussed about mediation and other related issues on mediation, and will discuss more until 28 November 2023. However, I'd like to give some of the tips on mediation very precisely in the context of Bangladesh as well as on international perspective. In modern world, alternative dispute resolution has become very popular as an alternative route for reaching a speedier and less expensive mode of settlement of disputes. It includes mediation, arbitration, negotiation, and conciliation. You have heard already from Ms. Yoshra all these 4 items already. Mediation is not something new in this subcontinent. Like India, Bangladesh had also for ages utilized a system called the Panchayat system. This type of traditional mediation continues to be utilized even today in villages, which is called Shalish. Also in pre-British India, mediation was popular among businessmen. Impartial and respected businessmen called Mahajans were requested by business association members to resolve disputes using an informal procedure which combined both mediation and arbitration. So, what is mediation? It's a very simple word. It is a process where a neutral and independent third person, a mediator, help the parties to reach parties in a dispute to reach their own solution. In fact, mediator acts as a shuttle diplomat between the parties and exchanges offers and counter offers between them. The parties usually agree who will be the mediator for their dispute, except in court and its mediation. The beauty of mediation is that in mediation, each party has the opportunity to voice their own point of view. The mediator helps the parties to focus on the real issues of the dispute and explore options to resolve them. They do not take sides. The mediator does not impose a solution or give tactical advice. The parties have ultimate control over the outcome of mediation. The parties and not the mediator are the focal point of the mediation process. So we know what is mediation now. In contrast to court proceedings, which are open to the public, the mediation process is private and confidential. Anything said or produced as evidence at a mediation session cannot be used in later hearing except in exceptional circumstances. It is duty of all the parties to mediation to participate in good faith. Now, who can be a mediator? There is no strict requirement for that. However, usually mediators come from various professional backgrounds and have undergone training in mediation skills and techniques. A mediator is not an adjudicator. Mediator must possess certain qualities such as highest standard of honesty, integrity in conduct, behavior, maintain neutrality, objectivity, and not judgmental. He must have patience, persistence, perseverance, good communication skills, open-mindedness, flexible in nature. Mediator, in fact, is a guide who helps the parties to find their own solution to the dispute, and he works as a peacemaker, and therefore they must have the above qualities. There are mainly 2 types of mediation: court and ex mediation, which is a form of alternative dispute resolution, whereby cases which are brought to court for litigation are referred to mediation for possible settlement. That means court and ex mediation is conducted while the cases are still pending in court. This is done by a court order. Private mediation. In private mediation, qualified mediators offer their services after receiving their fees on a private basis to the court, to members of the public, to members of the commercial sector, also to the government sector, to resolve dispute through mediation. I've heard that you have already gone through the process of mediation, and according to international standard, there are sometimes the 5 or 6 stages to divide the state. So I better skip over this topic. Where the law failed to ensure justice, then equity came to fill the gap. Mediation as an alternative dispute resolution is an equitable process which ensures easy access to justice. There are many advantages of mediation rather than going for a prolonged litigation. In mediation, the parties have control over the mediation process in terms of its scope and outcome. There's the right to decide whether to settle or not and the terms of settlement. Mediation is participating. Parties get an opportunity to present their case in their own words and directly participate in the negotiation. The process is voluntary and any party can opt out of it at any stage if he feels that it is not helping him. The self-determining nature of mediation ensures compliance with the settlement rates. The procedure is speedy, efficient, and cheaper. It is simple, flexible, and time-bound. The process is conducted in an informal, cordial, and conducive environment. It is a fair process and preserves peaceful relationship between the parties. Mediator is impartial, neutral, and independent. As you know, the process is confidential, which is a big advantage for both the parties. The main focus in mediation is on resolving the dispute in a mutually beneficial settlement. It allows creativity and promotes finality. The disputes are put to rest fully and finally, as there is no scope for any appeal or revision and any further litigation, as per Section 89A of the Code of Civil Procedure. I don't know whether you have gone through this Section 81A right now, but if you go to the Section 89A of the Code of Civil Procedure, you'll find that there is a lot of advantages set out in the section. Refund of court fees is permitted as per the rules in the case of settlement in court-preferred mediation. Further, it is without prejudice, that is, what is said by you or by the party will not be used against you as evidence if your case proceeds to trial. Finally, helps to reduce pressure on judiciary. It is like win-win situation for both the parties. In the event of failure to settle the dispute, the report of the mediator does not mention the reason for the failure. The report will only say not settled. The mediator cannot be called upon to testify any proceeding or to disclose to the court as to what transpired during the mediation. Now let us see the provisions relating to alternative dispute resolution in our legal system. There are a number of legislation in Bangladesh that have specifically provided for the provisions relating to ADR, particularly mediation and arbitration in civil matters. In Contract Act 1872, Section 28, the Code of Civil Procedure 1908, the Muslim Family Laws Ordinance 1961, the Family Courts Ordinance 1985, the Arbitration Act 2001, the Occurring Adalat Act 2003, the Income Tax Ordinance 1984, the Value Added Tax Act 1991, the Customs Act 1969, Conciliation of Disputes Board Act 2004, the Village Courts Act 2006, the Labour Act 2006, the EPZ Trade Union and Industrial Relation Act 2004, the Real Estate Development and Management Act 2010. All this act, they have the provision of alternative dispute resolution. Especially in the Civil Procedure Code, in Bangladesh, the legislature incorporated mediation and arbitration provisions in the Code of Civil Procedure (1998) by way of amendments in Section 89A to 89E of the Code. I hope that all of you will go through it properly. The Amended Act of 2003 introduces the court and its mediation and arbitration as integral part of the civil proceedings in Bangladesh. However, at that time it was the discretionary power of the court to explore the scope of mediation. Later on, the Act went through another amendment in 2006 that introduced the provision of mediation even at the appellate stage, Section 89C of the Code of Civil Procedure. The code was amended in 2012 and that the mediation system made mandatory in civil proceeding, and it was again amended in 2017. That made provision to refer the dispute or disputes to the concerned legal aid officer. The main advantage of this section is that it restricts the time frame to 60 days from the day on which the court is so informed or a mediator is appointed by the court, as the case may be, within which the mediation process must be concluded. The court may, however, on its own motion or upon a general request preferred by parties, extend the time period for another 30 days. So in total, 90 days plus 7 days time for passing necessary order, according to Order 23, Rule 3 of the Code of Civil Procedure. The parties will always have the option to get back to the stage of formal judicial process from which the dispute has been sent for mediation. In case of court-initiated mediation, the same court shall not hear and dispose the suit if the court continues to be presided over by the same judge. The parties will get back the entire amount of money paid as court fees during the institution of the suit, and the court will issue a certificate to that effect. Once an agreement is reached and executed by the parties, the same is considered to be final, and no party will be permitted to reopen the same either way of fresh suit or by way of appeal or revision. Now, earlier in criminal litigation in Bangladesh, Medlin had told something about that criminal matters is difficult to mediation. That is correct, actually. In Bangladesh, there is a provision in Section 345 of Code of Criminal Procedure. It enacts provision for compromise in the compoundable offences only. Section 345(1) provides the list of offences which can be compounded without the permission of the court, and Section 345 subsection 2 provides the list of offences which can be compounded only with the permission of the court. In this connection, I would like to refer the decision in 1983 in the case of Mount Jainal and versus Ms. Mount Dostam Ali and others, reported in 36 DLR Appellate Division, page 240. Our former Honorable Chief Justice of Bangladesh, late Justice Badrul Haider Chaudhry, stated that they encourage settlement of dispute either by panchayat or by arbitration or by way of compromise, and if it is a criminal offence, the offence can be compounded within the limit of Section 345 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. In another decision, in the case of Nur Mahmood versus State, reported in 29 BLT, Appellate Division, page 29, our Honorable Mr. Justice Muhammad Iman Ali, while disposing a 35 years old criminal case, delivered the landmark judgment where he stressed the need to solve problems through mediation in criminal matters for the compoundable offences. In his judgment, he suggested that the judges should consider the provision of Probation of Offenders Ordinance 1960, which is applicable both in the lower court as well as in the higher court. Now, consequently, mediation cases have many significant advantages over traditional lawsuits. It is quicker, less expensive, less formal, confidential, preserves relationships, greater flexibility and control, better result, and greater compliance. Attending mediation can give the parties valuable insight into the opposing party's position and help to narrow the issues that need to be addressed at trial. Now, Peace and development are interrelated. Development may come in different forms: politically, socially, culturally, educationally, economically. Increased commercial activities also bring about economic development. The various forms of development need a peaceful environment to sustain them. And in that case, mediation is becoming a more peaceful and internationally accepted solution in order to international conflict as well. International mediation in violent national conflict has long been undertaken by the United Nations, the African Union, and other multilateral organizations. In Africa alone, over the past 3 decades, mediators have labored to end deadly conflict in Angola, Burundi, the Comoros, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Liberia, Madagascar, Rwanda, Somalia, Sudan, Uganda, and Zimbabwe. So we can see that mediation has vital role to resolve deadly national conflict between the countries as well. Now, from my point of view, I have identified some reasons that why mediation is not working properly in Bangladesh. One is the non-cooperation of the lawyers. It is true. They think that they will lose money if they go for mediation. Ignorance, absence of trained mediators, lack of mediation centers, change of mentality, and no specific law for mediation like Arbitration Act 2001. It is fact that in our country, the lawyers do not want to cooperate with the court of mediation due to fear of losing their income. My view is that a standard amount of fees for the lawyers may be set for mediation for a better result. Another thing is public awareness need to be created for promoting mediation in Bangladesh. To that effect, special programs on mass media like radio, TV channels, and newspapers may be featured. Social media like Facebook may also be a tremendous help in this regard. Additionally, the legal aid office in the district court can also work as a cell in informing people about the benefits of mediation. We need to build mediation center in every district. You will be surprised that India has over 40,000 mediation centers. Recently, Supreme Court Mediation Center has been established, where we are doing the conference now. So it is a plus point. The journey has already started. Adequate training for mediators and arbitrators should be arranged from time to time. What the BEAMS are doing now, I thank BEAMS for doing this course training program for the lawyers and other people. More steps should be taken to train the lawyers, and they will be encouraged to be a professional mediator in addition to their legal practice. So if you are a mediator, then you have an opportunity to work internationally as well. Now I will focus on something on online mediation. We know that since 2020, due to pandemic, whole world was in crisis. The functioning of the courts have been particularly hindered all over the world. All the courts are functioning virtually in Bangladesh. However, methods of alternative dispute resolution like mediation can provide better results in that situation. The Western countries are increasingly using different forms of technology and online dispute resolution platform for mediation, which allow the parties to negotiate remotely, maintaining social distancing by virtually using smartphone, tablet, computer, or other similar technology, practically from any location. So you understand that the online mediation is very fruitful as well. It saves the time and is very helpful during the pandemic situation. Now, delaying disposal cases is become common culture in our court system. It is also keep in mind that mediation is not going to solve all the problems of formal adjudication system as a panacea, but it is true that if properly utilized to its proper sense and spirit, it can significantly help to reduce the backlog of cases. Bangladesh is a party to the New York Convention. In early days after independence, arbitrations in Bangladesh were governed by Arbitration Act 1940. In order to rectify shortcomings, Bangladesh enacted the Arbitration Act 2001 based on the ancestral model law. However, now for practical reasons, arbitration is not working properly in Bangladesh. Most of the arbitration took around 7 to 10 years to come to a conclusion. Another problem is that arbitration award is not final. As against this, there is a provision to challenge the arbitration award, and it can go up to the appellate division. So you understand that it will take a lot of time. Contrary to arbitration, as you know, that no appeal or revision lies in the compromise decree or order, which has been resolved through mediation. If you go to section 89A, then you will find it very clearly, in clear words. So it is like win-win situation. Less formal, less expensive, and time bound by law. As I mentioned earlier, that in total 97 days, mediation can be completed. Therefore, considering the above advantages, in the context of Bangladesh, I believe mediation will be the best possible options to overcome the backlog of cases. Now, it is very natural that everything has good and bad sides. In mediation, some difficulties that there are no guarantees about the success of mediation. If the other side is adamant that they are right, refuses to listen what you have said, or won't agree to mutually beneficial terms, then the case could end up going to court anyway. Sometimes you might want to go public, as because the mediation is confidential, but in some cases this might not work in your favor. If you have been accused of something publicly, then you may want the public vindication that comes with a court case, which you have already heard from Ms. Madeline Kane, that sometimes if there is a criminal charge or anything else, you might go to public or for court trial. Yeah, because mediation process is confidential. Now, our economy is developing very rapidly, bringing its business into close contact with the outside world. Many foreign companies are now investing in Bangladesh. Therefore, effective steps towards alternative dispute resolution is needed to make Bangladesh an investment-oriented country. I believe that Bangladesh government will continue to strongly support the use of mediation and arbitration and encourage the efforts to develop the field of mediation through research, studies, and training, and will help to create a better business-friendly environment by establishing an international mediation academy in Bangladesh. Also, I think it's a high time for Bangladesh to be a signatory of Singapore Convention. The United Nations General Assembly adopted the convention on 20 December 2018. It is known as the Singapore Convention on Mediation and also the first UN treaty to be named after Singapore. The Singapore Convention will provide a more effective way of enforcing mediated settlement of corporate disputes involving business in Bangladesh and other signatory countries. Till then, the convention has 54 signatories, including India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, China, USA as well. It will ensure the settlement reached by the parties becomes binding and enforceable in accordance with the simplified and streamlined procedure. The Singapore Convention ultimately aims to facilitate international trade by rendering mediation an efficient and entrusted method for solving cross-border disputes, alongside with arbitration and litigation. I've heard that Veer Raghavan Invavi Jayan, it's difficult to pronounce his name actually. He has already delivered his lecture on Singapore Convention. I hope that Bangladesh government will try to sign the signatory of this Singapore Convention soon. One of the cardinal indicators for attracting international investment and trade into a country is practice of rule of law and good governance. One of the surest ways for ensuring good governance is for a nation to promote access to justice, which I believe can best be achieved through the use of mediation in our countries. As the world continues to become a global village, it is already observed investment and trading activities can only be beneficial under a judicial environment like mediation that ensures speedy and efficient disposal of disputes. It is becoming humanly impossible in Bangladesh to decide all these cases by regular courts in a speedy and cost-effective manner. It has therefore become imperative to use mediation mechanism to resolve disputes so that one can enjoy the peace and development he or she desires. Mediation is currently seeing a success rate of nearly 80% throughout the Western world. Regarding ADR, our former late lamented Honorable Chief Justice of Bangladesh, Honorable Justice Mustafa Kamal said, ADR is a non-formal settlement of legal and judicial disputes as a means of disposing of cases quickly and inexpensively. It is not a panacea for all evils, but an alternative route to a speedier and less expensive mode of settlement of disputes. It is voluntary, cooperative way out of impasses. I would also like to quote Robert Bush, written in his book Mediation and Adjudication, that mediation is less traumatic, more human, and far more capable of healing and reconciliation than adjudication. At the present stage, there is no gainsaying that mediation is emerging as a viable alternative. Rather, it is still at a very nascent stage in Bangladesh. The true potential of mediation still remains untapped. Recently, in the India-Singapore Mediation Summit, in Honorable Chief Justice of Singapore, Mr. Justice Sundaras Menon, Supreme Court of Singapore, said that mediation is the way forward. That is, it ensures peace and development. We know that the judiciary of Bangladesh is overburdened with nearly 4 million cases and numbers mounting day by day with institution of fresh cases. Due to a number of factors, including inadequate number of judges in terms of pending cases, procedural formality, complexity, poor logistic support, and corruption are the main reasons for backlog of cases in our country. In this background, we can easily understand the importance of promoting mediation in our judiciary to reduce the huge backlog of cases. Now, it is very natural, everything has good and bad side, some difficulties that there are no guarantees, which I have already discussed. So sometimes we want to go public for public trial instead of going for mediation. We have to think that there is no, of course, one size fits all solution. I understand that mediation should not be viewed through rose-tinted glasses. However, in most of the cases, the rate of success is high, as it can bring a satisfactory solution among the parties to the dispute. It helps to reduce the pressure on judiciary. Now, after 52 years of independence, no one can deny Bangladesh has made tremendous progress in various social and economic indicators, which give us the impression that the country is on upward trajectory. I remember the father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who wanted a change in the traditional judicial system of Bangladesh by introducing alternative dispute resolution. And therefore we can show respect to him only by fulfilling his dream to promote ADR successfully. Dear participants, we have already heard from Ms. Madeline Kemi about the alternative dispute resolution spectrum, Ms. Yoshram mediation in Middle East, and from K.S. Sharma about mediation, the appropriate system of dispute resolution. I have gone through the booklet of the training program. It seems to be very well structured and its curriculum maintaining the international standard for becoming an accredited mediator. You should bear in mind that after being qualified as an accredited mediator, you have to act fairly, impartially, independently, and maintain the confidentiality. Further, you have to honor party autonomy, avoid conflict of interest, act in accordance with the agreed principles and rules by applying judicial mind, in particular, maintaining utmost integrity and sincerity, and should have intention to do justice. We all ever have the common course in the judicial domain, said by William Gladstone that justice delayed is justice denied. Also, Martin Luther King Jr. said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Every citizen is entitled to have access to justice. Delayed justice even sometimes fails to give proper remedy to a winning party. We all have to keep in mind all these courts for our judicial system and do our job properly to open the door of justice and ensure it for all. So my view is that mediation is a tested mechanism and its role in building up an efficient dispute resolution system is undisputed. Thus, mediation should be part and parcel of our judiciary, and considering the huge backlog of cases, we should encourage litigant people to go for mediation, not for litigation. Litigation should be the last resort. Now, before I wrap up, considering the advantage of mediation in legal field, it has been rightly said by Joseph Greenbaum, an ounce of mediation is worth a pound of arbitration and a ton of litigation. Also, in the famous words of US President Abraham Lincoln, emphasizing the profound significance of mediation that discourage litigation, persuade your neighbor to compromise whenever you can. Point out that the nominal winner is often a real loser in fees, expenses, and waste of time. With this remark, I conclude my speech and express my sincere thanks to the guests from overseas for their valuable speeches, and my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of EMA, especially Chairperson of EMA, Ms. Madeline Kemi, and for BIMS for arranging such a fruitful conference. Also, Mr. S.N. Goswami, Chairman of BIMS, who is the torchbearer of mediation, trying his level best to promote mediation in Bangladesh. His law journal, Bangladesh Law Times, has been published since 1993, also by publishing different articles on mediation, doing a great job in this respect to promote mediation. I hope all are enjoying this training program. Long live Africa-Asia Mediation Association, and best wishes for all of you. Once again, thank you for listening to me with great patience, and that's all for today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm delighted to be here at this beautiful afternoon at the Supreme Court premise, and I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Mr. Goswami for inviting me to such a gorgeous, meritorious gathering. I've been in the law enforcement for 28 years. I've been in the FBI for a couple of months. I've been in the USA, in the Hawaii for training course. So I try to explain to people, especially the people serving the law enforcement and the people who are basically day to day, when the people are getting engaged into determining the truthfulness of what people are saying. The respected the learned lawyers, the judges, and definitely the investigators. So I try to explain how will you be able to determine the truthfulness of what people are saying to you. So let me jump into my. I prepared it in Bangla, but I tried to reach you whether I should make it in English or not. There was a Dutch philosopher who long ago said that the people যারা কিনা প্রতিনিয়ত সত্যকে মিথ্যা থেকে পৃথক করতে চান তাদের সত্য কি আর মিথ্যা কি সেই বিষয়ে পর্যাপ্ত ধারণা থাকা লাগবে। সুতরাং আমরা যারা লয়ার, আমরা যারা ল এনফোর্সমেন্টে চাকরি করি, আমাদের প্রতিনিয়ত লোকে মানে যে কথাগুলো বলে, we need to determine whether they are truthful to us or not. So let me begin with a simple riddle. This riddle says that পাঁচটি ব্যাঙ একটি কাঠের উপর বসেছিল, একটি লাফ দেওয়ার সিদ্ধান্ত নিল, কাঠের উপর কয়টি থাকলো? পাঁচটি থাকলো। আপনারা খেয়াল করে দেখুন, আপনারা মনের অজান্তেই এই ধাঁধাটির অ্যান্সার দেওয়ার জন্য যে কাজটি করেছেন, একটা স্পেসিফিক শব্দকে আপনারা অ্যানালাইসিস করেছেন, and that specific word is সিদ্ধান্ত or decision. So analysis of the word সিদ্ধান্ত helped you in determining the answer of the riddle. At the same way, when people are speaking to you, if you are listening to them very attentively, and if you are trying to analyze some specific words of the people, you will be able to determine not only the truthfulness of this statement, but you get some additional information. You get some concealed information, and this information actually leads you to assess whether people are truthful to you or deceptive to you. So let me begin with another story. আমাদের পবিত্র বাইবেল এবং পবিত্র কোরআনে এই ঘটনাটি আছে। Once there was a prophet. He was not only a prophet, he was a king and he was a judge too. His name was Prophet Sulaiman alayhi salam. Some of us, we know the story. In his time, there were two ladies used to live in the same house. So they had, both of them had 6 months old boy. So one of the lady, at the dead of the night, she didn't deliberately did it, but accidentally she killed her son. So রাতের অন্ধকারের মধ্যেই that lady, she changed the boy from the another lady. তো সকালবেলা উঠা ওই পাশের লেডি যখন দেখছে যে this is a dead baby and this is not my baby, so she claimed back her own baby. এই বিষয়টা যখন পাড়া প্রতিবেশী, হাজব্যান্ড বা অন্যান্য কেউ যখন নিষ্পত্তি করতে পারে নাই, then they were taken in front of the King Sulaiman alayhi salam, who was listening to both parties. So আমরা যেটা জানি, what he did is King Sulaiman alayhi salam ordered the butcher to kill the baby, to cut it into 2 pieces, and hand over half of them to each of the ladies. At this point, one of the ladies screamed and said, "No, this is not my baby. This is her. Please give it to her." এটার মাধ্যমে এই হযরত সুলাইমান আলাইহিস সালাম সহ পর্ষদের সবাই বুঝতে পেরেছিলেন, this is the truthful mother, because she wants that even if this baby is raised with a different lady, he should be alive in the world. তো সেই জন্য এটা দিয়েই ডিটারমিন করা হয়েছিল who is the actual mother of the baby. But if I ask you, what if at the same time the deceptive lady would say, "Oh, this is not my baby, this is her, give it to her," then it would be very difficult for the King Sulaiman to determine the actual mother of the baby. In this point, what Prophet Sulaiman alayhi salam did is, he actually tried to listen what the 2 ladies were telling at the very beginning when they entered into the court and trying to say something. One lady said, "জীবিত বাচ্চাটি আমার আর মৃত বাচ্চাটা তোমার." সঙ্গে সঙ্গে চিৎকার দিয়ে অন্য মহিলা বলে যে মৃত বাচ্চাটি তোমার, জীবিত বাচ্চাটি আমার. For just interpretation in English, here it is said that the live baby is mine and the dead baby is yours. And here it is the second lady saying, "Oh, the dead baby is yours, the live baby is mine." At this point, he went deep into the statement and discovered that in the order the 2 ladies arranged the 2 words, জীবিত এবং মৃত, life and death. There is a difference. প্রথম লেডি জীবিত বাচ্চা দিয়ে শুরু করেছে, দ্বিতীয় লেডি শুরু করেছে মৃত বাচ্চাটি দিয়ে. তো হযরত সুলাইমান আলাইহিস সালামকে বলা হয় he is the wisest man ever lived in the world. তিনি দেখলেন যে ক্রমানুসারে the way in the order the 2 lady arranged the 2 words actually expressed their emotion for the baby. বাচ্চাদের ইমোশনটা প্রকাশিত হয়ে গিয়েছে যে অর্ডারে ওই বাচ্চা দুটোর কথা বলেছে সেই অর্ডারে। যে ভদ্রমহিলা এই স্টেটমেন্টটি দিয়েছে তিনি কি বলতে চান? তিনি বলতে চান দিস বেবি ইজ লাইফ এন্ড দিস ইজ মাই বেবি। যে মহিলা জীবিত বাচ্চাটার কথা পরে বলেছে, খেয়াল করে দেখো তার বাচ্চাটা মরে গেছে, তারপরেও তার বাচ্চাটা শুরু করেছে এবং জীবিত বাচ্চাটিকে সে ক্লেম করতেছে বটে, বাট পেটেকে ঠেলে ঠেলে সে পিছনে পাঠিয়ে দিয়েছে। এইভাবে বলা হয়ে থাকে যে মানুষের জবানবন্দি বিশ্লেষণ বা স্টেটমেন্ট অ্যানালাইসিসের মাধ্যমে আপনার সত্য মিথ্যা নির্ধারণের শুরুই হচ্ছে এই প্রফেট সুলাইমান আলাইহিস সালামের স্টোরি থেকে। সো আমরা ডেফিনেটলি ওই দিকে যাচ্ছি। তো আমি যে জিনিসটা বলতে চাই, আমরা যে টেকনিকটা আমরা পুলিশেও প্র্যাকটিস করি সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা বলি স্টেটমেন্ট অ্যানালাইসিস টেকনিক। সেটা কি? সেটা দেখা গেছে, গবেষণায় দেখা গেছে যে সকল লোক সত্য কথা বলে তাদের কথাগুলায়, তাদের স্টেটমেন্টে কিছু শব্দের উপস্থিতি পাওয়া যায়, সেগুলো কমন। আবার যারা মিথ্যা কথা বলে তাদের স্টেটমেন্টে কিছু শব্দের উপস্থিতি পাওয়া যায়, সেগুলো কমন। এই লোকের মানে যে উচ্চারিত শব্দ অথবা লিখে দেওয়া শব্দগুলো অ্যানালাইসিস করে সেখান থেকে ট্রুথফুলনেস ডিটারমিন করার যে টেকনিক, ওইটাকে বলা হয় স্টেটমেন্ট অ্যানালাইসিস টেকনিক। So there are 4 bases of the statement analysis technique. Number 1 is you have to analyze the words used by the people. Secondly, যারা এটা নিয়ে গবেষণা করেছে investigation researchers, they discovered that in এই যে সকল শব্দগুলো লোকের জবানবন্দিতে কমন, সত্যবাদী লোকের জবানবন্দিতে কমন, মিথ্যাবাদী সেগুলো আমার ইয়েতে আসবে। তারপরে rules of grammar is also applicable here, and last but not least সেটা হচ্ছে যে choice of word betrays with the people. লোকে যে সকল শব্দ উচ্চারণ করে সেই শব্দগুলো তার সাথে বিশ্বাসঘাতকতা করে। Here are 2 sides. One side is the listener or the interrogator or the people who are asking questions. On the other part, we have accused, victim, witness, or complaint. We can tell together they are my or our subject. So this is the big picture. What it says? It says before asking any question, we have to obtain an open statement from my subject, and then we have to analyze that, and then we have to ask questions to them, and then we can come to the conclusion whether people are truthful to us or not truthful to us. So this is the slide. It's like the backbone of my whole lecture. So এখন থেকে what we will do, we will listen to what people say, and then we will try to analyze the words they are using, and then we will be asking questions, and then we come to the conclusion whether people are truthful or not. So let me see what is open statement or okay. খোলা জবানবন্দি বা ওপেন স্টেটমেন্ট হচ্ছে সেই স্টেটমেন্ট যেটা সাবজেক্টকে কোনো কোয়েশ্চেন করার পূর্বেই তার কাছ থেকে যে জবানবন্দি দিই সেটাই হচ্ছে ওপেন স্টেটমেন্ট। সেটা কি? সেটা হচ্ছে আমি বলতে পারি 2 ধরনের। আমরা দুইটাই অ্যাপ্লাই করার চেষ্টা করি। One is the verbal open statement and another one is the written open statement. So when people are coming to you and if you are asking him or her ঘটনা সম্পর্কে আপনি যা জানেন আমাকে বলেন, tell me what happened, tell me what you know about the incident, or যদি সুযোগ হয় আমরা অনেক সময় লিখিতটা নেই, সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা বলি write down what happened, write down what you did from the morning till you went to the bed. So these are called the open statement. These are called the open statement for 2 reasons. We didn't mention any time, like we didn't ask him or her, tell me what happened in 5 minutes, or we didn't tell him or her, write down what happened in 10 sentences. There is no limitation in terms of the sentences and in terms of the time or minutes. So keep it open. So it is better to keep it open. So how will we obtain the open verbal statement? Subject will be uninterruptedly telling his or her story. During the time of his story, we will not ask him or her any question. We have to be very attentive listener. We have to give him or her adequate time, and we should not edit anything what he or she is telling to us. This could also be termed as the funnel method. We know funnel. The shape of the funnel is like the upper part is bigger, and then it is coming narrower at the down. So, like the funnel, we will be asking people, tell me or tell us what happened, and then we'll be giving attentive listening, and then we will ask these 6 basic questions, and then it could be followed up by additional questions. If you are listening to what people say, and if you are analyzing the exact words of the people, you will be able to determine the truthfulness. You will be having some indicators of truth deceptiveness. You will be obtaining some additional information, as well as you will be able to obtain some concealed information. So this is a picture how a written open statement is obtained and read and analyzed. So at the FBI where I was trained, they use different colors highlighters. They encircle some of the words, they underline some of the words, they write on the right and left side of the statement, and then they go for asking questions. So let me jump into the analysis of the obtained statement. At the very beginning, we will be trying to assess this part. This part is called balance of statement. তো সেটা কি যে কোনো জবানবন্দি বা বিবৃতিকে আমরা 3টি ভাগে ভাগ করতে পারি. We can divide any statement into 3 parts. Let us see those 3 parts. Number 1 is মূল ঘটনার পূর্বকালীন সময়, তারপরে মূল ঘটনাকালীন সময়, মূল ঘটনার পরবর্তী সময়. Like the main event, during the event, before the event, and after the event segment. So we will be trying to divide the whole statement into these 3 segments. So let me cite an example so you understand very clearly. So this is an open statement from a victim who is a victim of robbery or snatching. So I would like anyone from this side, if you can help me reading this open statement. Anyone, can you assist me? Yeah.
আমার নাম আব্দুর রৌফ, আমি একজন ব্যবসায়ী। আমার বয়স 45 বছর। আমি শান্তিনগর এলাকায় থাকি। আমাকে ব্যবসার কাজে প্রায় বিভিন্ন জেলায় যেতে হয়। গত 22/11/2023 তারিখ আমাকে চট্টগ্রামে যেতে হয়। শান্তিনগরের বাসা থেকে ওই দিন ভোর অনুমান 5 ঘটিকায় বের হই। শান্তিনগর চৌরাস্তার মোড়ে এসে সায়েদাবাদ বাস টার্মিনালে যাওয়ার জন্য একটি রিক্সা নিই। অনুমান 5:20 ঘটিকার আরামবাগ মোড়ে পৌঁছালে হঠাৎ দেখি 3 জন যুবক আমার রিক্সার দিকে দৌড়ে আসছে। তারা রিক্সার কাছে এসে ধমক দিয়ে রিক্সা ড্রাইভারকে জোর করে থামালো। বুঝতে পারলাম বিপদে পড়ে গেছি। এর মধ্যে টের পাই আমার পেটের ডান দিকে ধারালো কিছুর স্পর্শ। আমাকে ওই 3 ছিনতাইকারী একজন বলল, একদম চুপ, চিৎকার করলে মারা পড়বি, যা কিছু আছে সব বাইর কর। আমি তখন চট্টগ্রাম যাবার চিন্তা বাদ দিয়ে বেঁচে থাকার কথা চিন্তা করলাম। মনে মনে আল্লাহ খোদা ডাকা শুরু করলাম। তাদেরকে মানিব্যাগটি বের করে দিলাম। তাদের একজন বলল, তোর মোবাইল কোন? আমি তখন আমার মোবাইলটিও বের করে দিলাম। তারা মানিব্যাগ ও মোবাইল নিয়ে গলির ভেতর দিয়ে দৌড়ে চলে গেল। আমি রিক্সা ড্রাইভারকে বললাম, রিক্সা ঘোরা, বাসায় যেয়ে তোমার ভাড়া দেব। বাসায় গিয়ে আমার স্ত্রীর নিকট থেকে টাকা নিয়ে রিক্সা ভাড়া পরিশোধ করলাম। আমি ছিনতাইয়ের ঘটনাটি আমার স্ত্রীকে বললাম, সে ভয়ে কেঁদে দিল।
Thank you. So this is an open statement from a man who is claiming that he has been a victim of robbery. So can any one of you tell me exactly from which word or which sentence he has started his main মেইন সেগমেন্ট মানে মূল ঘটনাকালীন সময়ের বর্ণনা তিনি ঠিক কোন জায়গা থেকে শুরু করছেন? Yeah, very correct. Thank you. So অনুমান 5:20 ঘটিকায় আরামবাগ মোড়ে পৌঁছালে হঠাৎ দেখি তিনজন যুবক। যখন এই শব্দগুচ্ছ তিনি উচ্চারণ করেন তখন আমরা বুঝতে পারি যে ভদ্রলোক আমাদেরকে বলতে চান যে তিনি বিপদগ্রস্ত হতে যাচ্ছেন। তো এই জায়গায় যদি শুরু হয় তাহলে কি আপনি বলতে পারবেন ঠিক কোন জায়গায় মূল ঘটনাকালীন বর্ণনা শেষ? Anyone? এই জায়গাটা এইটুকু পর্যন্ত। কারণ এরপরে তিনি যা বলছেন সেটা হচ্ছে ছিনতাই ঘটনা শেষ হওয়ার পরে। সুতরাং আমরা এই স্টেটমেন্টটাকে এই তিনটি ভাগে ভাগ করতে পারি: মূল ঘটনার পূর্বকালীন, মূল ঘটনাকালীন এবং মূল ঘটনার পরবর্তী সময়। তো আমি শুরুতে বলেছিলাম রিসার্চাররা যারা এই বিষয়ে রিসার্চ করেছে তাদের একটা ফাইন্ডিংস আছে। সো ক্যান এনিওয়ান অফ ইউ টেল মি what would happen in case of a truthful person? Which part would be longer? During segmentটা একটু লম্বা হয়। Yes, during segmentটা ঠিক মূল ঘটনাকালীন সময়ের অংশটুকু লম্বা হয়। ওরা বলতে চায় যে যদি এরকম একটা পার্সেন্টেজ পান যেখানে মূল ঘটনাকালীন সময়ের অংশের বর্ণনা হচ্ছে 50 বা তার চেয়ে বেশি, আর বাকি দুইটার যোগফল যদি 50% হয় তাহলে এটা ব্যালেন্স স্টেটমেন্ট হয়। যদি এটি ব্যালেন্স স্টেটমেন্ট হয় তাহলে ইট বিকামস এ ট্রুথফুল স্টেটমেন্ট। আর যদি এরকম হয় যে এই আফটার সেগমেন্ট এবং বিফোর সেগমেন্টের যোগফলটা যদি 70 হয় এটা যদি 30 হয়, so it is an imbalanced statement, and if it is an imbalanced statement it turns into a falsehood. So এটা কিন্তু সব কেসে না, নরমালি এটা একটা অ্যানালাইসিস। এটা মেয়েদের ক্ষেত্রে the girl who is a victim of rape, she may not be opening her mouth. So in general এটা আচ্ছা, সেকেন্ডলি আমরা দেখব when people are speaking to us whether they are using their unique sensory detail. Unique sensory detail এর বাংলা হচ্ছে পঞ্চ ইন্দ্রিয়। পঞ্চ ইন্দ্রিয় হচ্ছে আমরা জানি যে এই পাঁচটা: চক্ষু, কর্ণ, নাসিকা, ত্বক, জিহ্বা। তো ইনভেস্টিগেটিভ রিসার্চাররা গবেষণা করে বাইর করছে যে truthful people tell from their memory. Truthful people, when they are speaking to us, they use their 5 unique sensory detail. আমাদের ব্রেইনের দুটো অংশ আছে, একটা হচ্ছে লেফট ব্রেইন আর একটা হচ্ছে রাইট ব্রেইন। আমাদের জীবনে যে সকল ঘটনা ঘটে, খারাপ ঘটনা হয়ে আসে, সেগুলো আমাদের লেফট ব্রেইনে সঞ্চিত হয়, আর যেগুলো আমরা কল্পনা করি, কোথাও যদি আমরা মিথ্যা বলি, তখন আমরা আমাদের রাইট ব্রেইনটা ইউজ করি। তো যেমন ধরুন একটা 16-17 বছরের একটি মেয়ে রেপের ভিকটিম, সে থানায় গিয়েছে। যাওয়ার পরে যখন থানার অফিসার বলল যে মা কি হয়েছে আমাকে বলো, তখন সেই মেয়েটি যদি বলে যে স্যার এরকম এরকম একটা ঘটনা ঘটছে, তো যে ছেলেটি আসছিল তার বয়স হবে 35-36, কালো রং, তার মাথায় চুল টুল ছিল না, একটা হলুদ রঙের গেঞ্জি পরা ছিল, একটা নীল রঙের লুঙ্গি পরা ছিল। আচ্ছা, আপনারা কি বলতে পারেন যে সেই ক্ষেত্রে এই মহিলার, এই মেয়েটি কোন ইন্দ্রিয় কাজ, কোন ইন্দ্রিয়ের মাধ্যমে সে তার ঘটনার বর্ণনা দিচ্ছে আমাদেরকে? চক্ষু, চক্ষু, আয়ের মাধ্যমে। সেই মেয়েটি যদি বলে যে আমাকে বলেছিল আমি যদি রাজি না হই তাহলে আমাকে ছুরি দিয়ে জবাই করে মেরে ফেলবে, তাহলে কোন ইন্দ্রিয় ব্যবহার করে সেই কথাটা বলছেন? ইয়ার বা কান। সে যদি বলে তার মুখ থেকে মদের গন্ধ বের হচ্ছিল, সে যদি বলে আমার খারাপ কাজ করার পরে আমার মুখের মধ্যে কিছু একটা ঢেলে দিল, মনে হলো যে বিষ, তখন আমি চিৎকার করি, জি। তারপরে মনে করেন সে বললো যে আমার এখানে একটা পেটের মধ্যে ছুরি দিয়ে চাপ দিল, মনে হলো এই জায়গা কাইটা যেতেছে, টাচ। নর্মালি 5টা ইন্দ্রিয় কেউ ব্যবহার করে না, 2টা বা 3টা ইউজ করে। সো গবেষণায় দেখা গেছে যে ট্রুথফুল পিপল when they speak তাদের মধ্যে পঞ্চ ইন্দ্রিয়ের বর্ণনা থাকে। এর বিপরীতে মিথ্যাবাদী লোকের মধ্যে থাকে না। যেমন ধরেন একটা ছেলের সাথে একটা মেয়ের অ্যাফেয়ার ছিল, সেই ক্ষেত্রে সেই ছেলেটা এক সময় হয়তো সে চলে গেছে, তাকে ছেড়ে চলে গেছে, তখন সেই ছেলের বিপক্ষে যদি সে কোনো রেপের এলিগেশন আনে, in that case if you are listening to the statement of that girl, তারপরে দেখবেন যে তার স্টেটমেন্টের মধ্যে কিন্তু পঞ্চ ইন্দ্রিয়ের মাধ্যমে ঘটনার বিস্তারিত বর্ণনা নেই। সুতরাং আমরা ইউনিক সেন্সরি ডিটেইলটা থাকাটা হচ্ছে সত্যবাদিতা নির্দেশক। তারপরে দেখা যায় স্থান বস্তু অবস্থান, যখন দেখা যায় যে একজন লোক সত্য কথা বলে তার স্টেটমেন্টে লোকেশন বা কোনো ধরনের বস্তু যেগুলো আছে, স্থান আছে, সেগুলোর একটি বর্ণনা ফুটে ওঠে। যেমন ধরেন মিথ্যাবাদী লোক বলবে যে একটা ছুরির মতো মনে হলো, এর বিপরীতে সত্যবাদী লোক সেই ছুরিটা যে ব্ল্যাক ট্যাপ দিয়ে মোড়ানো ছিল সেটাও সে বলতে পারবে। তো আপনার এটার সঙ্গে কিন্তু যে ইউনিক সেন্সরি ডিটেইলের কিন্তু একটা সম্পর্ক আছে, এটা একটা আরেকটার পরিপূরক। তারপরে ইমোশন অর আবেগ অনুভূতি বর্ণনা আছে কিনা। ইমোশন হচ্ছে দুই ধরনের, ওয়ান ইজ পজিটিভ ইমোশন আর একটা হচ্ছে নেগেটিভ ইমোশন। when we do good results in the examination, we cry, we just scream. This is sort of positive emotion. কেউ যদি কোনো ঘটনার শিকার হয়, ভিকটিম হয়, তাহলে তার মধ্যে ভয়, রাগ, কম্পন, চিৎকার, কান্না এগুলো খুঁজে পাওয়া যায়। লোকে যখন আপনাদের সঙ্গে কথা বললে ইমোশনাল হয়ে যাবে, তখন বুঝতে হবে যে হি ওয়াজ এ ভিকটিম। যেমন ধরুন আমি একটা ছোট এক্সাম্পল দিতে চাই। আমি একবার রাজশাহী জেলার এসপি ছিলাম 2012 সালে। তখন এক ভদ্র মহিলা, শি ওয়াজ অ্যাবাউট 55 ইয়ার্স ওল্ড, শি ইজ এ ভিকটিম অফ অ্যাসিড থ্রোয়িং। ওনার বক্তব্য শুনছিলাম। চলুন আমরা একটু আমার এই বক্তব্যটা একটু পড়ি। মিস একটু কি আমাকে হেল্প করবেন?
আমার নাম সালেহা খাতুন। গত রোববার রাতে আমার ঘরে শুয়েছিলাম। আমার স্বামী তার চাচাতো ভাইয়ের ঘরে ছিলেন। তার ফিরতে দেরি হতে দেখে আমি রাত 11:30টার দিকে ওই ঘরের দিকে রওনা হই। ঘর হতে বের হওয়া মাত্র দুজন লোক আমার দিকে হেঁটে আসে এবং আমাকে কি যেন ছুঁড়ে মারে। আমার কাঁধে ও পিঠে লাগে। ওই দুজন দুলাল ও সবির বলে চিনতে পারি। চিৎকারে আমার স্বামী ও ভাসুর বের হয়ে আসে।
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ। সো এই ভদ্রমহিলা হচ্ছে অ্যাসিড থ্রোয়িং এর ভিকটিম। ওনার বক্তব্য আমি শুনছিলাম। এই বক্তব্য আজকে যে বিষয় সেটা হচ্ছে স্টেটমেন্ট অ্যানালাইসিস টেকনিক। স্টেটমেন্ট অ্যানালাইসিসের বিষয়ে যারা জানেন না তাদের কাছে এরকম একটি বক্তব্য সত্য বলে প্রতীয়মান হতে পারে, বাট যারা এটা আজকে জানবেন, থ্যাংক ইউ, যারা এটা জানবেন তাদেরটা দেখুন এখানে একটা জিনিসের কিন্তু ল্যাকিংস আছে। ক্যান ইউ টেল মি হোয়াট ইজ ল্যাকিং হিয়ার?
Feeling of pain.
Feeling of pain, yeah, or lack of emotion. দেখুন এখানে আমি লাল কালারের যে শব্দগুলো বা বাক্যগুলো দিয়েছি, একজন অ্যাসিড নিক্ষেপের শিকার ব্যক্তির মুখ থেকে আমি সেই কথাগুলো শুনতে চাই। আমার মুখ এবং গাল পুড়তে থাকে, আমি প্রচন্ড যন্ত্রণায় চিৎকার করতে থাকি, চিৎকার করে আমি আর আমার স্বামী আশেপাশের লোকদের বাঁচানোর জন্য ডাকতে থাকি, তারা আমার মুখে বাড়ি ঢালতে থাকেন, তারা আমাকে হাসপাতালে নিয়ে যান। এই ধরনের ইমোশনাল কিছু কথাবার্তা ওনার স্টেটমেন্টে থাকা দরকার ছিল, সেটি নেই। তো আমি আবার আরেকটা ঘটনা বলতে জিনিসটা আরো পরিষ্কার হবে। একবার আমি অনেক আগে 2009 সালে ডিএমপির ডিসি ওয়ারি ছিলাম। তখন আপনার এই যে চাঁদপুরের একটা 16 থেকে 17 বছরের মেয়ে আসছে, ওর ভাইয়ের বাসা ছিল বাসাপথে, বাসে আসছে, সায়দাবাদ বাস টার্মিনাল যখন নামছে তখন she somehow lost her way to her brother's house. ওই ক্ষেত্রে she was picked up by one driver and two helpers of the Saidabad bus terminal and she was gang raped in a bus. তো ওই পিছনের দিকে যে বাসে ওখানে, তো সেই মেয়েটি যখন ঢাকা মেডিকেলে অ্যাডমিটেড, আমি দেখতে যাই তার সে শুয়ে আছে, তার হাতের মধ্যে স্যালাইনের সিরিঞ্জ লাগানো। তো তার বক্তব্য আমি ওপেন স্টেটমেন্ট আকারে শুনি। শোনার পরে তাকে যখন বলি যে তোমাকে, আমরা কিন্তু মাঝে মধ্যে একটু খারাপ কাজ করি, সে তো ব্রুটালি ওই মেয়েটাকে ওই তিনজন রেপ করছে, শুধু রেপ করে নাই, তাকে রাজি করানোর জন্য আবার একটা ছুরি দিয়ে গালটার মধ্যে বুঝ দিয়ে গালটা কেটে দিচ্ছে। সো আমরা ওই ক্রিমিনাল তিনজনকে ধরে যে লিড দিয়েছিল, ওর বাবার যে একটা পিস্তল থেকে তার হাঁটুর মধ্যে দিয়ে একটু গুলি করে হাঁটুটা ফুটা করে দিয়েছি। যখন এই মেয়েটাকে বললাম যে তোমার সঙ্গে এরকম খারাপ কাজ যারা করছে সবাইকে অ্যারেস্ট করছি, আর যে মেইন ক্রিমিনাল সে 32 নম্বর ওয়ার্ডে অ্যাডমিটেড আছে, তার তো এরকম হাঁটু ফুটা করে দিয়েছি, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই ভিকটিমটা দাম করে উঠা বসলো, ওইটা বলে স্যার, একটা গালি দিল, স্যার আমার ওই শহরের বাচ্চার কাছে নিয়ে চলেন, আমি একটা লাথি মারবো। দেখুন, if it was a consensual sexual intercourse, I wouldn't have an emotion from this guard. যদি ওটা একটা ইচ্ছাকৃত সেক্সুয়াল ইন্টারকোর্স হতো তাহলে আমার এই ডায়ালগের পরে এই মহিলা এই মেয়েটি এরকম রিঅ্যাকশন করতো না। সে এই যে এই ডায়ালগের মাধ্যমে সে কিন্তু আরেকটা জিনিস আমাদেরকে জানাচ্ছে, সেটা হচ্ছে সেই ঘটনার সময় সে কতটুকু ভয়াবহ নির্যাতনের শিকার হয়েছিল। সুতরাং ইমোশন ইজ ভেরি ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফর the people who are trying to assess the truthfulness within the statement of the people. আচ্ছা, আরেকটা পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে কনভিন্সিং নাকি কনভেইং। গবেষণায় দেখা গেছে যখন লোকে কথা বলে তখন তারা যদি কনভিন্সিং হয়, যে খালি কনভিন্স করার চেষ্টা করছে, তখন বুঝতে হবে তার মধ্যে সমস্যা আছে। সত্যবাদী লোক কিন্তু লয়ার বা পুলিশ অফিসার বা জাজ সাহেবের কাছে কনভে করে, মেসেজ কনভে করে, তারা কিন্তু কনভিন্স করার চেষ্টা করে না। যেমন ধরুন আপনি একজনকে প্রশ্ন করলেন, হোয়াট ডিড ইউ ডু লাস্ট নাইট, গত রাতে তুমি কি করেছো? শুরু করেছে কি, অ্যাকচুয়ালি আই ওয়েন্ট টু এ পার্টি লাস্ট নাইট, আসলে আমি গতকালকে একটা পার্টিতে গিয়েছিলাম। এই আসলে শব্দটা হচ্ছে কনভিন্সিং, আননেসেসারি। সো এই আসলে শব্দটা বলে সে কিন্তু একটু থামছে, একটু চিন্তা করছে, তারপরে সে যে জিনিসটা বলছে ওইটা সে বানানোর জন্য ওই সময়টুকু তার দরকার, সেই জন্য পরের অংশটুকু কিন্তু মিথ্যা। সেই জন্য বলা হয় থাকে কনভিন্সিং পিপল আর ডিসেপটিভ পিপল, কনভেইং পিপল আর ট্রুথফুল পিপল। আমি আপনাদেরকে শুরুতে বলেছি যে সত্যবাদী লোকের স্টেটমেন্টে কিছু শব্দের উপস্থিতি পাওয়া যায় কমন, আবার মিথ্যাবাদী লোকের স্টেটমেন্টে কিছু শব্দের উপস্থিতি পাওয়া যায় সেটাও কমন। তো মিথ্যাবাদী লোকের স্টেটমেন্টে পাবেন কিছু ইকুইভোকেশনস। সো হোয়াট আর দি ইকুইভোকেশনস? ইকুইভোকেশনস হচ্ছে সেই সকল শব্দ যেগুলোর কোনো স্পেসিফিক মিনিং নেই। যেমন ধরেন হয়তোবা, হয়তোবা শব্দের কোনো স্পেসিফিক মিনিং নেই। সম্ভবত, পসিবলি, প্রবাবলি, আই গেস, আই থিংক, দিস ইজ এ সর্ট অফ, দিস ইজ এ কাইন্ড অফ, সাম, এই শব্দগুলোর কোনো স্পেসিফিক মিনিং নেই। এই শব্দগুলো মিথ্যাবাদী লোক বা যখন লোকে মিথ্যা বলে তখন সেগুলো ব্যবহার করে। প্রশ্ন হচ্ছে কেন? কারণ হচ্ছে এই শব্দগুলোর ব্যবহার তাকে কৌশলে দায়িত্বের ঝুঁকি এড়ানোর সুযোগ সৃষ্টি করে দেয়। এখানে কিসের দায়িত্ব? সেটা হচ্ছে সে কিছু দেখছে বলে ডিনাই করতে চায়, বা কিছু দেখছে বলে স্বীকার করতে চায় না, সাক্ষী হতে চায় না, সেই জন্য তাকে ওই এইটা এড়ানোর সুযোগ সৃষ্টি করে দেয়। Am I going too fast?
No.
Thank you. So এখন যে 7 নম্বর পয়েন্টে হচ্ছে নেগেশন, কেউ কি পড়বেন or can you assist me?
Yes. অস্বীকৃতি সূচক শব্দ, না না, আমি করি নাই, আমি জানি না, আমি এটা করতে পারি না ইত্যাদি। অস্বীকৃতি সূচক শব্দের অযাচিত ব্যবহার মিথ্যা নিদর্শন।
Thank you. So if you were asking me, did you went to Mirpur 10 last night? What I have to say, if I want to deny that, আমি বলবো না আমি যাই নাই, না শব্দ দিয়ে শুরু করব। আমার কোয়েশ্চনের অ্যানসারে যে কোনো কেউ না বলতে পারে, আপনার কোয়েশ্চনের অ্যানসারে আমি না বলতে পারি, যে কোনো কিছু ডিনাই করতে পারি। আপ টু দিস পয়েন্ট ইজ ওকে, করতেই পারে। কিন্তু যদি দেখেন কেউ অপ্রাসঙ্গিকভাবে না সূচক শব্দ ব্যবহার করছে, সেদিকে আমরা নজর দিব। দেখেন একটা এক্সাম্পল, প্লিজ ক্যান ইউ রিড?
ধানমন্ডি থানার ডিউটি অফিসার ও জনৈক ব্যক্তি। ডিউটি অফিসার, হ্যালো, ধানমন্ডি থানা, জনৈক ব্যক্তি। হে আল্লাহ, আমি কেবল নিচের তলায় এসেছি, আমার ভাই, তার গলাটা সম্পূর্ণ কাটা, আমি জানি না, আমার মনে হয় সে মারা গেছে। হ্যালো।
দেখুন এখানে এই পর্যন্ত ঠিক ছিল, আমার ভাই তার গলাটা সম্পূর্ণ কাটা, তারপরে সে যদি বলতো আমার মনে হয় সে মারা গেছে, আপ টু দিস পয়েন্ট ইজ ওকে। সে মাঝখানে হঠাৎ করে বলতেছে আমি জানি না, তাকে কিন্তু ডিউটি অফিসার জিজ্ঞেস করার সময় পায় নাই আপনি বিষয়টা জানেন কিনা। সে নিচে থেকে যখন বলছে আমি জানি না, তাহলে আপনাদের কি মনে হয় এইটুকু কি অপ্রাসঙ্গিক নয়, অপ্রয়োজনীয়? এটা অপ্রাসঙ্গিক এবং অপ্রয়োজনীয়। সেই জন্য যখন লোকে এই নিগেশনগুলা এগুলা যখন রিপিটেডলি অথবা আননেসেসারিলি যখন ইউজ করে, তখন সেদিকে আমাদের একটু চিন্তা, একটু মনোযোগ দিতে হয়। অপ্রাসঙ্গিক তথ্য আছে কিনা দেখুন, irrelevant information. For example, you are asking somebody, did you do it? She or he would say, yes, I did it, or no, I didn't do that. Up to this point is okay. কিন্তু তুমি কি এটা করেছো, didn't do that, এটার অ্যানসারে যদি কেউ বলে how can I do that, আমি সেটা কিভাবে করতে পারি, তাহলে সে কিন্তু আমার কোশ্চেনের অ্যানসার দেয়। আমার আপাতত মনে হতে পারে সে আমাকে খুব স্ট্রংলি ডিনাই করছে, কিন্তু গভীর অ্যাসেসমেন্ট বলে আমি আমার কোশ্চেনের অ্যানসার পাই নাই। সুতরাং লোকে যখন আপনার সামনে অপ্রাসঙ্গিক তথ্য নিয়ে আসবে সেদিকেও আমাদের মনোযোগ দিতে হবে। তো এটা গেল হচ্ছে মৌখিক জবানবন্দিতে। আবার লিখিত জবানবন্দিতে দেখা যায় যে আমরা একটু আগে যে 3টা সেগমেন্টে ভাগ করেছি, মূল ঘটনার পূর্বকালীন, ঘটনাকালীন এবং ঘটনার পরবর্তী। দেখা যায় কি যে যখন কাউকে বলবেন কি হয়েছিল আমাকে বলো বা কি হয়েছিল লিখে দাও, সেই ক্ষেত্রে সে তার ব্রেইনের রাইট অংশটা ইউজ করবে, সে তার কল্পনাকে ইউজ করবে, সে তার মিথ্যাকে ইউজ করবে। সেই ক্ষেত্রে সে একটা লম্বা ইন্ট্রোডাকশন দিবে। মাঝখানের অংশটুকু অর্থাৎ ডিউরিং সেগমেন্টটা খুব ছোট হবে, আবার এন্ডিং সেকশনটাও কিন্তু একটু লম্বা হতে পারে। সুতরাং আপনারা দেখবেন যে মিথ্যাবাদীর স্টেটমেন্টে অপ্রাসঙ্গিক তথ্যের বেশি সন্নিবেশ ঘটবে হচ্ছে পূর্বকালীন অথবা পরবর্তী সময়ের সেগমেন্টে। Can you read that?
9 ভাষার দিকে খেয়াল করা। আমি 2020 সালের ইলেকশনে দাঁড়াবো না, বনাম 2020 সালের ইলেকশনে দাঁড়ানোর ইচ্ছা আমার নাই।
আমি শুরুতে বলেছিলাম the assessment or analysis of the words may provide us with some additional information. Additional information পাওয়ার জন্য আমরা শব্দের অ্যানালাইসিসটা ইউজ করতে পারি। We all know that Hillary Clinton competed the 2016 presidential election against Donald Trump and she was defeated. In the 2018, she faced some journalists and the journalists asked her, "Madam, are you going to compete the presidential election schedule for 2020?" তখন তিনি বলেছিলেন, আমি 2020 সালের ইলেকশনে দাঁড়াবো না। I will not compete the election schedule for 2020. আমাদেরকে কিন্তু আচ্ছা, আমি যদি আপনাদেরকে প্রশ্ন করি, হিলারি ক্লিন্টন যদি বলতেন 2020 সালের ইলেকশনের দাঁড়ানোর ইচ্ছা আমার নাই, ইচ্ছা শব্দটির অ্যানালাইসিস আপনাকে কি কোনো অ্যাডিশনাল ইনফরমেশন দিচ্ছে? হোয়াট ইজ দ্যাট? দাঁড়াতে পারে, নাও দাঁড়াতে পারে, জিনিসটা এখনো আনডিসাইডেড। আমি যদি বলি 2020 সালের ইলেকশনে দাঁড়ানোর পরিকল্পনা আমার নাই, তাহলে আপনি কি করবেন? পরিকল্পনা শব্দটির অ্যানালাইসিস কি বলে? নো, নট ডিসাইডেড। পরিকল্পনা ইজ এ ফ্লেক্সিবল ওয়ার্ড, চেঞ্জ হতে পারে, এটা চেঞ্জ হতে পারে। সুতরাং ইচ্ছা, পরিকল্পনা এই শব্দগুলোর অ্যানালাইসিস বলে দেয় yet to be decided. একটু ইম্পর্টেন্ট।
নাউন্স কোন ক্রমানুসারে সাজানো হয়েছে? উদাহরণ 1, এশিয়া স্পোর্টস, এখানে পুরাতন ও নতুন ক্রিয়া সামগ্রী পাওয়া যায়। উদাহরণ 2, আমি রানা ও মেহেদির সাথে খেলতে গিয়েছিলাম।
থ্যাংক ইউ। এখন দেখুন, আমি আপনাদেরকে শুরুতে বলেছি রুলস অফ গ্রামার উইল বি অ্যাপ্লিকেবল ফর দি অ্যাসেসমেন্ট অফ দিস স্টেটমেন্ট। তো আমি যদি নাউনের কথা চিন্তা করি, আমরা জানি এফআইআর এ অনেকগুলো নাউন থাকে, আসামির নাম থাকে, সেগুলো কিন্তু সব একটা অর্ডারে সাজানো থাকে। এখন ধরুন এই অর্ডারগুলোর অ্যানালাইসিস কিন্তু আমাদেরকে অ্যাডিশনাল ইনফরমেশন দিতে পারে। যেমন ধরুন একটা মার্ডার কেসে 7টা আসামি। এখন আমার সাব ইন্সপেক্টর যদি এফআইআর ভুক্ত আসামির 1 নম্বর আসামি যদি অ্যারেস্ট করে, সে কিন্তু খুশিতে চিৎকার করে তার সিনিয়র অফিসারকে জানায়, স্যার আমি এই হত্যা মামলার 1 নম্বর আসামি অ্যারেস্ট করেছি। এই সাব ইন্সপেক্টর যখন সেই হত্যা মামলার 6 বা 7 নম্বর আসামি অ্যারেস্ট করে, সে কিন্তু বলে না, স্যার আমি এই হত্যা মামলার 6 নম্বর আসামি অ্যারেস্ট করেছি। সে কি বলে? সে বলে, স্যার আমি এজাহারভুক্ত আসামি অ্যারেস্ট করেছি। সুতরাং এই যে 1 নম্বর আসামি আর এজাহারভুক্ত আসামির মধ্যে গুরুত্বের পার্থক্য আছে। মানুষ যখন কোনো কথাবার্তা বলে, অনেকগুলো নাউন আসে, তখন সে নাউনগুলোর যে ক্রমটা সাজায় তার পিছনে কাজ করে দুটো কারণ, দুটো সাইকোলজিক্যাল কারণ। একটা হচ্ছে যে পছন্দের ক্রম, আর একটা হচ্ছে অপছন্দের ক্রম। ওই মামলা করতে গেলে সবচেয়ে অপছন্দের লোকটাকে কিন্তু উপরে দেয়, যদিও তার ইনফরমেন্ট কম থাকতে পারে। দেখি আপনাদের একটু অ্যাসেস করে নিই। এশিয়া স্পোর্টস, এখানে পুরাতন এবং নতুন স্পোর্টস আইটেম পাওয়া যায়। এটা একটা দোকানের সাইনবোর্ড। এই দোকানের সাইনবোর্ড অ্যানালাইসিস করে কি আমাকে কোনো অ্যাডিশনাল ইনফরমেশন আপনারা দিতে পারবেন? কোনটা কি পাওয়া যাচ্ছে? এই যে আপনি কাছাকাছি গিয়েছেন আর কি। এই দোকানে মেইনলি পুরাতন আইটেম বেশি পাওয়া যায়, নতুন আইটেম কম। আচ্ছা, একটা ছেলে ফুটবল খেলতে গেছে, ব্যথা পেয়ে আসছে, তার বাবা জিজ্ঞেস করতেছে, বাবা তুমি কার সঙ্গে খেলতে গেছিলা? তো সে বললো আমি রানা এবং মেহেদির সঙ্গে খেলতে গেছিলাম। তো সেটা হতে পারে, হ্যাঁ সেটা হতে পারে, পছন্দ করে সেটা হতে পারে, কিন্তু বাবা চিন্তা করলো যে সে সেই এলাকায় বহুদিন থেকে থাকে, তার ছেলের রানা নামে কোনো ফ্রেন্ডের কথা শুনে নাই। তখন বাবা ছেলেকে জিজ্ঞেস করলো, এই আমরা তো এই এলাকায় বহুদিন থেকে থাকি, তো তোর রানা নামে কোনো দোস্ত আছে তো শুনি নেই? তুমি শোনো নাই? রানা এলাকায় নতুন আসছে বটে, কিন্তু সেই তো প্রত্যেক দিন আমাদেরকে খেলতে ডেকে নিয়ে যায়। তখন বাবা বুঝতে পারলো যেহেতু খেলা বিষয়টা বাচ্চাদের জন্য খুব প্রিয়, এই রানা কিছুদিনের মধ্যেই সবার কাছে এই যে খেলাধুলা অ্যারেঞ্জ করে খুব কাছাকাছি চলে গেছে, সেই জন্য মনের অজান্তেই সে রানা নামটা আগে বলছে, কারণ বাই দিস টাইম রানা তার পছন্দের তালিকা শুরুতে স্থান করে নিয়েছে। সুতরাং এই যে the analysis of the order of the nouns can provide us with some additional information. এবার প্রোনাউনটা পড়ি। প্রোনাউন ইজ মোর ইম্পর্টেন্ট দ্যান নাউন্স।
এক্সামিনিং প্রোনাউন আমাদেরকে অনেক তথ্য দেয়। ক, এক নাকি একের অধিক, আমি বনাম আমরা, আমি আমার গাড়িটি পার্কিং স্পেসে রেখেছিলাম, সরি আমি আমার গাড়িটি পার্কিং প্লেসে রেখেছিলাম, আমি গাড়িটি পার্কিং প্লেসে রেখেছিলাম।
থ্যাংক ইউ। এটা কিন্তু খটা হবে সত্য আসলে। আচ্ছা, তো প্রোনাউন হচ্ছে অনেক ধরনের হেল্প করে। নাম্বার 1 ইজ সিঙ্গুলার প্রোনাউন এবং প্লুরাল প্রোনাউন। হোয়াট ইজ দ্যাট? আমরা বুঝতে পারি আমি হচ্ছে আই হচ্ছে সিঙ্গুলার প্রোনাউন এন্ড আমরা বা উই হচ্ছে প্লুরাল প্রোনাউন। ধরুন গুলিস্তান এলাকায় একটা ছিনতাইয়ের ঘটনা ঘটছে, ভিকটিম বা বাদী পুলিশকে কমপ্লেইন করলো একটা লোক আমার মোবাইল টাকা পয়সা সব নিয়ে গেছে। পুলিশ সেই সাসপেক্টকে অ্যারেস্ট করলো, তাকে যখন ইন্টারভিউ করে জিজ্ঞেস করে তখন পুলিশ অফিসার শুনতেছে সেই সাসপেক্ট বলতেছে, স্যার আমরা স্যার সদরঘাট এলাকায় ছিলাম, আমরা স্যার সকাল 11টায় স্যার রওনা করি স্যার সদরঘাট থেকে, দুপুর 12টায় এসে স্যার পৌঁছায় গুলিস্তান। তখন সেই সাব ইন্সপেক্টর বা পুলিশ অফিসারের চিন্তা করা উচিত যে there were more than one person involved with the case. হয়তো বাদী একজনকে দেখছে, কিন্তু সাসপেক্ট যখন বলে আমরা বা উই, তখন আমাদেরকে চিন্তা করতে হবে সাসপেক্টের মনের কথাটা এই উই শব্দটা প্রকাশ করে দিয়ে আমাদেরকে এই ইনফরমেশনটা দিচ্ছে যে there were more than one person involved in the case. এটা হচ্ছে সিঙ্গুলার এবং প্লুরাল প্রোনাউনের অ্যানালাইসিস। এখানে হচ্ছে সত্য বা এই ওনারশিপ বা পজিশন। একটা গাড়ি ছিল, গাড়িটা চুরি হয়ে গেছে। তো এখানে দুইটা স্টেটমেন্ট আছে, একটা গাড়ির মালিকের একটা গাড়ির চালকের। Can any one of you tell me which statement is the driver's and which statement is the মালিকের? কেন? আপনারা কিন্তু বাই দিস টাইম স্টেটমেন্ট অ্যানালাইসিস শিখে গেছেন। এই যে এই গাড়িটার প্রতি মায়া বেশি হচ্ছে এই মালিকের, সেজন্য এটা হচ্ছে। এবার আমি যদি আপনাদেরকে প্রশ্ন করি যে একটা বাড়িতে আগুন ধরে, আগুনটা পড়ে গেছে, ঘরটা পড়ে গেছে। এখন ঘর তো অনেক সময় ঘরের মালিকও আগুন দেয় অন্যকে ফাঁসিয়ে দেওয়ার জন্য, বা শত্রুপক্ষ আগুন দেয়। এইবার যখন কোনো মালিক পুলিশ অফিসার ঘটনাস্থলে যাবে আর্সনের কেসে, তখন তাকে কি খেয়াল করতে হবে? খেয়াল করতে হবে যে বাড়ির মালিক বাড়ির সামনে দাঁড়িয়ে বাড়িটাকে কিভাবে অ্যাডজাস্ট করছে। যেমন সে যদি নিজে নিজে আগুন দেয় তাহলে তো ওইটার প্রতি তার মায়া বা দরদ নেই, তখন সে তার স্টেটমেন্টে আমার বাড়ি, আমার এই শব্দটা সে ঢুকাতে ভুলে যাবে, তার মন থেকে আসবে না। আবার যদি শত্রুপক্ষ আগুন দেয় আর বাড়িটা পুড়েও গেছে, তারপরে সে বলবে আমার বাড়ি, আমার বাড়ি। পুড়ে যাওয়া বাড়িটার প্রতিও কিন্তু তার মায়া বা দরদ আছে। যেমন ধরেন এই মোবাইলটার দাম মনে করেন যে 60,000 টাকা। এখন এই মোবাইলটা যতদিন সচল আছে, ভালো আছে, ততদিন কিন্তু এটা ভালো, আপন, মাই মোবাইল। এটা যখন অচল হবে, মেরামতের অযোগ্য হবে, তখন 60,000 টাকার মোবাইল হলো, এটার প্রতি আর আমার মায়া বা দরদ থাকবে না, তখন হয়ে যাবে এটা মোবাইলটি। বা ধরুন একজন হাজবেন্ড যখন তার ওয়াইফের সঙ্গে ভালো রিলেশনশিপ থাকে তখন বলবে যে আমার রূপা। যখন খারাপ সম্পর্ক হবে তখন আমার শব্দটা কেটে যাবে, তখন হয়ে যাবে ও বা রূপা। তারপরে দেখুন আমরা কিন্তু প্রোনাউনটা আন্তঃব্যক্তি সম্পর্ক নির্ধারণও কিন্তু আমরা এই প্রোনাউনটা অ্যানালাইসিস করতে পারি। So interpersonal relationship, discovering interpersonal relationship is very important for the lawyers, for the people who are engaged with the assessment. So আমি একটা ঘটনা বলি। ধরুন আমার ভাই আর সে, যদি ছোট ভাই বড় ভাইকে বলে আমার ভাই, এর বিপরীতে যদি সে বলে সে, তাহলে কোনটার দ্বারা বেশি আন্তরিকতা সম্পর্ক প্রকাশ পাচ্ছে? আমার ভাই। তো আমি ওই যে আবার চলে যাচ্ছি, সেই যে আমি ডিসি ওয়ারি ছিলাম 2009-10-এ, তখন এক ভোরবেলায় ড্যামরা রসি আমাকে ফোন করে বলে, স্যার একটু আসতে হবে, একটা ডেড বডি পাওয়া গেছে খালে। কোন খালে আপনারা খেয়াল করে দেখছেন যে যাত্রাবাড়ি থেকে ড্যামরা হয়ে যে নারায়ণগঞ্জের দিকে একটা খাল আছে, এটাকে বলে ডিএনডি খাল, ঢাকা ড্যামরা নারায়ণগঞ্জ খাল। এটা কিন্তু কৃত্রিম খাল, এটা শীতলক্ষার পানি এখানে ওঠে, সেই পানিটা সায়দাবাদের এই যে যাত্রাবাড়ির কাছাকাছি আসে, এটা ওয়াসার একটা প্ল্যান্ট, ওটা দিয়ে পানি শোধন করে আমাদের এই অঞ্চলে পানিটা দেয়। তো আমি যখন যাই, যাওয়ার পরে দেখি যে ছেলেটার বয়স হবে 21, একটু হালকা দাঁড়িয়ে আছে, তার ডেড বডি 3 দিনের পচা লাশ, সেটা উঠিয়ে রাখা হয়েছে এই খালের পাড়ে। সো দেয়ার ওয়ার থাউজেন্ডস অফ পিপল সারাউন্ডিং দ্য ডেড বডি। যখন আমি কথা বলতে থাকি, তখন একটা পর্যায়ে ওসি আমাকে বললো, স্যার এই ছেলেটার আপন ছোট ভাই স্যার পাশে আছে, আলাপ করবেন? আমি বললাম হ্যাঁ অবশ্যই। তারপরে তাকে নিয়ে আমি একটু সাইডে গেলাম, তার ভাই কি করতো, ভাই সম্পর্কে, মৃত্যু সম্পর্কে কিছু জানে কিনা সেটি যখন জানার চেষ্টা করি, শোনার চেষ্টা করি, সেই ছেলেটা দেখলাম যে আমার সঙ্গে কথা বলছে। কিন্তু 10 থেকে 15 মিনিট শোনার পরে আমি টের পেলাম সে অনেকক্ষণ কথা বলতেছে, একটি বারের জন্য সে আমার ভাইয়া, বড় ভাইয়া বা রুবেল ভাই, ওই ছেলেটার নাম ছিল রুবেল, রুবেল ভাই এই শব্দগুলো বলতেছে না। সে বলতেছে যে না, সে না, ওই অঞ্চলে আঞ্চলিকভাবে সেকে বলে হচ্ছে উইয়া, উইয়া এটা করতো, উইয়া সেটা করতো, উইয়া থাক ওইরা থাকতো মসজিদে। যখন উইয়া বলছে, বড় ভাই বলে নাই, তখন আমি বুঝছি সে তার বড় ভাইকে পছন্দ করে না। And this information led me to go to their house and we started searching the whole house. এবং দেখলাম যে সেই যেটি যে মারা গেছে তার পায়ে একটা যে রুমাল পেঁচানো ছিল, ওই যে মাদ্রাসার যে পোলাপান পরে এক ধরনের সাদা এবং লাল ফুটা ফুটা একটা রুমাল টাইপের মাদ্রাসার পাগড়ি টাইপের পরে, ওইটার একটা অংশ দিয়ে তার পা বাঁধা ছিল, অপর অংশ ভিকটিম যে বিছানায় ঘুমাইতো ওটা নিচে পাইলাম। তার মানে কি হি ওয়াজ কিলড ইন দিস রুম। তারপরে সার্চ করে প্রায় 2 থেকে 3 ঘন্টার মধ্যে আমরা বের করে ফেলছি যে এই ছোট ভাই যে মারা গেছে তার বয়স ছিল 21, যাকে আমি ইন্টারোগেট করি তার বয়স ছিল 17.5, আর ছোট আরেকটা বাচ্চা ছিল 7 বছরের, 3 ভাই ছিল ওরা। তো আমাদের অফিসাররা মোটামুটি 3 থেকে 4 ঘন্টার মধ্যে পাই করছে যে এই যে ছেলেটাকে আমি সাসপেক্ট করছি সে, তার মামা আর 2 জন মিলে একটা ছেলেকে ভাড়া করছে, ওই লোকটার নাম ছিল জীবন। এই 3 জন মিলে ওই ছেলেটাকে 3 দিন আগে মেরে ড্যামরা খালের মধ্যে ফেলে দিয়েছে। কারণটাও লজিক্যাল ছিল। এই যে ছেলেটা মারা গেছে, সে 3 বছর আগে ঝগড়াঝাটি করে তার বাবাকে খুব জোরে একটা বটি দিয়ে খুব মারছে মাথার পিছনে। তো বাবা হসপিটালাইজড হয়, মারা যায়, মামলা হয়, সে অ্যারেস্ট হয়, সে জেলে যায়, সে বেইল পায়। যখন বাইরে হয়ে আসে, আয়েশা যখন ওই বাসায় আবার থাকে, সে তার মাকে বলে, মা তুমি এত ঘন ঘন ওই বাড়িতে কেন যাও? হ্যাঁ, তুমি শাড়িটা এইভাবে কেন করো? হ্যাঁ, তুমি ওই ছেলের সঙ্গে কিসের জন্য আলাপ করো? তখন তার ছোট ভাই আর এই যে তাদের মা টের পাইছে, আগে তো বাবারে মারছে, এখন বাপেরও মেরে দিতে, সরি আগে বাবাকে মারছে, মাকে মেরে দিতে, এই জন্য ওরা পরিকল্পনা করে মেরে দিচ্ছে। আমার কোয়েশ্চন এটা না, আমার কোয়েশ্চন হচ্ছে যে ছোট ভাই বড় ভাইয়ের মৃত্যু প্রক্রিয়ার অংশ হয়, সেই বড় ভাই সম্পর্কে সে যখন কথা বলবে, তখন কিন্তু তার মনের ভিতর থেকে আমার ভাই অর্থাৎ আন্তরিকতার সূচক প্রকাশ করে এরকম কোন শব্দ সে উচ্চারণ করতে পারবে না। সুতরাং এই যে আন্তঃব্যক্তি সম্পর্ক নির্ধারণে কিন্তু আমরা প্রোনাউন ইউজ করতে পারি। আবার আরেকটা জিনিস দেখেন, এই স্টেটমেন্টটা যদি আমি অ্যানালাইসিস করি, দি প্রোনাউন ইজ মিসিং হিয়ার। কিভাবে? আমি গাড়ি চালিয়ে মগবাজার গেলাম, এই সেন্টেন্সে কিন্তু প্রোনাউনটা আছে। কোনটা প্রোনাউন? আমি হচ্ছে প্রোনাউন। কিন্তু গ্যাসের জন্য থামা হলো, খেয়াল করে দেখেন এখানে সে ভাব বাচ্চে কথা বলছে, অর্থাৎ সে বলে নাই গ্যাসের জন্য থামালাম বা গ্যাসের জন্য থামাতে বললাম, কোনো রেসপন্সিবিলিটি নিচ্ছে না। সুতরাং যখন দেখবেন লোকে কোনো কিছু উইথড্র করতে চায়, নিজেকে সম্পৃক্ত করে কথা বলতে চায় না, তখন সে মনের অজান্তেই বাক্য থেকে সে প্রোনাউনটা উইথড্র করে নেয়। এটাকে বলা হয় মিসিং প্রোনাউন। মিসিং প্রোনাউন ইজ অ্যান ইন্ডিকেটর অফ বিং ফলস। আমি একটু পড়বেন?
অপ্রত্যাশিত অ্যাডজেক্টিভ। আমি জাকিরকে তার গাড়ি দিয়ে চলে যেতে দেখেছি। বনাম আমি জাকিরকে তার লাল গাড়ি দিয়ে চলে যেতে দেখেছি।
এখানে গাড়ি হচ্ছে নাউন আর লাল হচ্ছে অ্যাডজেক্টিভ। আচ্ছা, আপনাদের কি মনে হয় যখন কেউ বলে আমি জাকিরকে তার লাল গাড়ি দিয়ে চলে যেতে দেখেছি, লাল শব্দের অ্যানালাইসিস আমাদেরকে একটা অ্যাডিশনাল ইনফরমেশন দিচ্ছে, সেটা কি? He has more than one car. হ্যাঁ, যদি জাকিরের একটা গাড়ি থাকতো সেটা যে কালারেরই হোক, তখন সে কি বলতো? তখন বলতো আমি জাকিরকে দেখছি তার গাড়ি নিয়ে চলে যেতে। সুতরাং এই যে অপ্রত্যাশিত অ্যাডজেক্টিভগুলো আমাকে অ্যাডিশনাল ইনফরমেশন পেতে সাহায্য করে। একটু পড়বেন।
অপ্রয়োজনীয় অ্যাডভার্ব। তুমি কি জানো রেজা কোথায়? আমি আসলে জানি না সে কোথায়। মনাম আমি জানি না সে এখন সে কোথায়, সরি আমি জানি না সে কোথায়। অতিরিক্ত তথ্য।
দেখুন, অপ্রয়োজনীয় অ্যাডভার্বগুলো আমাদেরকে কিছু ইনফরমেশন দেয়। সেটা কি? হ্যাঁ, আমি আসলে জানি না সে কোথায়। এখানে ভার্ব হচ্ছে জানি না, আসলে হচ্ছে অ্যাডভার্ব। এবার এই আসলে শব্দটা কেটে দিয়ে যদি আমি পড়ি তাহলে কি দাঁড়ায়? আমি জানি না সে কোথায়। This is a very good sentence. This is a conveying sentence. This is not a convincing sentence. তো আমি আগেই বলেছি, লোকে যখন মিথ্যা বলে তখন সে অপ্রয়োজনে কিছু বাড়তি শব্দ ইউজ করে, তার মধ্যে কিছু অ্যাডভার্ব আছে। তো অ্যাডজেক্টিভের ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু কোনো লিমিটেশন নেই, কিন্তু অ্যাডভার্বের ক্ষেত্রে লিমিটেশন হচ্ছে যে আপনি স্টেটমেন্টে 8টি অ্যাডভার্ব খুঁজতেই হবে, এর বাইরে কোনো অ্যাডভার্ব কোনো লোকে ইউজ করে না। মিথ্যুক লোকেরা এই অ্যাডভার্বগুলো অপ্রয়োজনে একাধিকবার ইউজ করতে থাকে। একটু পড়বেন।
মনের ডিকশনারির পরিবর্তন, চেঞ্জ ইন দ্য ইন্টারনাল ডিকশনারি। গত বৃহস্পতিবার আমি আমার গাড়িতে উঠলাম এবং গাজীপুরের দিকে ড্রাইভ করা শুরু করলাম। আমি যখন টঙ্গীর কাছাকাছি পৌঁছালাম তখন আমি আমার কারের পেছনে একটি শব্দ শুনলাম। আমি গাড়িটিকে রাস্তার সাইডে নিয়ে আসলাম। আমি কার হতে বের হয়ে দেখি একটি টায়ার প্লেট হয়ে গেছে। আমি গাড়িটির পেছনের দিক খুললাম এবং দেখলাম স্পার টায়ারটিও প্লেট।
টায়ারটিও প্লেট, থ্যাংক ইউ। এখানে আপনারা একটা জিনিস দেখুন, যখন এই স্টেটমেন্টটা কেউ পড়বে তখন অটোমেটিক্যালি দুটো শব্দের দিকে দৃষ্টি চলে যাবে। একটা হচ্ছে গাড়ি আর একটা হচ্ছে কার। গাড়ি কার, গাড়ি কার। এই ভদ্রলোক এই দুটো সিনোনিমের মধ্যে খুব কম জায়গার মধ্যেই বারবার পরিবর্তন ঘটাচ্ছেন। তো এই পরিবর্তন ঘটানোর কারণটা হচ্ছে সাইকোলজিক্যাল। যখন লোকে মিথ্যা বলে, যখন লোকে তার ব্রেইনের রাইট অংশ ইউজ করে, তখন সে সিনোনিমের মধ্যে পার্থক্য ঘটায়। যখন সে তার মেমোরি পার্ট ইউজ করে কথা বলে, তখন সে যদি একবার বলে গাড়ি, পুরো স্টেটমেন্টের মধ্যেই বলবে গাড়ি। যেমন ধরেন, আমাদের একজন সাব ইন্সপেক্টর ছিল বহুত আগে, সে বংশ থানার অপারেশনস অফিসার ছিল, তার নাম ছিল গৌতম কুমার রায়। তার বাড়ি ছিল ময়মনসিংহ, সে আমার সঙ্গে কিছুদিন চাকরি করছে। তো সে এক রাতে বংশা থানা থেকে রাত 1টা-1টার দিকে বের হয়েছে, সে যাবে হচ্ছে তার বাসা হচ্ছে ওয়ারিতে ছিল। পথিমধ্যে তার দুইটা ফ্রেন্ডের সঙ্গে তার সাক্ষাৎ। সেই ফ্রেন্ড ছিল, একটা নাম ছিল শামীম আর একটা নাম ছিল আজম। তো যখন গল্প করে তখন সে মোটরসাইকেলটা সাইডে রেখে সে ফুটপাথ দিয়ে হেঁটে যাচ্ছিল। যাওয়ার সময় সে দেখে 3টা কম বয়সী যুবক ওই একটা গলির ভিতর দিয়ে হেঁটে আসছে। তখন সে তার দায়িত্বের তাড়না থেকে সেই 3টা ছেলেকে যখন সার্চ করতে গেছে, আনফরচুনেটলি আবিষ্কার করা সম্ভব। ছোট একটা এক্সাম্পল দিই, ছোট বাচ্চারা যখন নিখোঁজ হয় সবচেয়ে আগে সাসপেক্ট করতে হয় নিকট আত্মীয়দের, পাড়া প্রতিবেশীদের, দারোয়ানদের, ইভেন বাবা মাও সেই সন্দেহের তালিকা থেকে বাদ যাবে না। তো মার্কিন যুক্তরাষ্ট্রের সাউথ ক্যারোলিনা অঙ্গরাজ্যে 1994 সালে এক ভদ্র মহিলা, ওনার নাম ছিল সুসান, তিনি থানায় যান এবং যা কমপ্লেন করেন, আমার দুটো বাচ্চা, একটার নাম হচ্ছে মাইকেল, একটা হচ্ছে আলেকজান্ডার, একটার বয়স ছিল 4, একটার হচ্ছে 10 মাস। তো তাদের নিয়ে আমি একটা গাড়ি দিয়ে যাচ্ছিলাম, একটা ট্রাফিক সিগন্যালে যখন আমি আটকা পড়ি তখন একটা নিগ্রয়েড লোক এসে গান পয়েন্টে আমাকে নামতে বলে, আমি নেমে যাই। সে যা সিটে বসে সে টান মেরে আমার গাড়িটা ছিনতাই করে নিয়ে যায়। যেহেতু পিছনে আমার বাচ্চা দুটা ছিল সিট বেল্ট বাঁধা, ওই দুটাকে নিয়ে গেছে। এখন পুলিশ তুমি খুঁজে বাইর করো। পুলিশ যখন ইনভেস্টিগেশনে নামে তখন সে জানতে পারে, পুলিশ জানতে পারে এই ভদ্র মহিলা তার হাজবেন্ডের সঙ্গে লিগেলি কাগজপত্রে সে ডিভোর্স হয় নাই, বাট আলাদা থাকে। তখন পুলিশ অফিসাররা এই দুইজন হাজবেন্ড এবং ওয়াইফের দুজনের স্টেটমেন্ট গত কয়েকদিন কি করেছে সেটি ওনাদের কাছ থেকে লিখে নেয়। লিখে নিয়ে যখন পুলিশ অফিসাররা অ্যানালাইসিস করে তখন তারা এই ধরনের একটা জিনিস পায়। একটু পড়বেন।
জি, ডেভিড স্মিথ, আমার ছেলেরা ভালো আছে, আমার বিশ্বাস তারা শীঘ্রই ফিরে আসবে। সুসান, আমার ছেলেরা খুবই আদরের ছিল, আমাকে ছাড়া এক মুহূর্ত থাকতে পারতো না, তারা আমাকে চেয়েছিল, এখন তারা আমার পাশে নেই।
এটা কিন্তু পুরো স্টেটমেন্টের একটা অংশ উঠিয়ে ধরলাম আপনাদের এটা বোঝানোর জন্য যে টেন্সের ক্ষেত্রে কি পার্থক্য ঘটেছিল। যখন বাবা তার স্টেটমেন্টে ছেলেদের সম্পর্কে কথা বলে তখন খেয়াল করে দেখেন প্রেজেন্ট টেন্সে কথা বলতেছে, কিন্তু পুলিশ অফিসাররা অবাক হয়ে খেয়াল করে যখন মা কথাবার্তা বলে তখন বাচ্চাদের সম্পর্কে বলে ছিল, পারতো না, চেয়েছিল। তখন ওই যে সাইকোলজি, যখন লোকে বলে ছিল, পারতো না, চেয়েছিল, তখন আমাদেরকে তারা কি বলতে চায়? বলতে চায় she or he is no longer in the world, নাই, এখন আর নাই। এটা কিন্তু শুরুতে বলেছিলাম আপনাদেরকে, the choice of word betray with the people, লোকের উচ্চারিত শব্দ তার সঙ্গে বিশ্বাসঘাতকতা করে। এখানে past tense এই সুসানের সঙ্গে বিশ্বাসঘাতকতা করে তথ্য দিচ্ছে আমাদেরকে এটা, she has the knowledge about her children। তো পুলিশ অফিসাররা জানতে পারে যখন সুসান, এটা কিন্তু আপনারা ইউটিউবে গেলে পাবেন, এটা খুব একটা মানে টোটাল আমেরিকান ন্যাশনাল ওয়াইড একটা মানে পয়েন্ট ছিল, ডিসকাশনের পয়েন্ট ছিল, যেটা কি হয়েছিল 7 দিন টানা পুলিশ অফিসাররা সেই দুটা বাচ্চার খোঁজ করেও পায় নাই। পরে একটা পর্যায়ে যখন ওরা ইনভেস্টিগেশনের নামে জানে যে যখন সুসান তার হাজবেন্ড থেকে আলাদা থাকে তখন সেই শহরের একটা ধনাঢ্য ব্যক্তির সঙ্গে তার পরিচয় হয়, এক্সট্রা ম্যারিটাল রিলেশনশিপ হয়। সেই লোকটা একটা পর্যায়ে সেই লোকটাকে সে বলে তুমি আমাকে বিয়ে করো। তখন সেই লোকটা বলে আমি তো তোমাকে এইভাবে বিয়ে করবো না, যদি তোমার বাচ্চা না থাকতো তাহলে তোমাকে আমি বিয়ে করে ফেলতাম, কিন্তু বাচ্চাকে মারার জন্য কিন্তু সে বলে নাই। তো সেই ভদ্রমহিলা সেদিন বাচ্চা দুইটাকে নিয়ে ওই পিছনে সিট বেল্ট বেঁধে শহরের শেষ প্রান্তে চলে গেছে। যাওয়ার পরে একটা লেক আছে, লেকের পাড়ে এরকম স্লোপের মধ্যে গাড়িটাকে রেখে অ্যাক্সেলারেটরের মধ্যে ইট চাপা দেয়, ধাক্কা মেরে ভদ্রমহিলা ওই লেকের মধ্যে গাড়ি সহ বাচ্চাদেরকে ডুবিয়ে দেয়। পরে পুলিশ অফিসাররা যায় ওইটাকে বাচ্চাদেরকে 7 থেকে 8 দিন পরে উদ্ধার করে। তো আমার পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে এইটা যে যখন লোকে জানে যে কেউ মারা গেছে তখন সেটা সে লুকায় রাখতে পারে না, পাস্ট টেন্স ইউজ করে সেটা প্রকাশ করে দেয়। আমার এই কথাগুলো শোনার পরে আমাকে অ্যাডিশনাল এসপি কিছুদিন পরে এসে বলল যে স্যার আপনার এই পয়েন্টটা স্যার আমি কাজে লাগাইতে পারছি। ওই সিরাজগঞ্জের বেড়া উপজেলায় এক লোক এক মহিলাকে অ্যারেস্ট করে নিয়ে আসে তার হাজবেন্ডকে ইয়ে করার কারণে। তখন সেই মহিলা জানেন যে তার হাজবেন্ড জীবিত, কিন্তু তিনি ক্লেম করতেছেন যে তার হাজবেন্ড মারা গেছে। হ্যাঁ, তাইলে তো তার পাস্ট টেন্সই বলবে, কিন্তু একটা পর্যায়ে ভদ্রমহিলা একটা শব্দ উচ্চারণ করে যেটাতে প্রেজেন্ট টেন্স ইন্ডিকেট করে, তখন বোঝা গেল যে হাজবেন্ডটা জীবিত আছে। পরবর্তীতে ঠিকই কিন্তু তার হাজবেন্ডকে ওই চলন বিলের হাওড়ার একটা মাচা থেকে জীবিত অবস্থায় উদ্ধার করা হয়। পরকে তাদের সঙ্গে করে ওরা ওখানে ইয়ে করছিল আর কি, লুকায় রাখছিল। আচ্ছা, একটু পড়বেন, আমি প্রায় শেষের দিকে চলে আসছি, একটা পয়েন্ট আছে।
ঘটনার স্লাইডটা বোধহয় প্রিভিয়াসটা হবে
না, এটা শেষ হয়ে গেছে, এটা একটু আগে ডেভিড স্মিথেরটা। ঘটনা বর্ণনার ক্রম ঠিক আছে কিনা দেখুন। একটা জিনিস হচ্ছে যখন লোকে সত্য কথা বলে, যখন লোকে তার ব্রেইনের লেফট অংশ ইউজ করে তখন ঘটনার একটা ধারাবাহিকতা থাকে। যখন সে ডান পাশ ইউজ করে তখন সে সেটা ঠিক রাখতে পারে না। একটা এক্সাম্পল দিই, একবার আবার চলে যাই মার্কিন যুক্তরাষ্ট্রে, কয়েকটা বই নিয়ে আসছিলাম, সেগুলো পড়ছিলাম, ওইটার মধ্যে এই স্টোরিটা ছিল। তো স্টোরিটা হলো স্কুবা ডাইভিং, সমুদ্রের নিচে অক্সিজেন নিয়ে কিছুক্ষণ যখন বিচরণ করে সেটা করে স্কুবা ডাইভিং। একটা ছেলে সে দাবি করে যে সে তার বাবা আরো 2 জন লোক মিলে একটা নৌকা করে একটু দূরে যায়, সমুদ্রে একটু দূরে যায়। সে তার বাবার সঙ্গে ডিসকাস করে নেয় সে আর তার বাবা জাম দিবে, 5 মিনিট পরে আবার উঠে আসবে। তো ছেলেটার বক্তব্য অনুসারে সে জাম দেয়, উঠে আসে, কিন্তু তার বাবা উঠে আসে নাই। His father is busy now. So he went to the police station and complained that his father is busy. At this point, যখন পুলিশ অফিসাররা যখন এটা ইনভেস্টিগেশন করে তখন তারা একটা পর্যায়ে তার ছেলেকে বলে রাইট ডাউন হোয়াট হ্যাপেন্ড। তখন ছেলেটি এই স্টেটমেন্টটা লেখা দেয়, একটু কি কেউ পড়বেন?
ওই দিন ড্রাইভিং করার সময় পানিতে ডুব দেবার পূর্বে আমি ও আমার বাবা নিজেদের মধ্যে আলাপ করে নিই যে 5 মিনিট পর দুজনেই পানির উপরে উঠে আসবো, তারপর পানিতে ডুব দেই। 5 মিনিট পর আমি পানির উপরে উঠে আসি, কিন্তু বাবা উঠে আসেননি। আমি বাবার জন্য কয়েক মিনিট অপেক্ষা করি। অদূরে ওই দুজন লোক নৌকাতে বসা ছিল। আমি সাঁতার কেটে তাদের কাছে যেয়ে জিজ্ঞেস করি তারা বাবাকে দেখেছে কিনা। তারা জানায় দেখেনি। আমি বাবার খোঁজে আবার পানি নিচে যাই। অক্সিজেন ফুরিয়ে যাওয়ায় আমি পানির উপর উঠে আসতে বাধ্য হই। আমার সিলিন্ডারে 2000 পাউন্ড অক্সিজেন ছিল। আমি বাবাকে জিজ্ঞেস করি তার কতটুকু অক্সিজেন ছিল। বাবা জানান 2000 পাউন্ড অক্সিজেন আছে। তিনি, আমি ও ওই দুজন লোক মিলে আমার বাবাকে অনেকক্ষণ খোঁজাখুঁজি করি। না পেয়ে সাহায্যের জন্য উদ্ধারকারী দলকে জানাই।
থ্যাংক ইউ। দেখুন, এটা কি থটফুল স্টেটমেন্ট, কোনো ভুল নাই, কিন্তু খেয়াল করে দেখুন সেই ছেলেটি যখন বলে 5 মিনিট পর আমি পানির উপর উঠে আসি কিন্তু বাবা উঠে আসেননি, তার এই বক্তব্যটা আমাকে এই ইনফরমেশন দেয় যে তারপরে তার বাবার সাথে আর কোনো দেখা সাক্ষাৎ হয়নি। কিন্তু এখানে এসে সে বলতেছে তার বাবার সঙ্গে তার আবার কনভারসেশন হয়েছে। ইট মিনস যে তার বাবা জীবিত। ভুল করে এই ইনফরমেশনটা আমাদেরকে দিয়ে দিয়েছে। ওই যে once again choice of word betrays with the people। আবার এখানে কিন্তু একটা কাটা দাগ আছে, এটা এখানে হবে, এটা ইন্টারপ্রিটেশনটা একটু পরে করছি। সুতরাং আমরা যখন জাতিসংঘ মিশনে যাওয়ার জন্য একটা পরীক্ষা দিতে হয়, ওটার নাম হচ্ছে সিলেকশন অ্যাসিস্ট্যান্স টেস্ট, স্যাট বলি। ওইটাতে তিনটা ক্যাটাগরি দেখা হয়। আমাদেরকে একটা ঘটনা বাজায় শোনায়, আমরা শুনি এবং নোট নিই, তারপর আমরা রিপোর্ট লিখি। সেই রিপোর্ট যখন এক্সামিন করে তখন তিনটা জিনিস দেখে। একটা হচ্ছে ইনফরমেশন, 20টা ইনফরমেশন থাকে, 20টার মধ্যে কয়টা দিতে পারলাম। তারপরে গ্রামারটা ঠিক আছে কিনা দেখে। মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্টলি দেখে যে আমি ঘটনাটা বুঝতে পেরেছি কিনা। সেই ঘটনাটা বুঝতে পেরেছি কিনা সেটা দেখার জন্য তারা এই যে ক্রমানুসারে ঘটনাটা ঘটনাটা সাজানোর কথা, প্রম্পটটা ঠিক আছে কিনা, অর্ডারটা ঠিক আছে কিনা সেটাও দেখে। সুতরাং একই জিনিস কিন্তু অ্যাপ্লিকেবল for the people whom we are listening during the course of our judgment. আচ্ছা, আমি আর দুটো পয়েন্ট আছে। টাইম অ্যানালাইসিস এর ক্ষেত্রে দেখা যায় তিন ভাবে আমরা ইউজ করতে পারি। একটা হচ্ছে মিসিং টাইম। তো মিসিং টাইমটা কি? আমরা যদি ধরে নেই যে ফার্মগেট এলাকায় দুপুর 1টায় একটি ছিনতাইয়ের ঘটনা ঘটেছে, সাসপেক্ট অ্যারেস্ট হলো, তাকে জিজ্ঞেস করা হলো তুমি সারাদিন কি করেছো বলো। তো সে বলল যে আমি মালিবাগ থেকে ফার্মগেটের উদ্দেশ্যে রওনা করেছি সকাল 11টায়, ফার্মগেট পৌঁছেছি দুপুর 12টায়, তারপরে বিকেল 5টায় রওনা করেছি সাভার যাব, তারপরে রাত 8টায় সাভার পৌঁছে। এখন দেখুন, সে দুপুর 12টা থেকে বিকেল 5টায় 5 ঘন্টা সে কোথায় ছিল, কি করছিল, কার সাথে ছিল, সে কিচ্ছু বলে নাই। এটাকে বলা হয় গ্রে এরিয়া। এই গ্রে এরিয়াটা সেই সকল লোক সৃষ্টি করে যারা সত্য কথাটা বলতে চায় না, যারা ঠিক মূল ঘটনার পিরিয়ডে একটা জাম্প করতে চায়, তাদের জন্য এটা প্রযোজ্য। সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা যেটা করি, তখন তাকে বলি তুমি দুপুর 12টা থেকে বিকেল 5টা পর্যন্ত কোথায় ছিল, কি করছিল সেটা ডিটেইল লিখে দাও। তো এটাকে বলা হয় মিসিং টাইম। এর পরেরটা হচ্ছে টাইম আউট অফ প্লেস। যখন লোককে মিথ্যা বলে তখন এই ভুলটা করে। একটা লোক আপনার রওনা করেছে পল্টন থেকে যাবে সাভারে, সে সকাল 8টায় রওনা করেছে পল্টন থেকে, সে বলতে চায় যে আসাদ গেটে পৌঁছাইছে সকাল 10টায়। আবার সে বলতে চায় সকাল 9টায় আসাদ গেট থেকে রওনা করেছে সাভারের উদ্দেশ্যে। তো এই যে 10টার পরে যে 9টায় আসলো, এটা ক্রোনোলজি সে ঠিক রাখতে পারে নাই, কারণ সে লোকে যখন মিথ্যা বলে তখন আগে কোন টাইমটা বলে ওইটা তার মনে থাকে না। সেই জন্য বলা হয় লায়ার্স শুড হ্যাভ স্ট্রং মেমোরিজ। যদি খুব স্ট্রং মেমোরি না থাকে কেউ মিথ্যা বলার চেষ্টা করে না। আচ্ছা, তারপরে কতটুকু সময়ে কতটুকু রাস্তা অতিক্রম করতে পারছি সেটাও আমরা অ্যানালাইসিস করি। যেমন ধরেন একজন দাবি করছে নিউ মার্কেট থেকে সে যাবে হচ্ছে গাবতলী। তো নিউ মার্কেট থেকে সকাল 10টায় সে রওনা করেছে, সে দাবি করতেছে সে 20 মিনিটে সে শ্যামলী পৌঁছায় গেছে। অ্যাবসার্ড, মানে খুব একটা হরতাল সিচুয়েশন হয়তো সম্ভব, নরমাল সিচুয়েশনে 20 মিনিটে নিউ মার্কেট থেকে শ্যামলী পৌঁছানো সম্ভব না। এখানে সে টাইমটা বিয়োগ করে ফেলেছে। এখানে দেখুন, সে বলতে চায় শ্যামলী থেকে 10:30টায় রওনা হয়, 11:30টায় সে গাবতলী পৌঁছেছে। এখানে মাত্র 2 কিলোমিটার রাস্তা, 1 ঘন্টা লাগার কথা নয়। অর্থাৎ কোথাও সে টাইম যোগ করতেছে, কোথাও বিয়োগ করতেছে। সুতরাং যারা মিথ্যা বলে তারা কতটুকু টাইমে কতটুকু রাস্তা অতিক্রম করা যায় সেটাও সে মেলায় বলতে পারে না। আর একটা পয়েন্ট আছে, ওইটা আমি বলতে চাইছিলাম যে এই ভদ্রলোক একটু আগে যেটা স্কুবা ডাইভিং এটা যখন বলি তখন এই তিনি এই শব্দটা লিখছে, লেখার পরে এই যে দাগটা এখানে ছিল আসলে কম্পিউটারে চেঞ্জ হওয়ার কারণে এখানে চলে গেছে। এই তিনিটা আসলে কে? তার বাবা। সে কিন্তু তার জীবিত বাবা সম্পর্কে লেখা শুরু করছিল। যখনই সে চিন্তা করছে যে আমি তো দাবি করতেছি আমার বাবা আর বেঁচে নেই, সুতরাং সে এটা কাটছে। সুতরাং কারোর কাছ থেকে যদি আমরা লিখিত জবানবন্দি নিই তাহলে তার কাটা ছাড়া শব্দ বা বাক্যগুলো কিন্তু আমাদের কাজে দেয়। আপনারা কিন্তু কেউ জিজ্ঞেস করেন নাই তাইলে এই যে ঘটনাটার কি হয়েছিল লাস্টে, আমিও ভুলে গেছি বলতে। সেটা হলো যে এই যে ছেলেটা যে দাবি করছে তার বাবাটা জীবিত নেই, এই তার বাবার একটা ফ্রেন্ড 3 বছর আগে সত্য এই পানিতে সমুদ্রের পানিতে স্কুবা ডাইভিং করতে যায় মারা গেছিল। তারপরে তার ফ্যামিলি ইন্স্যুরেন্সের টাকা ক্লেম করে অনেক টাকা পাইছিল। এই ঘটনাটাই তার বাবা এবং তার ছেলেকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করে এরকম একটা ঘটনা সাজানোর জন্য পরবর্তীতে পুলিশ অফিসাররা সার্চ করে ওই বাড়ি বেসমেন্টের নিচের থেকে তার বাবাকে জীবিত অবস্থায় উদ্ধার করে। তো সো দিস ইজ দ্য ওয়ে। আমার মনে হয় আমি I am done. So if you are, thank you very much. So I mean just summary এটাই বলতে চাই যে if you are listening attentively to the people, you get some additional points, and these additional points definitely help. Thank you.
We can start?
Yeah.
Break.
No need break. No break. Start please.
No break.
No.
So if you happy with all of you are seated, we can start.
Yes, we are interested.
Good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You may switch off. I said in the morning about experiential learning. Learning generally is of 3 types. One is scholastic learning, which we underwent in schools and colleges where we learned by reading textbooks and by listening to lectures. So in this program also, major part is based on scholastic learning. Another is intuitive learning, where a person learns from intuition. And the third is experiential learning, where a person learns from one's own experience. Experience is the only source of knowledge, said Swami Vivekananda. But experiential learning is very, very expensive. Every time a person learns from his own or her own experience, he or she would have already paid a very heavy price for that. For example, somebody starts a new business, makes a lot of investments into that, and after 2 years loses all the money and then says, I have now learned how not to run a business. Somebody keeps his finger on fire and then says, I have now learned that fire burns. If you and I are not keeping our fingers on fire, it is because somebody burned his fingers and passed on that lesson to us. So we need to learn also from the experience of others. Now in this session, a considerable part will be devoted to experiential learning. Don't be scared, you will not have to pay any price in terms of mental agony, pain, suffering or loss, because this is a simulated experience. On the one hand, you will not undergo pain, suffering, on the other hand, it will be fun-filled, you will enjoy. And at the same time, the value, the quality of learning from this simulated experience will be equal to that of learning from real-life experience. Because what you will undergo now is also real-life experience. The only difference is that it is simulated by an activity. And the name of the activity is making tea. All of us are going to make tea now for the tea break. Before that we are making tea. And for which purpose you will, every one of you will receive a tea package. as soon as you receive the package, please put all the contents on the table and check whether there are 4 cardboard pieces, 4 different cardboard pieces. If it contains more or less than 4, it is a defective packet. Return it to me and get it replaced. So the first thing you do is check whether there are 4 cardboard pieces, and then you have to assemble them to make a perfect T as printed on the envelope. Please listen to me carefully. Only then you will be able to do it. It is not sufficient that you make the English alphabet T. You have to make it in perfect shape. Your rectangle is placed horizontally, to which is connected another rectangle vertically in the middle, and all the joints are 90 degrees. And there are 3 conditions which are printed on the envelope. Number 1, you should not fold any piece. Number 2, you should not cut any piece. Number 3, you should not keep one above the other. So without overlapping, without folding, without cutting, by just assembling, you have to make a perfect T as printed on the envelope. And once you have done it, please call me and show and get recognized for having done it first. Anyone who has not received the packet? You can also try when you are free. Don't mix the contents of your packet with that of your neighbor, then both of you will not be able to do it. Because tea was made first and then cut into 4 pieces. So the 4 pieces you have got are 4 integral parts of tea. The purpose of this activity is not to test anyone's intelligence. It is not an intelligence test. The purpose is to simulate an experience so that you will emerge from that with learning relevant to negotiation and mediation. And the more you struggle, the better it is, so that more experience will be there. Yeah. Yeah, what she said is right. Children do it fast because you have made the tea. This is correct. This is correct. This side also should be like this. Yeah, this is also tea, but this is 45 degrees. This is 135 degrees. It should be perfect in shape. Now she was telling that children do it fast, and a child would be able to do it fast. That is true. I have conducted this for the principals of schools, teachers of schools. They are not able to do, but the children do it fast because it is about thinking out of the box. For the children, there is no box at all, so it is very easy for them to explore options. You have made a tea, but it should be perfect. All this should be perfect in shape. Whenever you think a clue will help, I will give you a clue. But if you want to try on your own for some more time, you may do so. Otherwise, I will give a clue. Shall I give the clue?
No, sir.
the piece which you think is preventing you from making a perfect. You are able to understand the remaining 3 pieces. So the question in your minds uppermost is, how can you make a perfect T with one piece shaped like this? This is the villain of the piece. According to you, this is the problem. But truly speaking, it is not the problem. It contains a solution to the problem. For example, if you see this cut, it is 90 degrees. For example, this joint is 90 degrees. This joint is 90 degrees, which you think you have to create by assembling, whereas it is provided ready-made here. So if you, it is the heart of T. So if you position it like this, the center. I will come to every table, I'm sure. If you position it like this, and then the longest piece is the vertical piece beneath it, and the 2 small pieces are on either side. Correct. Yes. Now you keep it in the same manner, right?
কিন্তু ওভারল্যাপ করা তো যায়
Yes, you are right. Masoom has done it. Please give him a big hand. What we have done is correct. This aspect is correct. See, the longest piece is the vertical piece.
Okay,
Yeah, you are good. Now the longest piece is vertical piece. The 2 pieces on that. Excuse me. Only small change. This will come here, so that both sides should be equal. And please help your neighbors to do. And those who have done, please put the pieces back into the envelope and return the envelopes to me. You are done? Message. What is that? Yeah, please give her a big hand. Nothing is impossible. things only look impossible, but there can be a break. Now, when a dispute comes to you for mediation, it may appear that there is no solution to it. Like that herdsman story I told, the wheel which read 17 camels have to be divided between 3 people. It appeared impossible, it became possible. So now, how do you motivate yourselves to continue to mediate and make the parties to reach a settlement? You need the energy. So you need to be hopeful. You need to believe that nothing is impossible.
Strong determination.
Yeah, strong determination. So it is all in the mind. There is a small but a beautiful passage in the New Testament I quote. Jesus answered, I tell you the truth, if anyone says to this mountain, go throw yourself into the sea, and does not doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says will happen, it will be done for him. Therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. And when you stand praying, if you hold anything against anyone, forgive him, so that your Father in heaven will forgive you your sins. It is very easy to look at a mountain and say, go immerse yourself into the sea. But very, very, very difficult it is to believe that what you say will happen. That is why Jesus Christ had to qualify his statement, I tell you the truth. Because he knew pretty well that what he was going to say was something that we cannot believe. I tell you the truth, if anyone says to this mountain, go throw yourself into the sea, and does not doubt in his heart, but believe that what he says will happen. So the message is that if by Mahatma Gandhi said faith can move mountains. So by faith, if we can move even mountains, all the other things that we are trying to achieve are much easier than that, isn't it? Therefore, we have every reason to believe that we will be able to resolve the dispute, or for that matter, solve any problem. Now you face problem, rather we face problem at home, in the community, at work, etc. And when we are not able to find solutions to problems, we get frustrated, or angry, or depressed, as is our nature. Now this also was a problem you could not solve. But none of
Phil, we think it may not be solved or it be solved. May
Very
or
good.
may not. That's
Yes.
why we are present.
please give her a big hand, yes. So what he says is here there was an assurance that this problem can be solved. Or in the worst case, at least I will tell you how to solve it, because I have given the problem. Whereas in the other situation, there is no such assurance. That is why this belief again becomes necessary. When you believe that you will be able to solve the problem, when you believe that for every problem there is a solution, or rather, like she said, the problem itself is a solution, then you will be motivated to continue to try. Now on motivation, something I want to ask. How did I start the activity? I distributed the packets and told you that you have to make a perfect tea using those 4 cardboard pieces and 3 conditions. And the manner in which I told you, I conveyed the message indirectly that it was possible. And all of you started very enthusiastically. You thought that it would be easy, then you found it very, very difficult. But even then you did not give up. You continued to try until you got it. Now listen to me carefully. If I had conducted the activity in a different manner, I distributed the packets and told you like this. Let me know, excuse me, let me know whether it is possible to make a perfect tea using these 4 pieces and 3 conditions. Please let me know. I will give you 3 minutes time. What would all of you have told me unanimously? If I had asked you whether it is possible with these 4 pieces and 3 conditions, and I said you can take 3 minutes and tell me whether it is possible, what would all of you have told me unanimously? Not possible. So, unanimous opinion also can go wrong. That is what okay. Now, if I had asked you whether it is possible, you would have told me it is not possible. But because I told you it was possible, though it appeared impossible, you never gave up and continued to try. So the same you, the same me, the same task, the same material, the same sentence slightly reworded made a difference. If I had asked you whether it is possible, you would have made some combinations for 2-3 minutes, then you would have lost interest you would have come to the conclusion, oh, it is not possible, that is why I am not able to do it, and thrown the packet and started talking to your neighbor. Now what happened, because I told you it was possible, though it appeared impossible, you never gave up. For about 7 minutes, 10 minutes, all of you were like school children. You forgot everything else, as if this is the most important task in life. Though you knew pretty well there is no award or reward for doing this, and no punishment for not doing this. So what motivated you to do this? See, there is no award or reward for doing this, and it appeared very difficult. But even then, you didn't give up. It was what she said, as she has already given a clue to the question that I have put. So what is the difference between these two sentences? The sentence asking you, tell me whether it is possible, and another is telling you it is possible. When I ask you it is possible, whether it is possible, you are saying not possible. Because I told you it is possible, you continue to try and got it. So there is a lesson in motivation there. In the other case, there is no motivation. In this case, you were at the peak of motivation. So from where did you get it?
The element of certainty.
Yes?
The element of certainty.
An element of certainty, an assurance, the hope. Very good. Please give her a big hand. Yes? Then you will say something.
Assurance come from an authentic body.
Authentic?
Body.
Okay. So from the authentic body, the messages come. Okay. That means, in other words, an assurance. The belief that it is possible because so and so has said. That is fine. Okay. Dr. Victor Room, an industrial psychologist, gave a formula to explain the motivation level in people. I think I can present it in the slide. That morning that you had downloaded that NRSA, only this one you had downloaded. No, not this. No, not this, not this. The other big folder you have done. Dr. Victor Room, an industrial psychologist, gave a formula to explain the motivation level in people. He said, force is equal to balance into expectancy. Now don't look at the screen, it will come, then I will tell you. Now you look at me. Force is equal to balance into expectancy. By force he means the strength of motivation in a person, which was the highest in all of you when you were assembling the team. How was it achieved? Balance multiplied by expectation. Could you locate making team? No, you click the TCY, click that. In that making team will be there. You put M. Yes. Okay, now I have it. The next slide, second slide. Okay, the next slide, yes. This theory holds that people will be motivated to do things to reach a goal if they believe in the worth of that goal and if they can see that what they do will help them in achieving it. So force is equal to balance into expectancy. By force he means the strength of a person's motivation, which was the highest in all of you when you were assembling the team. How was it achieved? Balance. It is the strength of an individual's preference for a particular outcome. What was the preference? The perfect shaped T. In simple words, a goal supported by a desire to achieve it. That is balance. Multiplied by expectancy. The expectation, the faith that if you try, you will get it. So, force is equal to balance into expectancy means force, that is motivation, is equal to goal plus desire into faith or hope. Or as she said, the assurance that this problem can be solved. So if any one of them is absent, if goal is not there, or desire is not there, or the faith that if you try you will get it is not there, you will not have motivation. For example, there are different ways of entrusting a task with someone. Suppose you give your assistant a task. Say, it's a very difficult job, I don't know whether you will be able to do it, anyway you try it. So what will happen? He will think, even my boss thinks that I won't be able to do it, so why should I waste time on doing it? So he will keep it for 2 days and come back to you and tell you after 2 days, sir, what you said was very right, I was not able to do it and I am giving it back to you. Suppose you tell him, it is difficult, but you can do it. And that is why I am entrusting with you. Then that expectancy is there. Goal is there, balance is there, expectancy is there. He will be at the peak of motivation to rise to your expectation, and he will do it. So in mediation, the mediator has to instill faith in the parties that a solution can be reached. Many times, even they would be in a mood to give it up. So if you can encourage them, give them the assurance, so this problem can be solved. Or tell them a story where a more difficult problem was solved earlier, and instill the faith in them. And appreciate them whenever they make small progress. See, you have made this progress. So therefore, agreement is in the horizon. It should be possible. They will be encouraged to do that. And we can motivate the parties only if we have faith in ourselves. So first, we should have the faith that we will be able to resolve the issue. We will be able to make the parties to reach an agreement. Only then we will be able to instill that faith in them. Anything you would like to add to this point? So this formula explains what motivated you to continue to try. And now to drive home this point, I will give an example. Balance is goal plus desire. Expectancy is the hope, the faith that if one tries, one will get it. If any one of them is absent, force motivation will not be there. Because you know, in mathematics, anything multiplied by 0 is 0. Suppose balance is there, goal and desire are there, but expectancy is not there. Oh, if I think that I cannot do it, then balance may be 100%, this is 0, 100 multiplied by 0 is equal to 0, I will not have any motivation to do it. I will give an example. Suppose I want to become the Prime Minister of India. What about balance? Goal is there, desire is there. I feel how great it will be if I become the Prime Minister of the country. Multiplied by expectancy, there comes the problem. My mind keeps telling me all the time, however much I might try, whatever I might do, I can never become the Prime Minister of the country. So this is 0. Balance is 100%. Multiplied by 0 is equal to 0. I will not have any motivation to put in any effort to become the Prime Minister because my mind tells me it will be a waste of effort. Suppose I have another goal. I am a Rotarian. I want to become the president of my Rotary Club. What about balance? It is there 100%. Expectancy. My mind tells me if I try, I can become. So that is also 100%. 100 multiplied by 100, 10,000% will be the force of motivation with which I will try to become the president of the club, and I will become that. Now, this explains what will motivate us to continue to try. Mediation calls for a lot of patience and persistence and perseverance. Nevertheless, you got it only because you continue to try. Okay. So, if we continue to try, we will succeed. That we need to believe. Og Martineau has very beautifully driven home this point in one of his famous 10 scrolls of the greatest salesman in the world. I will present that scroll now. It's a very inspiring passage, but a little long one, around 3 minutes I will take. I will persist until I succeed. In the Orient, young bulls are tested for the fight arena in a certain manner. Each is brought to the ring and allowed to attack a picketer who pricks them with a lance. The bravery of each bull is then rated with care, according to the number of times he demonstrates his willingness to charge, in spite of the sting of the blade. Henceforth will I recognize that each day I am tested by life in like manner. If I persist, if I continue to try, if I continue to charge forward, I will succeed. I will persist until I succeed. I was not delivered unto this goal. This picketer story, I hope you understood. That is, there was a method of selecting a bull for the bullfight. What was that? A picketer, that is, a man will be sitting on a horseback with a long wooden shaft. At the end of it, there will be a small blade or a pin. The bull which is to be tested for the selection will be allowed to charge against the picketer. So when the bull comes charging towards him, he will hit the bull with that shaft, and that pin or the blade will scratch the forehead of the bull, and the blood will ooze, it will burn, so the bull will retreat and it will run back. But there will be one bull, despite the sting of the blade, will continue to attack the picketer, and that bull will be chosen for the bullfight. So Og Martineau says, Each day in life I am tested in that manner. If I continue to try, if I continue to charge forward, I will succeed, I will persist until I succeed. I was not delivered unto this world in defeat, nor does failure course in my veins. I am not a sheep waiting to be prodded by my shepherd. I am a lion, and I refuse to talk, to walk, to sleep with the sheep. I will hear not those who weep and complain, for their disease is contagious. Let them join the sheep. The slaughterhouse of failure is not my destiny. I will persist until I succeed. Henceforth I will consider each day's effort as but one blow of my blade against a mighty oak. The first blow may cause not a tremor in the wood, nor the second, nor the third. Each blow of itself may be trifling and seem of no consequence. Yet from childish lives, the oak will eventually tumble. So it will be with my efforts of today. In a sense, every mediation session is like this, striking your blade on a tree. Each blow may appear to be trifling, not very significant. But once it is done repeatedly, one day the oak will tumble. In fact, this method I have tried for getting things done. For example, I have to ask somebody to agree for something. I will propose it to him. I am not talking about mediation. Generally, it can be applied in mediation as well. The man says, no, it is not possible. And he will tell me why it is not possible. So I will accept his argument. I will tell him you are right and go. And again after 1 week, again I will propose it to him. And this time I will go with a fresh argument. And again he will say, oh, it is not possible. But instead of entering into an argument, I will accept. Like that I have noticed after 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 attempts, the other person agrees. Maybe I would have taken 2 months' time to make the other person agree. That is what he says. I'll be likened, he says, I'll be likened to the raindrop which washes away the mountain, the ant who devours the tiger, the star which brightens the earth, the slave who builds a pyramid. I will build my castle 1 brick at a time, for I know small attempts repeated will complete any undertaking. I will persist until I succeed. I will never consider defeat, and I will remove from my vocabulary such words and phrases as quit, cannot, unable, impossible, out of the question, failure, unworkable, hopeless and retreat, for they are the words of fools. I will avoid despair, but if this disease of the mind should infect me, I will work on in despair. I will toil and I will endure. I will ignore the obstacles at my feet and keep my eyes on the goals above my head, for I know where dry desert ends, green grass grows. I will persist until I succeed. I will remember the ancient law of averages and bend it to my good. I will persist with knowledge that each failure to sell will increase my chance for success at the next attempt. Each day I hear will bring me closer to the sound of E. Each frown I meet only prepares me for the smile to come. Each misfortune I encounter will carry in it the seed of tomorrow's good luck. I must have the night to appreciate the day. I must fail often to succeed only once. I will persist until I succeed. I will try and try and try again. Each obstacle I will consider as a mere detour to my goal and a challenge to my profession. I will persist and develop my skills as the mariner develops his by learning to ride out the wrath of each storm. I will persist until I succeed. So long as there is breath in me, that long will I persist. For now I know one of the greatest principles of success. If I persist long enough, I will win. I will persist, I will win. Unquote. All of you will persist and all of you will win. Now you recollect what was the third prescription I said in the morning in principled negotiation. The first one was separate people from the problem. Be soft on the person and hard on the problem. 2 is shift the focus from position to interest. And what was the third one? Third one?
Generate options for mutual gain.
Please give him a big hand. Generate options for mutual gain. So for generating options for mutual gain, we have to think out of the box. Now here what you did was thinking out of the box. The position of that heart-shaped piece. When you put it in the right place, everything will. but locating it was very difficult. So, for the mind to be receptive to ideas, to think innovatively out of the box, it is very important to believe that you will be able to find a solution. Only if you have that belief, the mind will be active. Now, that odd-shaped piece was the one which prevented you from making the tea. Now tell me, after assembling it, now tell me, is there anything wrong with that piece? Is there anything wrong with that piece?
No.
Huh? No. So what went wrong? There was nothing wrong with the piece. But that was the piece which prevented you from making the tea. So what went wrong? Yes.
Our brain was, it's the perspective, your own way of thinking.
Please give it a big hand. What went wrong was our inability to understand it, our perspective. We branded it as useless or problematic. Now, when you are sitting for mediation, there may be one party, there are two parties. One party may appear very incorrigible, very difficult to deal with. In a sense, he is like this odd-shaped piece. Now you have admitted there is nothing wrong with that piece. So what went wrong was our inability to understand. So the moment you are able to understand that person and put him in the right place, he may become very cooperative, useful. Any difficult person is like that. I will give an example from my career. I had a boss who was a very bright person. He was an IITian, a good manager and a good leader. But he had a very peculiar habit. Every time he took charge of a department, first thing he would do is he would call his secretary and ask her, who is the most troublesome fellow here? Then she would say, so-and-so is the most difficult person. Then he will focus all his attention on that person. And within 6 months, he will prove to the company, entire company, that this person whom all of you said is useless, he is doing such a great work. This is the work he is doing now. How would he achieve that? First, he will try to win the love and trust of that person by being friendly with him. How to win the love and trust? I have got another activity. Maybe next time when we meet, I will do that. And after winning the love and trust of that person, he will try to identify that odd-shaped piece in his mind, which is making him to behave in an erratic manner. So a day will come when he will reveal what is in his mind to my boss. And then he will say, oh, this is such a simple thing for which only you are troubled. He will put it in the right place and he will be very happy, he will become a normal person. And because he had helped him to solve a problem and showed him a lot of affection, you will be very grateful to him and willing to do anything that he asks him to do. And then he will become a useful person. So any difficult person whom you think is difficult to deal with is like this odd-shaped piece. In fact, in negotiation, this dealing with difficult people is very important. In the Harvard negotiation project also, there's a lot of emphasis on that. So the first thing we need to understand is, there is nothing wrong. He is like this odd-shaped piece. There is nothing wrong with that. But he is difficult to be understood. Anything else you would like to add to that? I will go back to your question I put earlier. When we face problems at work or at home, we feel frustrated, unhappy, or depressed. Here you did not feel so. For that she gave a reason. One reason she gave was that there was an assurance that there is a solution. Besides that, there is one more reason. Would you like to say that? What is the reason?
Our brain doesn't like to do the easy thing, but it likes to do a little bit difficult, not that much difficult activity. So it was kind of a regular problematic thing that was within our range to solve, able to solve that. That's what we were interested in solving that problem.
So you are saying this that problem is beyond the scope of solution, like that you think?
No. Our brain doesn't want to solve the problems that are very much easy, but that wasn't very much easy. It was a little bit or moderate hard, not that much hard. That's why we were interested to solve that problem.
Well, what you are saying is this problem was such that it did not appear impossible, but it appeared only difficult and challenging.
Yes.
Whereas the other one,
solutions.
Okay. The other one is a hopeless situation.
Yes.
Well, okay. See, with regard to hopeless situation, even here, though you were not frustrated, well, the thought uppermost in your mind was, is it really possible? Am I right? Even then you continue to try. Yeah, anyone else would like to give any other reason for that?
Confidence in ourselves, confidence in myself.
Confidence in yourselves. Yeah, that is what we discussed here also. That you will be able to solve the problem and the self-confidence. Excuse me, you press the key B, just B. Yes. See, the difference is, there is a Damocles sword hanging above you in the case of a real life situation. If you don't solve the problem, you will have to pay a penalty for it. Or if you don't solve the problem, you will not get something that you want to get. Am I right? Whereas here, whether you do it or not, you are not going to lose or gain anything. Right or wrong? So there is a tension. If I don't do it, I will not get something. If I don't do this, this is the penalty I have to pay. And that creates the tension. Now the question is, by thinking that if I don't solve the problem, this is another problem that I will have to face, and getting tensed on account of that, does it really help us to solve the problem? No. On the other hand, the problem gets aggravated. We become inefficient in solving. Am I right? Whereas here, you are efficient. You are mentally relaxed. So can we take this to the situation where the real life problem is there? Can we transport it from here to there? And if you have to do that, what should we do? In the first place, you did not consider this as a problem at all. You took it as a challenge. And you faced the challenge with the sportive spirit. So to solve a problem, we need to first convert it into a challenge. During a tough negotiation, if you look at it as a challenge and play the game with a sportive spirit, you are likely to emerge successful. And that is what Jack Welch, the former legendary CEO of General Electric Company, said. Press B again, and the next slide. Yes, same slide. He said, a company that aspires to true greatness furnishes its people with big challenges, which when met fills them with self-confidence, which can come only from within and only from winning. So when you take it as a challenge and face it with a sportive spirit and emerge successful, you go to the next level. So that comes only from winning and only from yes. The next slide, please. I will now some of the learning to this. One. No, a slideshow. Just next. There are many things which look impossible. Next. Things only look impossible, they can be made possible. Certain things can be done easily once a clue is available. In any problem, understanding the central idea is important. See, I gave the odd-shaped piece position as the clue. Suppose I had given as clue the position of any other piece, would it have helped you? No. So this only helped. Why this helped? Other piece would not have helped. That is this point. In any problem, understanding the central idea is important. So that was the central idea. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale says, every problem has got a soft spot. If you hammer the soft spot, the problem will break open. If you hammer the hardest spot, only the hammer will break and the hand will ache. Yeah. So in any problem, look for the soft spot and hammer it there. It will break open. For example, you are getting this fruit juice in Tetra Pak, Tropicana juice, 300 ml. On the top, the thick cardboard is removed and only the inner thin film is there for 2 mm dia. And you are given a sharp straw. You pierce open and drink the juice. If you try to pierce open elsewhere, what will happen?
The straw will break.
Only the straw will bend. Right? So only the hammer will break or the straw will bend. So look for the soft spot, look for the central idea. In any dispute also, there is a central idea. Many things that people say and they are fighting for are all only the tip of the iceberg. There is something deep inside. For example, in India, the renowned mediator, Mr. Sriram Panchu, he was mediating between a father and a son in a business, and both of them were working unitedly, and there was excellent relationship. Due to some reason, a misunderstanding arose, and they wanted to get separated. But at the same time, it was very painful for both the father and the son. And during the process of discussions, Mr. Sriram Panchu understood that there was some misunderstanding, some deep idea, some central idea is there. Now that has to be addressed and everything will be solved. So instead of addressing the number of issues that they were coming up, for the partitioning, he was trying to focus on the central idea. And then he found the cause of the misunderstanding, and he helped them to understand it, exchange, make them talk frankly with each other and understand the real situation. And as a result, they did not want to partition at all, they wanted to work together. And then what they told Mr. Sriram Panchu was, your office is not the mediator's office, this is a temple. Because you have united a father and a son, no? After all this fight, and we are again together loving each other. In a sense, a mother is the model mediator. When two siblings are fighting, she doesn't try to find out who is right and who is wrong, or what is right and what is wrong. Her whole focus is on making them to reach an agreement, so that they live together happily. And that is exactly what Sriram Panchu, he evolved himself from being a mediator to that mother. And many times we say that mediators should be neutral and impartial. In a sense, the mother doesn't try to prove herself to be impartial. She is not impartial, she is omnipartial. She is concerned about both of them. Again, Anand Xavier of IAM says, a mediator should not be impartial, he should be omnipartial, should be loving and concerned for all the parties involved, so that he is able to help them to reach the agreement. Next. Once the central idea is understood, it is easy to fix the others around it. Thank you. Anything you would like to ask? Anything you would like? Any question?
Sir, so far we have discussed regarding resolving the matter. Assuming that the parties have resolved the matter through mediation or ADR.
I will give the mic so that everyone hears.
I
also hear better. Yeah, please, if you don't mind, yes.
So far we have discussed regarding resolving the matters through mediation or ADR. So assuming that the parties have already decided to take this kind of platform of mediation, what if the parties are not willing to come under the same decision to take the things resolved through mediation? What would be the good possible factors or convincing in terms of philosophical?
I will repeat. Tell me whether I have understood you correctly. One situation is, suppose parties are not willing for mediation. They think that it is all beyond everything. No mediation is possible. If one or both the parties think so.
Things can be resolved through mediation, but they are not willing to take that route.
They are not willing for mediation.
Yeah.
So what should we do? Very good question. See, one is, out of the two parties, both the parties are not willing to mediate. And another case is where one party is willing, the other party, other parties. Now, one such case came up to me, that the party who approached me is in Hyderabad, where I live. And he wanted me to mediate between him and his principal's company. It's a commercial dispute. And he is in Bombay, in Mumbai. So he told me, then I told him mediation is, now you want me to mediate. Now I will send an invitation to the other party. If he also agrees on it, mediation is possible technically. So I invited him over WhatsApp. Then he called me and said, no, I am not for. Already this Hyderabad gentleman had told me the other man did not agree. Anyway, you try. So he told me that I have lost all hopes on your friend in Hyderabad. So I don't want to deal with him at all. So please leave me. And I have already filed the case in the court. The hearing is there, and the case will be in my favor. I will get a favorable verdict. So I am not interested. Then I asked him, what is the reason? I have no faith in him. I don't want to see him. I don't want to talk to him. Then I asked him, are you willing to talk to me? Yes, I am willing to talk to you. Then I told him it is not mediation. Now I will negotiate with you on behalf of my friend. Because already he is my friend. He is a Rotarian and known to me. So I disclosed it to him. He is already known to me and all what is the relationship. Then I negotiated with him on his behalf. And finally, the matter was settled. And the Bombay gentleman agreed. But he never even wants to talk to that Hyderabad man. And he became very friendly with me as much as this Hyderabad gentleman. And so much so he told me, my son is a lawyer, he is practicing in Malaysia. I want him to become a mediator, so you get him to undergo exam. That is possible. Another case is where both the parties are not happy. This again, my colleague Anil Xavier, he told a case where it was a family matrimonial dispute. And the husband wants divorce. And the wife says, I will give divorce if he allows me to discuss with him once. I want to talk to him something. But like this Bombay gentleman, he also was saying, no, I am not willing to listen to her. I don't want to see her. I don't want to talk to her. So both of them came, and when they came, they were not sitting facing each other. The husband was facing east and the wife was facing west. They are not willing to even turn and look at each other. Then he again asked that husband, what do you want actually? What is your income? I want a divorce. No, in that case it is very simple. She is willing to give you divorce on a platter, very easy. All that she wants is listen to him for about 10-15 minutes. So why don't you do that? Then he reluctantly agreed. Then they turned and started talking. These 15 minutes became 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and they were only talking. Anil Xavier was not required there anymore, and it was lunchtime. Then he told them, both of you go for lunch, I will also go home for lunch and come back. And then he simply told them, both of them had come in different cars. Now for lunch, you go in one car so that in the car also you can discuss. So by the time Anil returned to office, both the husband and wife were standing outside the car, outside the IAM's office. Both of them were smoking and talking, and they went on talking, and then it was resolved. No agreement, nothing. They gave up the idea. Just all that she wanted was that he should listen to him. There was a central idea, a misunderstanding that was clarified. So if you think innovatively in any problem, we will find out of the box solutions.
Most recent example, Gaza, Israel and Hamas, mediator Qatar. Most recent example. The case of Gaza.
Okay, yeah. Yes. See, yesterday I was listening to a bishop from Australia who had gone to Gaza, and he walked on area and a very risky place. It's very interesting what he narrates. So he says, many people amongst the Palestinians and amongst the Israelis, wonderful good people are there. So we need to understand where it all triggered, and we'll be able to find a solution. Okay. So thank you very much. I wish all of you a wonderful evening. It was great to be back here.